E. Abbreviation of Thursday. An orthographic th with a diacritic that marks it as being the consonant /t/ as in the name Thomas capitalized Thomas. Used in some American dictionaries for the sound /as/ contrasting with th for /theta/. Letter 1D57 aspirated. Alternative form of th. E. Contraction of a. Tiege. Contraction of they are. Tiete. Contraction of thou art. E. Initialism of Tim Hortons. E. A. Fronting. The pronunciation of the sounds /theta/as/f/ and the sound /as/v/ making north sound like north and breathe sound like breathe. Th stopping. The pronunciation of th like t or d, making think sound like tink and then sound like den. T. Abbreviation of Thursday. T. Abbreviation of Doctor of Theology. Pronunciation spelling of thou. Tha Mai. A subdistrict of Tha Mai, Chanthaburi Province, Thailand. The letter Arabic that's in the Arabic script. Acronym of Terminal High Altitude Area Defense. Thali. In parts of South Asia, a necklace that is knotted around a bride's neck by the groom as an auspicious symbol. Thalis, plural of Thali. The modern writing system of the Dai language spoken in the Maldives. Plural of Tha. Thassophobia, a fear of sitting around or of boredom in general. One of the basic musical scales or modes used by classical Hindustani ragas, characterized by 7 notes swaras. Thus, plural of thought. Thava. Alternative form of Thabatan. Thaban, a Meitei ethnic female given name. Thavalitha, a wooden slab covered with a cloth placed on the altar in the Syrian Orthodox Church and symbolizing the cross. Thabo, a male given name. Theber, alternative spelling of Tabor Mountain in Israel. Thaboric, alternative spelling of Taboric. That is surname from Vietnamese. Thatch weave, a tactic in aerial combat of the World War II era, where 2 aircraft on patrol fly a parallel course and if attacked, overlap their flight paths repeatedly, enabling each to protect the other. Thatch weaves, plural of thatch weave. Legs, plural of thatch. That, to strike or thump someone or something, to thwack. That, simple past and past participle of thack. Thatter, a surname originating as an occupation. Thackeray, a surname. Thackerayan, of or pertaining to William Makepeace Thackeray 1811-1863, English novelist and satirist. Thackerayana, objects, materials, or documents relating to the English writer William Makepeace Thackeray 1811-1863. Thackerayesque, reminiscent of the style or works of William Makepeace Thackeray 1811-1863, English novelist and satirist. Thackers, plural of Thacker. Thacker, present participle and gerund of thack. Thackos, without thatch, by extension having no roof. Hackley, a northern suburb of Bradford, West Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 1738. Thackeray, a surname. That is plural of Thack. Thaxton, a surname. A diminutive of the male given names Thaddeus or Thaddeus, sometimes also used as a formal given name. Thaddeus, an apostle identified with Jude. Thaddeus, a male given name from ancient Greek of common usage, variant of Thaddeus. Thaddeusite, an orthorhombic spheroidal yellow-orange mineral containing calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Thagard, a surname from Danish. Thagardian, of or relating to Paul Thagard, born 1950, Canadian philosopher. Thagards, plural of Thagard. Thagard, a surname. Thagards, plural of Thagard. Thought, alternative spelling of Thuggy. Thagis, plural of Thuggy. Thagomizer, alternative spelling of Thagomizer. Thagomizers, plural of Thagomizer. Thagomizers. Thagomizers, plural of Thagomizer. Zahiri, alternative spelling of Zahiri. Zahiris, plural of Zahiri. Of or pertaining to tests, plural of Zahiri. Of or pertaining to Thailand. Thai Banki Dar, a medium-sized spit-stiped dog originating from Thailand. Thai Banki Dogs, plural of Thai Banki Dar. Thai basil, a type of sweet basil from Southeast Asia, notable for the anise/tarragon overtones in its flavor and for the attractive purple color of the leaves and bracts in its flowers. Thai basils, plural of Thai basil. Thai Binh, a province of Vietnam. Thai boxer, a participant in Thai boxing. Thai boxing, synonym of Muay Thai. Thai disco, a Thai-themed nightclub with Thai hostesses. Thai discos, plural of Thai disco. Thai fermented rice, synonym of sweet fermented rice, a traditional dessert of Thailand. Thai fermented sweet rice, synonym of sweet fermented rice, a traditional dessert of Thailand. Thai Nguyen, a province of Vietnam. Thai Ridgeback, a Sai-town bred in what is now Thailand. Thai Ridgebacks, plural of Thai Ridgeback. Thai Song, a Kra-Dai language spoken in Thailand. Thai stick, a particularly strong variety of marijuana, originally from Thailand. Thai sticks, plural of Thai stick. Thai sweet fermented rice, synonym of sweet fermented rice, a traditional dessert of Thailand. Thai stick, alternative form of Thai stick. Thai sticks, plural of Thai stick. Thai, abbreviation of Thailand. Thaification, the process of Thaifying. Thai, simple past and past participle of Thai-fi. Thai size, third person singular simple present indicative of Thai-fi. Thai-fi, to make Thai in outlook, attitude, form. Thai-fying, present participle and gerund of Thai-fi. Thaiglish, Tinglish. Thailand, a country in Southeast Asia. Official name, Kingdom of Thailand. Capital, Bangkok. Former name, Siam. Bangkok, former name Siam. Thailand, 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 Thailand. Thailander, someone from Thailand. Thailander, someone from Thailand. Thailanders, plural of Thailander. Thailandish, of or pertaining to Thailand, its people or language. Thai, a surname originating as an occupation. Thainess, the quality or state of being Thai. Thains, plural of Thai. Thaipusam, a Hindu festival celebrated on the first full moon of the Tamil month of Thai. Tyre, archaic spelling of there. Thais, plural of Thai. Thais, a surname from German. Thaises, plural of Thais. Thakali, a member of an ethno-linguistic group originating from the Thak Kola region of Mustang district in Nepal. Thakalis, plural of Thakali. A surname. Thakau, a village and civil parish in Horsham district, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Raf TQ 1017. Thaker, a surname. Thakers, plural of Thaker, a surname. Thakers, plural of Thaker. Thapar, a surname from Gujarati. Thakars, plural of Thakar. Thakor, archaic form of Thakur. Thakorani, archaic form of Thakurani. Thakoranis, plural of Thakorani. Thakorate, archaic form of Thacurate. Thakorates, plural of Thakorate. Thakors, plural of Thakor. Thaksonism, the political ideology and practices associated with Thaksin Shinawatra, exiled former Prime Minister of Thailand. Thakur, a surname from Hindi. Thakurain, alternative form of Thakurani. Thakurains, plural of Thakurain. Thakurani, a female Thakur or wife of a Thakur. Thakuranis, plural of Thakurani. Thacurate, the territory of a Thakur. Thacurates, plural of Thacurates. Thakurgaon district, one of the 8 districts in the Rangpur division of Bangladesh. Thakurdar, a room for worship, a private chapel. Thakurdars, plural of Thakurgar. Thakuri, derivative of Thakura. Thakurs, plural of Thakur. Thou, a village and municipality in St. Gallen Canton, Switzerland. Thou, a town and commune of Tunisia. Thalamectomes, plural of thalamectomy. Thalamectomy, destruction or removal of the thalamus. Thalamagos, a state barge fitted with cabins on the Nile. Thalamencephala, plural of thalamencephalon. Thalamencephalon, relating to the thalamus and encephalon. Thalamencephalon, the segment of the brain next in front of the midbrain, including the thalami, pineal gland, and pituitary body. Thalami, plural of thalamus. Thalamia, plural of thalamium. Thalame, of or pertaining to the thalamus. Thalamically, with reference to the thalamus. Thalamifloral, bearing the stamens directly on the receptacle. Thalamiflorous, alternative form of thalamifloral. Thalamium, the layer of reproductive cells in the apothecia of lichens. Thalamo, thalamus. Thalamoamygdalar, relating to the thalamus and amygdala. Thalamocorticothalamic, relating to the looped pathway between the thalamus and the cerebral cortex. Thalamo-cingulate, thalamic and cingulate. Thalamocle, the cavity or ventricle of the thalamoencephalon, the third ventricle. Thalomocles, plural of thalamocle. Thalamocortical, relating to or connecting the thalamus and the cerebral cortex. Thalamocortically, in a thalamocortical way. Thalamocorticostriatal, relating to the thalamus and the cortex and striatum of the brain. Thalamofubal. That passes out of the thalamus. Thalamogeniculate, relating to or connecting the thalamus and either of the geniculate nuclei. Thalamolenticular, relating to the thalamus and the lenticular nucleus. Thalamoneocortical, relating to the thalamus and the neocortex. Thalamoperforator, any artery that perforates the thalamus. Thalamoperforators, plural of thalamoperforator. Thalamorcipient, that receives stimuli from the thalamus. Thalamostriatal, relating to or connecting the thalamus and the striatum. Thalamostriate, relating to or connecting the corpus striatum and the thalamus. Thalamotomies. Plural of thalamotomy. Thalamotomy, an invasive procedure, primarily effective for tremors such as those associated with Parkinson's disease, where a selected portion of the thalamus is surgically destroyed. Thalamus, either of two large, ovoid structures of gray matter within the forebrain that relay sensory impulses to the cerebral cortex. Thalamuses, plural of thalamus. Thale, a district of Phuket Province, Thailand. Thalas, alternative form of thalasso. Thalassa, a moon of Neptune. Thalassemia, alternative spelling of thalassemia. Thalassemias, plural of thalassemia. Thalassemic, alternative form of thalassemic. Thalassemics, plural of thalassemic. Thalassal, relating to the sea. Thalasseliatidae, idea the thalasseliatidae the fish. Thalasseliatids, plural of thalasseliatidae. Thalassematid, any annelid of the family Thalassematidae. Thalassematids, plural of thalassematid. Thalassemia, any of a group of inherited disorders in which the amount of hemoglobin in the blood is reduced. Thalassemiac, a person who has thalassemia. Thalassemiacs, plural of thalassemiac. Thalassemias, plural of thalassemia. Thalassemic, of or relating to thalassemia. Thalassemics, plural of thalassemic. Thalassemid, any extinct sea turtle of the family Thalassemidae. Thalassemidids, plural of thalassemidid. Thalassary, a city in Kala, India. Thalassian, of or relating to Thalassa, the personification of the sea in Greek mythology. Thalassians, plural of Thalassian. Thalassic, of or relating to seas and oceans. Thalassin, a poisonous material of unknown composition extracted from certain sea anemones. Thalassi, alternative form of thalassin. Thalassinid, any mud lobster in the family Thalassina. Thalassinidian, a decapod crustacean of the former infraorder Thalassinidae. Thalassinidians, plural of Thalassinidian. Thalassinids, plural of Thalassinid. Thalassinoi, any crustacean of the superfamily Thalassinoidea. Thalassinoids, plural of Thalassinoi. Thalassiaphite, any plant belonging to one of the obsolete taxonomic groups known as Thalassiophyta, which were believed to comprise various parts of the marine algae or seaweeds depending on the classification system. Thalassiophytes, plural of Thalassiophyte. Thalassiaceae, any diatom of the family Thalassiaceae, or more specifically of the genus Thalassiacera. Thalassiaceroids, plural of Thalassiaceroi. Thalasso, clipping of Thalassotherapy. Thalasso. Thalassosrotid, any ammonite in the family Thalassosrotidae. Thalassosrotids, plural of Thalassosrotid. Thalassochilidian, any extinct turtle of the clade Thalassochilidea. Thalassochilidians, plural of Thalassochilidian. Thalassochorus, dispersed by means of thalassochery. Thalassochery, transport or dispersal of organisms by means of the ocean. Thalassocracies, plural of thalassocracy. Thalassocracy, a state whose power derives from its naval or commercial supremacy on the seas. Thalassocrat, one who rules over the sea. Thalassocratic, of or pertaining to thalassocracy. Thalassocrates, plural of Thalassocrati. Thalassocrats, plural of Thalassocrat. Thalassocrati, alternative form of thalassocracy. Thalassodromine, any pterosaur of the subfamily Thalassodromini. Thalassodromines, plural of Thalassodromine. Thalassogen, a substance capable of forming a planetary ocean. Thalassogenic, caused by the action of seawater. Thalassographer, one who studies thalassography. Thalassographers, plural of thalassographer. Thalassographic, relating to thalassography. Thalassographical, alternative form of thalassographic. Thalassography, the scientific study of marine life. Thalassolei, salty due to the presence of seawater. Thalassoi, any moth of the genus Thalassodes. Thalassoids, plural of thalassoi. Thalassometer, a tide gauge. Thalassometers, plural of thalassometer. Thalassophile, someone who loves the sea. Thalassophiles, plural of thalassophile. Thalassophiles, thriving near the sea. Thalassophobia, a morbid fear of the sea or, more generally, deep waters such as lakes. Thalassophonian, belonging to the Thalassophonia, an extinct clade of plesiosaurids. Thalassophyte, alternative form of Thalassiophyte. Thalassophytes, plural of Thalassophyte. Thalassotherapeutic, of or relating to thalassotherapy. Thalassotherapies, plural of thalassotherapy. Thalassotherapist, a person who carries out thalassotherapy. Thalassotherapists, plural of thalassotherapists. Thalassotherapy, the therapeutic use of seawater. Thalattocracies, plural of thalattocracy. Thalattocracy. Thalassocracy. Thalattosaur, a prehistoric marine reptile of the extinct order Thalattosauria. Thalattosaurid, any thalattosaur in the family Thalattosauridae. Thalattosaurids, plural of thalattosaurid. Thalattosaurs, plural of thalattosaur. Thalattosaucian, any extinct crocodilomorph of the suborder Thalattosaucia. Thalattosaucians. Plural of Thalattosaucian. Thalbergen, of or relating to Sigismund Thalberg 1812-1871, composer and virtuoso pianist. Thalcusite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing copper, iron, sulfur, and thallium. Thalcress, a plant of the species Arabidopsis thaliana, native to Eurasia. Thalcresses, plural of Thalcress. Thaler, a surname from German. Thalariphagus, feeding on fresh vegetable matter. Thalers, plural of Thaler. Thales, a pre-Socratic Greek philosopher from Miletus in Asia Minor. Thales' theorem, a theorem stating that if A, B, and C are distinct points on a circle where the line AC is a diameter, the angle ABC is a right angle. Thalesian, of or relating to Thales of Miletus c.624 c.546 BC, pre-Socratic ancient Greek philosopher who attempted to explain natural phenomena without reference to mythology, and who applied geometry to mathematical problems. Thalenism, the philosophy of Thales of Miletus. Thalestris, the queen of the Amazons, said to have brought 300 women to Alexander the Great, hoping to breed a race of children as strong and intelligent as he. Thaphonicite, an isometric hexahedral mineral containing chlorine, copper, iron, nickel, sulfur, and thallium. Thaphanine, synonym of thalphanine. Ali, a Landa language spoken in Punjab, Pakistan. It is categorized as a Saraiki dialect by some linguists. Thalia, the muse of comedy and idyllic poetry. Thaliet and Melpomene, the genres of comedy and tragedy. Thaliation, any pelagic marine tunicate of the class Thaliacea. Thaliations, plural of thaliation. Thalian, comic, comedic. Thalianol, a tricyclic triterpene alcohol related to squalene. Thalias, plural of thalia. Thaloblastine, synonym of thalacarpine. Thalacarpine, a natural alkaloid found in plants of the Thalictrum genus. Thalacmine, an alkaloid found in plants of the Thalictrum genus. Thalictramine, synonym of allocryptopine. Thalictrine, a poisonous alkaloid of unknown composition obtained from Thalictrum macrocarpum. Thalictrum, any plant of the genus Thalictrum. Metaru, Thalictrums, plural of Thalictrum. Thalidastine, a protoberberine alkaloid related to berberastine. Thalidomide, a drug sold during the late 1950s and early 1960s as a sleeping aid and to pregnant women as an antiemetic to combat morning sickness and other symptoms, but withdrawn as causing severe birth defects, such as phocomelia, currently used to treat leprosy. Thalidomide babies, plural of thalidomide baby. Thalidomide baby, a baby born with phocomelia after its mother had been administered thalidomide while pregnant, this having teratogenic effects on the developing fetus. Thalidomide child, synonym of thalidomide baby. Thalidomide children, plural of thalidomide child. Thalidomides, plural of thalidomide. Thalians, the property of an object of knowing what and where it is and being able to report that to every nearby object. Thaliphendine, a particular berberine alkaloid. Thalipi, a savory multi-grain flatbread popular in western India, particularly Maharashtra. Thalipis, plural of thalipith. Thalaporphine, an aporphinoid alkaloid found in Thalatrum alpinum. Thales, plural of thali. Thalastylline, a bisbenzylisoquinoline alkaloid found in Thalatrum longostylum. Thaling, thallium hydride TLH3. Thalins, plural of thaling. Phthalate, any salt of a hypothetical phthalic acid. Phthalates, plural of phthalate. Phthalation, any reaction of a thallium compound with an organic compound in which a thallium to carbon bond is formed. Phthalations, plural of phthalation. Phthaling, a hydrocarbon obtained from coal tar residues, remarkable for its intense yellowish-green fluorescence. Phthalate, plural of thallus. Phthalin, containing trivalent thallium. Phthalate, pertaining to or containing the element thallium, especially with valence 3. Thaliferous, containing or producing thallium. Thalliform, of the form of a thallus. Thalline, having a thallus. Thalines, plural of thalline. Thalanocarp, a kind of a scocarp characteristic of the genus Lichinella, forming from indistinct swellings of the thallus, with a hymenium covered by groups of albal cells. Thalanocarps, plural of thalanocarp. Thalias, alternative form of thallus. Thallium, a metallic chemical element symbol Tl with atomic number 81, a gray post-transition metal that discolors when exposed to air. Thalliums, plural of thallium. Thala, one of the Hori and the goddess and personification of the season of spring. She is the protector of new growth. Thala, relating to a thallus. Thallium, containing univalent thallium. Thalaconidia, plural of thalaconidium. Thalaconidio, relating to a thalaconidium. Thalaconidium, a dark brown, smooth to wrinkled propagula rising directly from a thallus, particularly the lower cortex and sange or the rhizines. Thalatal, resembling or having the character of a thallus. Thalotic, resembling or having the character of a thallus. Thalogen, any of a large number of plants that consist of a thallus only, with no flower, leaves, etc. Thalogenous, belonging to the thalogens. Thalogens, plural of thalogen. Phthalate, of or pertaining to a thallus. Thalidal, alternative form of thalloid. Thallus, thallus, plural of thallum. Thallophyte. Any of very many primitive plants that consist of a thallus plant body not differentiated into roots, stems, and leaves. Formerly collected in the obsolete taxonomic group Thallophyta. Thallophytes. Plural of thallophyte. Thallophytic. Relating to thallophytes. Thallus. Thalloid, resembling a thallus. Thallospore. An asexual spore produced directly in the thallus or in mycelium. Thallospores. Plural of thallospore. Thalatoxicosis. Thallium poisoning. Thallus. Of or pertaining to thallium, especially to thallium having a valency of 1. Thallus. An undifferentiated plant body, such as in algae. Thalluses. Plural of thallus. Thallo. A small thallus originating from rhizomorphs. Thallals. Plural of thallo. Thalmum. A surname. Thalmons. Plural of thalmon. Thalamocortical. Misspelling of thalamocortical. Thalphenine. An alkaloid with the molecular formula CHN2O8. Thalloc. Rare spelling of talloc. Thallax. Plural of thallac. Thalway. The line that connects the lowest points in a valley or river channel, and thus the line of fastest flow or deepest water along a river's course. Thallwedge. Plural of thallway. Thallwegs. Plural of thallway. Thawel. A town and municipality in Zurich Canton, Switzerland. The initialism of tris-hydroxymethylaminophthane, alternative form of tris. The script traditionally used for Buddhist religious study in the vicinity of northern Thailand and Laos. Thawar. A female given name from Hebrew, a less common spelling of Tamar. Thabalnew. A female given name of Métis ethnic origin. Thaw. A river in Buckinghamshire and Oxfordshire, England, which flows into the River Thames at Dorchester-on-Thames. Thamang. Alternative form of Thaman Eldsteer. Thamangs. Plural of Thaming. Thus, a river in southern England, flowing 336 km 209 mi from Gloucestershire, through Wiltshire, Oxfordshire, Berkshire, Buckinghamshire, Surrey, and Greater London, and between Essex and Kent to the Thames estuary and North Sea. Thames barge. Synonym of Thames sailing barge. Thames barges. Plural of Thames barge. Thames Centre. A municipality in Middlesex County, Ontario, Canada, formed in 2001. Thames Ditton. A village in Elmbridge Borough, Surrey, England, bordering onto the River Thames and Greater London. Thames Haven. A rail-served freight terminal on the Thames in Thurrock Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7481. Other places in this area are Corriton, Shellhaven, and London Gateway. Thames sailing barge. A kind of commercial sailboat, a flat-bottomed barge with a shallow draft and lee boards, once common on the River Thames in London, England. Thames sailing barges. Plural of Thames sailing barge. Thamesian. From, residing or located by, or pertaining to the English River Thames. Thamni. Located by the River Thames. Thamesider. A person who lives beside the River Thames. Thamsiders. Plural of Thamesider. Thamesmead. A large housing estate by the Thames, in the borough of Bexley and borough of Greenwich, Greater London, England. Westgrid Ref TQ 4780. Lemon. Alternative spelling of Tamian. Theban. Synonym of Elds. Dear Ruzavis LDI. Thamins. Plural of Thamin. Thamaraba Rani. A river in Tirunelveli district, Tamil Nadu, India. Thamavai. A surname from Lao. Thamavans. Plural of Thamavan. Thamavansa. A surname from Lao. Thamavansas. Plural of Thamavansa. Thavas. Alternative form of Tamas deity. Thamisterioi. A large corallum with interconnecting septa. Thamisterioids. Plural of Thamisterioi. Thamisteroi. Resembling the genus Thamisteria. Thamidiaceous. Of or relating to the Thamidiaceae. Thamnosphala. Any fairy shrimp in the family Thamnosphalidae. Thamnosphalids. Plural of Thamnosphalid. Thamnolic acid. An acid found in some lichens. Thamophile. A grasshopper that lives in trees as opposed to underbrush. Thamnophiles. Plural of Thamophile. Thamnophilid. Any of the Thamophilidae and antbird. Thamnophilids. Plural of Thamophilid. Thamornis. A bird endemic to Madagascar of species Thamornis chloropetoids. Thamacin. A dimeric calmarin isolated from Thamnosma montana, the turpentine broom. Thamnosmen. Alternative form of thamacin. Thamphi. A surname. Vows. Plural of tham. Davat. A member of a people of ancient Arabia, known from the 1st millennium BCE to near the time of Muhammad, and according to the Quran punished and destroyed by an earthquake. Thamudic. Of or pertaining to the Thamuds. Thalans. Plural of Thamma. Thamuria. Frequent urination. Thaman. Alternative form of Thamin L. Steer Reservis LDI. Thamiras. Alternative form of Thamiris. Thamiris. A Thracian singer who challenged the 9 muses to a competition and lost. A surname. Then a bigod, used with a comparative to express extreme heat or cold. Then again, misspelling of then again. Not alternative form of Thane Indian city. Thanadar. The commander of Athana, a police chief. Thanadars. Plural of Thanadar. Thanage. The district in which a Thane has jurisdiction. Thanages. Plural of Thanage. Thema. Alternative form of Thana. Thanas. Plural of Thana. Thanakar. A yellowish-white cosmetic paste made from ground wood apple tree bark, worn mainly by Burmese women. Thanas. Plural of Thana. Thanatism. The belief that the human soul eventually dies. Thanatis. One who believes that the human soul eventually dies, a proponent of Thanatism. Thanatists. Plural of Thanatist. Thanata. Death. Thanatocentric. Centered on death. Thanatochemical. Relating to thanatochemistry. Thanatochemistry. The chemistry of death. Thanatochemnos. A collection of dead life forms that are found together, having previously interacted as a community within an ecosystem. Thanatokonosis, plural of Thanatokonos. Thanatokonosis, a collection of dead life forms that are found together, having previously interacted as a community within an ecosystem. Thanatocracies, plural of Thanatocracy. Thanatocracy, nominal governance by a dead person through posthumous holding of an official position of authority or by popular veneration and lasting influence of a personal ideology, necrocracy. Thanatocratic, relating to thanatocracy. Thanatofauna, fauna present on a dead body, especially one that may be used to estimate the time of death. Thanatogenetic, rousing death. Thanatognomonic, foreshadowing death. Thanatographer, the writer of a thanatography. Thanatographers, plural of thanatographer. Thanatographic, relating to thanatography. Thanatographical, relating to thanatography. Thanatographies, plural of thanatography. Thanatography, an account usually written of the death of a person. Thanatoi, resembling death, death-like. Thanatolatry, the worship of death. Thanatological, pertaining to thanatology. Thanatologically, in a thanatological way. Thanatologies, plural of thanatology. Thanatologists, one who studies death. Thanatologists, plural of thanatologists. Thanatology, the scientific study of death and the practices associated with it, including the study of the needs of the terminally ill and their families. Thanatomancy, magic or divination powered by death, such as a human sacrifice. Thanatomania, the morbid belief that one is fated to die, having been cursed or bewitched by an enemy. Thanatometer, an instrument for determining whether a person is dead or merely appears so, by measuring the temperature inside the body. Thanatometers, plural of thanatometer. Thanatomicrobiome, the microbiome existing in a mammalian host after it dies. Thanatomicrobiome, of or pertaining to a thanatomicrobiome. Thanatomimses, the mimicry of death. Thanatomimetae, being or pertaining to thanatomimses. Thanatophilia, deadly snakes. Thanatophile, a person fascinated with death and death-related subjects, often sexually. Thanatophiles, plural of thanatophile. Thanatophilia, the love of death. Thanatophilic, of or pertaining to thanatophilia. Thanatophobe, a person who has a morbid fear of death. Thanatophobes, plural of thanatophobe. Thanatophobia, a fear of death. Thanatophobia, one affected by thanatophobia, a person with a morbid dread of death. Thanatophobiacs, plural of thanatophobia. Thanatophobia, pertaining to or afflicted with thanatophobia. Thanatophoric, leading to death, especially in reference to a severe form of congenital dwarfism, thanatophoric dysplasia, which results in early death. Thanatopy, prone to thanatopsis, morbid. Thanatopraxis, funeral rites, death rituals or practices. Thanatopraxy, embalming, Thanatopsis. Plural of Thanatopsis. Thanatopsis. Contemplation of death. Thanatos. The god of death, specifically of a peaceful death, and twin brother of Hypnos, god of sleep, the Greek counterpart of Mors. Thanatosis. Plural of Thanatosis. Thanatosis. The act of feigning death. Thanatati. Of or pertaining to Thanatos, the death drive in Freudian psychoanalysis. Thanatourism. Tourism involving travel to sites associated with death and suffering. Tantai. An Indian cold drink of milk and sugar with almonds, spices, etc. Tandar. Alternative form of Thanadar. Tandars. Plural of Tandar. Tandoi. A town and major seaport in Rakhine State, the westernmost part of Myanmar. They. A large city and district of Maharashtra, India, part of the Mumbai metropolitan region. Thaindar. A surname from Marathi. Thaindo. The property or jurisdiction of a thane. Thaindoms. Plural of thaindom. Thanehood. The character or rank of a thane. Thaneland. Land held by a thane. Thanelands. Plural of thaneland. Thanely. Having the status, rank, or qualities of a thane. Thanes. Plural of thane. Thaneship. The state or dignity of a thane. Thanehood. Thaneships. Plural of thaneship. Thanas. A thane's wife. Thanesses. Plural of Thanas. Lena. A local government district which includes the Isle of Thanet in Kent, England. Thanetian. A subdivision of the Paleocene epoch. The alternative form of Thangjam's surname of Mayday origin. Thanta. Alternative form of Thangta. Thanta. A classical Mayday martial art form, specifically using sword, spear, and shield. Thada. An island in the middle of the Loktak Lake. Thangchin. Ancient Mayday protector and guardian god of the southwestern direction. He is the progenitor of the Morang clan. Thangja. A Mayday surname from Manipuri. Theta. A painted or embroidered linen banner, usually depicting Buddhist themes originating in Tibet, a prayer flag. Thangas. Plural of Thanka. That is, plural of Thang. Thanma. A province of Vietnam. Than Quang. A canyon of Nam Sach district, H letter 1EA3 I Duan province, Vietnam. Thanjavur. A city in Tamil Nadu, India, formerly known as Tanjore. That. Singular of thanks, an expression of appreciation or gratitude, grateful feelings or thoughts, favor, goodwill, graciousness. Thank fuck. Alternative letter case form of thank fuck. Thank fuck. Used to express gratitude or relief. Thank God. Used to express gratitude or relief, usually literally religiously, but sometimes figuratively non-religiously. Thank God. Alternative form of thank God. Thank God it's Friday. Expressing pleasure that the work week has ended and the weekend has arrived. Thank Goddess. Expression of relief. Thank Goddesses. Alternative letter case form of thank Goddesses. Thank Goddesses. Synonym of thank the goddesses. Thank gods. Used to express gratitude or relief. Thank goodness. Expression of relief or gratitude. Thank heaven. Alternative form of thank heaven. Thank heavens. An expression of relief or gratitude. Thank one's lucky stars. To be grateful, feel oneself fortunate, consider oneself lucky, especially in avoiding some calamity. Thank one's stars. Synonym of thank one's lucky stars. Thank science. Used to express gratitude or relief. Thank the goddesses. Alternative letter case form of thank the goddesses. Thank the goddesses. Expression of relief. Thank you. Thank you. Thank ye. Pronunciation spelling of thank you. Thank ye. Archaic form of thank you. Thank you so very much. Pronunciation spelling of thank you so very much. Thank you. An expression of gratitude or politeness in response to something done or given. Thank you all. A thank you to a group of people. Thank you card. A card written as a thank you to someone, usually in response to receiving a gift or having been invited to attend an event. Thank you cards. Plural of thank you card. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Alternative form of thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you very much. Said to express greater gratitude than would be conveyed by thank you. Thank yous. Plural of thank you. Thank ye. Alternative form of thank you. Thank you. An expression of gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. A ridge or hollow across a road. Thank you, ma'ams. Plural of thank you, ma'am. Thank yous. Plural of thank you. Theta. Alternative spelling of thanka. Thankability. Ability to be thanked. Thankable. Capable of being thanked. Thankavoy. In a thankable manner. Thagas. Plural of thanka. Thag. Obsolete spelling of thank. That's. Simple past and past participle of thank. Thanked one's lucky stars. Simple past and past participle of thank one's lucky stars. Thanked one's stars. Simple past and past participle of thank one's stars. Thank ye. Alternative form of thank you. Thank yes. Plural of thank ye. Thankful. Obsolete spelling of thankful. Thankfulness. Obsolete spelling of thankfulness. Thanker. One who thanks. Thankers. Plural of thanker. Thankerton. A village in South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 9738. Thanks. Third person singular simple present indicative of thank. Thankful. A female given name. Thankfuler. Comparative form of thankful, more thankful. Thankfulest. Superlative form of thankful, most thankful. Thankfully. In a thankful manner, giving thanks. Thankfulness. The state of being thankful. Thankfulnesses. Plural of thankfulness. Thankies. Thank you. Thankin. Pronunciation spelling of thanking. Thanking. Present participle and gerund of thank. Thanking one's lucky stars. Present participle and gerund of thank one's lucky stars. Thanking 1 stars. Present participle and gerund of thank 1 stars. Thankins, plural of thanking. Thankinacide, an antioxidant that is a secondary metabolite of Centella asiatica. Thankless, not appreciated or rewarded. Thanklessly, in a thankless manner, ungratefully. Thanklessness, the property of being thankless. Thankfully. Thanks, used to express appreciation or gratitude. Thanks a bunch, a mildly sarcastic thank you. Thanks a heap, synonym of thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, an emphatic thanks. Thanks a million, thank you, intensify. Thanks a ton, synonym of thanks a lot. Thanks be, expressing relief or gratitude for some happening or situation. Thanks for coming, an expression of gratitude for coming somewhere, having been invited. Thanks for coming to my TED talk, sarcastically or self-deprecatingly said at the end of a wordy and often preaky monologue. Thanks for nothing, expression of displeasure towards a person who has not provided what was wanted. Thanks for your help, expresses appreciation of assistance provided or services rendered by the interlocutor. Thanks God, misspelling of thank God. Thanks one's lucky stars. Third person singular simple present indicative of thank one's lucky stars. Thanks one stars. Third person singular simple present indicative of thank one's stars. Thanks to, because of, normally used with a positive connotation, though it can be used sarcastically. Thanks, but no thanks. An expression of gratitude for the offer of something that one does not want or is not interested in, often used sarcastically or impolitely. Thanksgive, simple past of thanksgive. Thanksgive, to give or dedicate as a token of thanks. Thanksgiving, past participle of thanksgive. Thanksgiver, one who gives thanks or acknowledges kindness. Thanksgivers, plural of thanksgiver. Thanksgives, third person singular simple present indicative of thanksgive. Thanksgiving, pronunciation spelling of Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving Day, celebrated on the second Monday of October in Canada and on the fourth Thursday of November in the United States. Thanksgiving Day, a holiday, originally to give thanks to God for the harvest, celebrated annually on the second Monday of October. Thanksgiving Days, plural of Thanksgiving Day. Thanksgiving Thursday, synonym of Thanksgiving Day the U.S. Thanksgiving's Day. Thanksgiving Thursdays, plural of Thanksgiving Thursday. Thanksgivings, plural of Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving-tide, the season around Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving-tides, plural of Thanksgiving-tide. Thanksgiving, resembling or characteristic of Thanksgiving. Thanksgivukka, alternative form of Thanksgivukka. Thanksgivukka, a combined celebration of Thanksgiving and Hanukkah. Thanks, pronunciation spelling of thanks, suggesting that the speaker is drunk. Thanksies, alternative form of thankies. Thanksmas, a celebration held between Thanksgiving and Christmas, especially because a family is unable to get together at either of the other dates. Thanksmasses, plural of Thanksmas. Thanksome, characterized by thankfulness or gratitude. Thank you. Alternative spelling of thank you. Thank you very much. Alternative form of thank you very much. Thankworthiest. Superlative form of thankworthy, most thankworthy. Thankworthiness. The quality or state of being thankworthy. Thankworthy. Deserving thanks, worthy of gratitude. Thank you. Pronunciation spelling of thank you. Thank-I-O. Alternative spelling of thank you. Thank-I-O-S. Plural of thank-I-O. Thank-I-O very much. Alternative form of thank you very much. Thale. A city in Yangon, Myanmar. Thana. Alternative form of Thana. Thanadar. Alternative form of Thanadar. Thanadars. Plural of Thanadar. Thana. Alternative form of Thana. Thanadar. Alternative form of Thanadar. Thanadars. Plural of Thanadar. Thanas. Plural of Thana. Thanas. Plural of Thana. The. Obsolete spelling of then. Thanos nap. To make something suddenly disappear. Thanos napped. Simple past and past participle of Thanos nap. Thanos napping. Present participle and gerund of Thanos nap. Thanos naps. Third person singular simple present indicative of Thanos nap. Then Q. Informal spelling of thank you. Lems. Plural of then. Thanks. Alternative spelling of thanks. La. A member of an Aboriginal people of central Taiwan. Theoroi Jam. A Meitei surname from Manipuri. Thava. An ancient military rank of Ka's kingdom. Thathes. Plural of Thapa. Thatsang. Any of a family of sesquiterpenes that are found in Mediterranean plants. Thapsanes. Plural of thapsane. Thapsigargan. A sesquiterpene lactone that is an inhibitor of a certain class of enzymes. Thapsigargans. Plural of thapsigargan. Thor. A desert in India and Pakistan. Thar Shiblos. Alternative form of their Shiblos. Naraka. A Bantu language of Kenya. Tharangambadi. A panchayat town in the Nagapattinam district of the Indian state of Tamil Nadu. Tlerau. A village located in what was historically East Prussia and is now the Kaliningrad Oblast of Russia. Therol. The extinct Pominungan Australian Aboriginal suffixing language within the Ewing-Curik group, formerly spoken in the coastal region south of Sydney, New South Wales. Tharcake. A cake made from meal, treacle, and butter, eaten on the night of the 5th of November. Tharcakes. Plural of tharcake. Thardcake. Alternative spelling of tharcake. Thardcakes. Plural of thardcake. There. Obsolete spelling of there. Har. Stiff, unsocial, rough in manner. Tharfcake. Alternative spelling of tharcake. Tharfcakes. Plural of tharfcake. Thargelia. One of the chief Athenian festivals in honor of the Delian Apollo and Artemis, held on their birthdays, the 6th and 7th of the month Thargelian about May 24 and 25. Thurud, a traditional Arab dish of pieces of bread in a vegetable or meat broth, consumed especially during Ramadan, said to have been the favorite food of the Prophet Muhammad. Thuruds, plural of thurud, dar, an intestine, an entrail, gut. Tharms, plural of tharm. Tharojam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Tharor, a surname from Malayalam. Tharors, plural of Tharor. Thar, a surname. Tharpart. Thar, a district in Sindh province in Pakistan, headquartered at Mitai. Thar, a surname. Tharps, plural of tharp. Though, an alcoholic drink of North India and Pakistan, made from yeast fermentation of sugar cane or wheat husk and often brewed illegally. Thars, plural of thar. Tharston, a village in Tharston and Hapton Parish, South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 1894. Tharston and Hapton, a civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. Tharth, contraction of the ert. Tharth, simple past of tharf. Tharving, present participle and gerund of tharv. Tharabed, any copepod in the family Tharibidae. Tharibeds, plural of tharibid. But, alternative spelling of thas. The, alternative spelling of thas. Of or from thasos. Thadans, plural of Thasian. Thazos, an island of Greece in the northern Aegean Sea. Thas, Alta, Thasos, alternative form of Thasos, Greek island. That, introducing a clause that is the object of a verb, especially a reporting verb or verb expressing belief, knowledge, perception, etc. That accounts for the milk in the coconut. That explains everything in response to a satisfactory explanation. That ain't hey. That is insignificant or irrelevant. That ain't used to express disapproval of an action. That and $1 will get you a cup of coffee. A comment used to imply that either previously stated information, an ability, or an item are of no value. That and $0.05 will buy you a cup of coffee. Dismisses the mentioned thing as worthless or futile. That and $0.05 will get you on the subway. Synonym of that and $0.05 will buy you a cup of coffee. That and a token will get you on the subway. Synonym of that and $0.05 will buy you a cup of coffee. That and 25 cents will get you a cup of coffee. Alternative form of that and $1 will get you a cup of coffee. That is said without further ado. That clause, a clause in a sentence that is introduced by the word that. That clauses, plural of that clause. That cop won't fight. Synonym of that dog won't hunt. That dovet, used to express annoyance or frustration or announce that one has reached the limit of one's patience or temper. That dog don't run, an expression of disapproval or disbelief. That dog won't hunt. The idea will not work. That is an inadequate explanation or proposition. That ever walked on 2 legs. That ever lived. That figures. Alternative form of it figures. That girl, a notional girl representing an aesthetic promoting healthy eating, self-care, organized routines, and productivity. That die, the stereotypical badly behaved or stupid person. Often in the phrases don't be that guy or I don't want to be that guy. That is, in other words, that is to say, used to introduce a clarification or explanation. That is it. Then if there is nothing more to the issue, that is something. Alternative form of that something. That is to say, in other words, used to introduce a clarification, simplification, or explanation. That old dog will hunt. Synonym of that dog won't hunt. That one. A specified object, thing or person, especially one further away / over there, or known or mentioned later. This entity is a translation hub. That said, even so, nonetheless, that ship has already sailed. Alternative form of that ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. That opportunity has already passed. It is too late to do anything about it. That tears it. Synonym of that does that one has reached the limit of one's patience or temper. That there, that time of the month. Alternative form of time of the month. That tired feeling. An extended lethargy. That train has already left the station. Alternative form of that train has left the station. That train has left the station. That opportunity has already passed. That cannot be undone. That was a joke, Joyce. Alternative form of it's a joke, Joyce. That was it. Then there was nothing more to the issue. That was that. Simple past of that's that. That was then and this is now. Alternative form of that was then. This is now. That was then. This is now. The situation, behavior, or opinion of a person or group has changed considerably. The circumstances or characteristics of something have changed considerably. That was then. This is now. Alternative form of that was then. This is now. That was then. This is now. Alternative form of that was then. This is now. That was then. This is now. Alternative form of that was then. This is now. That way. Gay. Homosexual. That way inclined. Interested in that. Having such a tendency. That way madness lies. The mentioned activity, line of inquiry, etc. should not be pursued because it will cause frustration, anger, etc. and lead to no good. That which doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Alternative form of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That which has been seen cannot be unseen. Alternative form of what has been seen cannot be unseen. That will do. Said to confirm that something is suitable in quantity or in a particular quality. That would. That would have. That would have. That will. That'll be the day. Said in reply to something that one believes will never happen. That'll be the Frosty Friday. Synonym of that'll be the day said in reply to something that one believes will never happen. That'll do. Used to acknowledge something as being sufficient. That'll do it to you. That will have that effect on one. That'll learn someone. Alternative form of that'll teach someone. That'll teach someone. Used after someone has done something bad and has got punished for it, to learn from their mistake. That will have. That one. Out of contraction of that are. That is. That's a girl. Alternative form of a tag girl. That's a good one. That's funny, often said to indicate that what has just been said is laughably unbelievable. That's a laugh. That is unlikely to be true. That's a pity. Synonym of too bad. That's a relief. Said upon hearing good news that makes someone cease to be worried about something. That's a shame. Synonym of too bad. That's a wrap. Used to indicate that the activity being engaged in has just ended. That's about the size of it. That is the situation. That is how it is. That's all. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See, that is all. That's all Greek to me. Alternative form of it's all Greek to me. That's all she wrote, indicating an abrupt termination of a project or of one's hopes or plans. That's all there is to it. That's all. There is no more to discuss. That's all, folks. That's it. That is the end. There is no more. That's as may be. Even if that is the case, acknowledging another's point before introducing a more pertinent one. That's sonnet. Used to express annoyance or announce that one has reached the limit of one's patience or temper. That's flat. Alternative form of and that's flat. That's for me to know and you to find out. A phrase used to reply to a question whose answer the speaker does not want to reveal. That's Greek to me. Alternative form of it's all Greek to me. That's how the cookie crumbles. Alternative form of that's the way the cookie crumbles. That's all, there is nothing more to the issue. That's it. Send tweet. Underscores a punchy quip or random thought. That's just me. Indicates the expression of a personal opinion, but often used ironically as an understatement. That's life. Expressing an acceptance of misfortune. That's me told. You sure told me. You sure showed me. Suggesting that the speaker is suitably chastened for their foolish error. That's mighty white of you. Used to express gratitude or appreciation for someone's fairness, kindness, or generosity. That's my. Indicates approval at someone who is doing something praiseworthy. That's news to me. Indicating that one has heard something for the first time or has heard something one did not previously know. That's right. Used to indicate agreement with or confirmation to the previous speaker's remark. That's saying something. Said of something that has an even greater impact or effect than what is readily apparent considering the context. That's something. Used to indicate that one aspect of an otherwise bad situation is good. That's that. There is nothing more to say or to do concerning the matter and is not up for discussion or debate. That's that on that. Synonym of that's that. There is nothing more to say or to do concerning the matter and is not up for discussion or debate. That's the bunny. That is the right person or thing. That's it. That's the spirit. Used to encourage someone's positive attitude. That's the stuff. Said in approval of something pleasurable. That's the thing. Used to introduce the main point or issue, especially as a refutation or negation to a statement made by another speaker. That's the ticket. That's just right. That's just what is needed. That's the ticket for soup. Archaic form of that's the ticket that is just right, or exactly what is needed. That's the tip. Synonym of that's the ticket. That's the way it goes. That is the way things happen. That's the way life is. That is the way things happen. That's the way the ball bounces. That is the way things happen. That's the way the cookie crumbles. That is the way things happen. That's life. That's the way the mop flops. That is the way things happen. That's too bad. Synonym of too bad. That's torn it. Synonym of that tears it. That's what's up. Alternative form of that's what's up. That's true. That's what he said. A male equivalent of "that's what she said," in which the joke draws attention to something a male lover might say. That's what I call, used to express that the thing in question is an ideal example. That's what I'm talking about. Used to express enthusiastic support for an object or person that has just been referenced or for an event that has just occurred. That's what she said, a joking retort that draws attention to the possibility of sexual innuendo in what was just said. That's what's up. Used to express acquiescence or concurrence, true, indeed. That's why. A statement to emphasize the reason or explanation just given. That's your law. That is the end. There is no more. That's it. That's all. That's your sort. That's it. That's the spirit, expressing approval or encouragement. Haven't. Contraction of that is not. Have a. Contraction of that have. That away. Alternative form of that away that way. That away. That way usually in terms of physical direction. Thach. A surname. Thach K. An island of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Thatch rake. A rake with double-edged, crescent-shaped blades used for slicing through and pulling out thatch from a lawn. Thatch rakes. Plural of thatch rake. Thatch weave. Misspelling of thatch weave. Thatch rake. A tool for combing the straw or similar material in a thatched roof straight, consisting of a straight bar with curved teeth or points. Thatch rakes. Plural of thatch rake. Thatchshire. A town and civil parish with a town council in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 5167. Thatch. Simple past and past participle of thatch. Thatcher. An occupational surname originating as an occupation for someone who covered roofs in straw. Thatcher effect. The phenomenon whereby it is more difficult to detect local feature changes in an upside-down face, despite identical changes being obvious in an upright face. Thatcher illusion. The optical illusion resulting from the Thatcher effect. Thatcher's children. People who grew up or were born in the United Kingdom during the premiership of Margaret Thatcher 1979-1990 and who adopted the ideology of Thatcherism. Thatcher's rake. Synonym of thatch rake, tool for combing a thatched roof. Thatcher's rakes. Plural of Thatcher's rake. Thatcheresque. Reminiscent of Margaret Thatcher 1925-2013, former British Prime Minister, or her policies. Thatcheria. Of or relating to Margaret Thatcher 1925-2013, British Prime Minister. Thatcherization. Alternative spelling of Thatcherization. Thatcherize. Alternative spelling of Thatcherize. Thatcherize. Simple past and past participle of Thatcherize. Thatcherizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Thatcherize. Thatcherizing. Present participle and gerund of Thatcherize. Thatcherism. The political ideology attributed to the governments of British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher 1979-1990, characterized by, among other things, a free market economy, privatization, low taxation, austerity, and opposition to unionization. Thatcherists. A proponent of Thatcherism. Thatcherists. Plural of Thatcherist. Thatcherite. Of or relating to Thatcherism. Thatcherites. Plural of thatcherite. Thatcherization. The act or process of thatcherizing. Thatcherize. To subject to Thatcherism. Thatcherize. Simple past and past participle of thatcherize. Thatcherize is third person singular simple present indicative of thatcherize. Thatcherizing. Present participle and gerund of thatcherize. Thatchernomics. The economic policies followed by Margaret Thatcher, British Prime Minister. Thatchers. Plural of Thatcher. Thatches. Plural of thatch. Thatching. Bundles of hay or straw used to make a roof. Thatching grass. A grass of the genus Hyperrhenia. Thatching rake. Synonym of thatch rake. Thatching rakes. Plural of thatching rake. Thatchings. Plural of thatching. Thatchless. Without thatch. Thatchly. Resembling thatch. That. Simple past and past participle of thatch. Thatcherer. A construction made by thatching. That's it. Made of or resembling thatch. Thatri. A town in Jammu and Kashmir, India, is subdivision and a tehsil of Doda district. Thatness. The quality or characteristic of being that something referred to. Thatnesses. Plural of thatness. That's. Plural of that. That. Obsolete spelling of that. That. Alternative form of ada. That's a. Thataboy. Alternative form of a taboy. Tata girl. Alternative form of a tagirl. Thataway. Alternative form of thataway. A fan of Take That, an English boy band popular in the 1990s. Thaters. Plural of thater. That'un. Contraction of that one. An Aboriginal Australian people living around the Twofold Bay area of the south coast of New South Wales. Thaw. Alternative spelling of thobe. Thaws. Plural of thaw. The. Obsolete form of thought. Dots. Plural of thought. Thaumalade. Any midge in the family Thaumalady. Thaumalades. Plural of thaumalade. Thaumantian. Of or relating to Thaumanches. Thaumanchos. The goddess Iris. Thaumenes. Alternative form of Thaumanches. Thaumarchia. Any of the phylum Thaumachiata Archaeobacteria or the phylum as a whole. Thaumarchial. Relating to the Thaumarchia. Thaumarchial. A cell membrane lipid present in some Thaumarchiota. Thaumachiota. The archaea that are members of the phylum Thaumachiota. Thaumarchiato. Relating to the phylum Thaumarchiota. Thaumachiot. The phylum Thaumachiota. Thaumachios. Plural of Thaumarchiot. Thaumachiatic. Relating to Thaumarchiots. Thaumarchiato. Relating to organisms of the phylum Thaumarchiota. Thaumas. A sea god, son of Pontus and Gaia. Thaumascope. Synonym of thaumatrope. Thaumascopes. Plural of thaumascope. Thaumasite. A hexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing calcium, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and sulfur. Thaumasmes. The presentation of something as a marvel rather than in a neutrally descriptive way. Thaumastodermatid. Any gastrotrich of the family Thaumastodermatidae. Thaumastodermatids. Plural of Thaumastodermatid. Thauma. Alternative form of Thaumato. Thaumatichdid. Any fish in the family Thaumatichdeidae. Thaumatichdhids. Plural of Thaumatichdhi. Thaumatin. A virtually calorie-free protein sweetener and flavor modifier. Thaumatins. Plural of thaumatin. Thaumato. Miracle, wonder, marvel. Thaumatosopridid. Any ostracod of the family Thaumatosoprididae. Thaumatosopриdids. Plural of Thaumatosopridid. Thaumatogeny. The origination of life by a miracle rather than by natural law. Thaumatography. A description of natural wonders. Thaumatology. Worship or undue admiration of wondrous or miraculous things. Thaumatological. Of or pertaining to thaumatology. Thaumatology. The study of miracles. Thaumatosaulioi. Any crustacean of the order pertaining to thaumatology. Thaumatology. The study of miracles. Thaumatosaulioi. Any crustacean of the order Thaumatopsiloida. Thaumatopsilioids. Plural of Thaumatopsilioi. Thaumatrope. A zootrope. Thaumatropes. Plural of thaumatrope. Thaumatrope. Of or relating to a thaumatrope. Thaumaturge. A performer of thaumaturgy, a performer of miracles, a magician. Thaumaturges. Plural of thaumaturge. Thaumaturgi. Plural of thaumaturgus. Thaumaturgia. Alternative form of thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgic. Of or relating to the working of magic or performance of miracles. Thaumaturgical. Relating to thaumaturgy, magical. Thaumaturgically. By means of or in terms of magic. Thaumaturgics. Feats of legerdemain or magical tricks. Thaumaturgies. Plural of thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgism. Thaumaturgy, miracle working. Thaumaturgus. A performer of thaumaturgy, a performer of miracles, a magician. Thaumaturgiste. Thaumaturgic. Thaumaturgists. Plural of thaumaturgus. Thaumaturgus. A miracle worker. Thaumaturguses. Plural of thaumaturgus. Thaumaturguses. Plural of thaumaturgus. Thaumaturgy. The working of miracles, wonder working, magic, witchcraft. Wizardry. Thaumaivore. An animal or life form that feeds off of magic or magical energy as the main part of its diet. Thaumaivores. Plural of thaumaivore. Thaumatophoid. Any member of the family Thaumatophoidae of moths and caterpillars. Thaumatophoids. Plural of thaumatophoid. Thaumatophoin. An urticating toxin found in the defensive bristles of certain moths. Thaume. Relating to magic, magical. Thaumael. One of the 10 orders of Qliphoth, associated with or ruled by the demons Satan and Moloch. They. Alternative form of thief. Thayus. Plural of thave. Thal. A barrel drum instrument used in the traditional South Indian music. Thavels. Plural of thavel. a river in South Wales which flows into the Bristol Channel at Aberthaw. Thaw out. To thaw completely. Thaw wind. A cold, piercing wind from the south or southeast, which often accompanies the breaking up of a long frost. Thaw winds. Plural of thaw wind. Thaw-rot. A drop of water formed by melting snow or ice. Thaw drops. Plural of thaw drop. Thawa. Alternative form of thaw. Thawa. Divine reward for good deeds. Thawdle. Able to be thawed. Thawavs. Plural of thawa. Thawan. The 5th month of May Day traditional lunar calendar. Thawanthapa. A May Day ethnic male given name. Tha. Alternative spelling of thobe. Thawed. Plural of thaw. Thawed. Simple past and past participle of thaw. Thawn out. Simple past and past participle of thaw out. Thawer. A device for thawing something. Thowers. Plural of thawer. Thaw. Third person singular simple present indicative of thaw. Thaw. Present participle and gerund of thaw. Thawing out. Present participle and gerund of thaw out. Thawingly. So as to thaw while thawing. Thawings. Plural of thawing. Thawless. Eternally frozen, not prone to thaw. Thawed. Plural of thaw. Thaws and out. Third person singular simple present indicative of thaw out. The I dialect spelling of thought. Thaw. Becoming liquid, thawing, inclined to or tending to thaw. Thaxted. A small town and civil parish in Uttlesford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 6131. Thaxtamen. Any of a group of cyclic dipeptide phytotoxins formed from the condensation of 4-nitrotryptophan and phenylalanine. Thaxtamens. Plural of thaxtamen. Thaxton. A surname. Thaxtons. Plural of Thaxton. Pronunciation spelling of the Thanthaba. Alternative form of Thawanthaba. Thawadi. A town in the Bago region, Myanmar. Thair. A surname. Thayer County. One of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Hebron. Lays. A town in the Bago region, Myanmar. They. A surname. Thanes. Plural of Thane. That. Formal form of that's. That. Alternative spelling of thas. AC. Initialism of tetrahydrocannabinol. AC. Initialism of tetrahydrocannabivarin. DAC. Initialism of tetrahydroxycorticosterone. DAD. Abbreviation of thunder. Used before a noun phrase, including a simple noun. Synonym of Malibu. The Melbourne Cricket Ground. MCG, situated in Melbourne, Australia. Accident. A brown dwarf in interstellar space in the Milky Way galaxy, thought to be the oldest brown dwarf yet discovered and having the fastest brown dwarf galactic orbital velocity yet discovered at the time of its discovery in 2021. The answer to A Maiden's Prayer. An attractive man considered as an eligible bachelor. The apple does not fall far from the stem. Alternative form of the apple does not fall far from the tree. The apple does not fall far from the tree. A child grows up to be similar to its parents, both in behavior and in physical characteristics. The apple does not fall far from the trunk. Alternative form of the apple does not fall far from the tree. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Alternative form of the apple does not fall far from the tree. The apple never falls far from the tree. Alternative form of the apple does not fall far from the tree. The apple's on the other side of the wall are the sweetest. Synonym of the grass is always greener on the other side. Yes. A rejection, the termination of a relationship, especially employment. That is, a trophy played for by England and Australia in Test cricket, in the form of a small urn containing the ashes of a cremated cricket stump or set of bales. The ayes have it. Something has received enough votes to be approved. The bad penny always comes back. Alternative form of a bad penny always turns up. The bad penny always turns up. Alternative form of a bad penny always turns up. The bad place. Oh, the Bahamas. Alternative letter case form of the Bahamas. The ball is in someone's court. It is someone's turn to do something, often making a decision. The business. Something or someone excellent, surpassingly wonderful, or cool. The best defense is attack. Synonym of attack is the best form of defense. The best defense is a good offense. Synonym of attack is the best form of defense. The best is the enemy of the good. Synonym of perfect is the enemy of good. The best laid plans of mice and men go oft astray. Alternative form of the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. The best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. No matter how well a project is planned, accidents or misfortune can still occur. The best things in life are free. The most valuable things in life, for example, friendship, courtesy, cost nothing. The best things in life are things. Synonym of the best things in life are free. If there's the enemy of the good. Synonym of perfect is the enemy of good. A Bible. Alternative letter case form of the Bible. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. The larger or the higher of a rank something is, the more disastrous and spectacular its downfall. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Synonym of the bigger they are, the harder they fall. The biggest, the major leagues. The bill, please, indicates the speaker wishes to pay the bill, for example, in a restaurant. The birds and the bees. Alternative form of birds and bees. The biter bit, a hurt person who has hurt others in the past. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice, expressing pride in one's black heritage. No but. Alternative letter case form of the boat Mayflower. A what? In U.S. history and genealogy, a nickname for Mayflower, the ship on which the Pilgrims sailed from England to Plymouth, Massachusetts, in 1620. The bogs. A public bathroom. Lavatory. No. Alternative form of the bomb as in a nuclear bomb. No. The atomic bomb, the capability to launch a nuclear attack. The bombs. Plural of the bomb. Elwood. Nickname for Louisiana, a state of the United States. The boot is on the other foot. Alternative form of the shoe is on the other foot. Nomata, a village and capital of the Caribbean island of Saba, Netherlands. The box they're going to bury it in. A person or product that hastens the obsolescence of another person or product. The boxes they're going to bury them in. Plural of the box they're going to bury it in. The boys. The speaker's group of male friends. This phrase is often put after me, and if the speaker is referring to themselves and their friends. The breath of life, a fundamental necessity. The bride at every wedding, the corpse at every funeral, the perpetual center of attention. The British are coming, a warning that enemies are about and a battle is about to begin. The buck stops here, a statement that no excuses will be made, that the speaker is going to take direct responsibility for matters, rather than pass the responsibility to higher authorities. The burnt child dreads the fire. Alternative form of a burnt child dreads the fire. The burnt child fears the fire. Alternative form of a burnt child dreads the fire. The business. Hollywood, the entertainment industry. The cake is a lie. The end being pursued is unattainable or misguided. The reward promised is false. The call is coming from inside the house. A problem is the result of internal factors or agents and is not the result of outside influence or interference. The Call of South Africa, a former national anthem of South Africa created during the 1920s and used from the 1930s to the 1990s. The camera never lies. A photograph or an image is always an honest representation of a person or an object. The candle that burns twice as bright burns half as long. The more intensely someone or something works or acts, the more quickly that person will burn out or that thing will end. The captain goes down with the ship. A leader is ultimately responsible for the penalties of a catastrophe, even if they result from external causes or the misactions of others under the leader's purview. The carpet matches the drapes. A woman's pubic hair is of the same color as the hair on her head, i.e. her hair is not dyed. The cat would eat fish, but would not wet her feet. In order to achieve something, it is inevitable and necessary that some sacrifices be made. The cat's out of the bag. It is too late, particularly used of secrets that have been exposed. The cat's pajamas. Alternative spelling of the cat's pajamas. The cat's pajamas, a highly sought after and fancy example of something, usually referring to inanimate objects. The change, menopause. The Charltons, a civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District, which includes the villages of Charlton Mackerel and Charlton Adam. The chickens come home to roost. A person's past wrongdoings will return to negatively affect them. The chaff, synonym of the fuck intensifier. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, alternative form of Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The City a Thousand Windows, nickname for Berat, a city and municipality, the seat of Berat County, Albania. The clock around, synonym of around the clock. The closet is made of glass, used in reference to someone whose sexual orientation or gender identity is widely known despite not being acknowledged. The coast is clear. There is no danger. One can freely pass through a region without risk of discovery. The cobbler always wears the worst shoes. People often fail to apply their skills to themselves. The cobbler's children are the worst shod. Synonym of the shoemaker's children go barefoot. The cobbler's children go barefoot. Synonym of the shoemaker's children go barefoot. The computer says no. Alternative form of computer says no. The county, a nickname for W: County in W: Maine. The course of true love never did run smooth. There will always be issues or problems in a romantic relationship. The cow knows not the worth of its tail till it loses it. Synonym of you never miss the water till the well runs dry. The cowl does not make the monk. The superficial trappings of something are unrelated to its true essence. The craft, Minecraft. The cupboard is bare. There is little to no food or money. The cure is worse than the disease. The medical treatment for an illness produces a worse net result than the illness does or threatens a non-negligible risk of doing so, especially via adverse effects. The curtain falls. The end of something has come. The curtains match the drapes. Synonym of the carpet matches the drapes. The customer is always right. Service staff should give high priority to customer satisfaction. The synonym of semicircle, an arc whose center is the penalty spot extending from the top of the penalty area. The Dalles, a city, the county seat of Wasco County, Oregon, United States. The damage is done. The harm has occurred, and nothing can be done to prevent it now. It might have been preventable, but cannot be prevented retroactively. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Synonym of the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. The darkest hour is always just before the dawn. Alternative form of the darkest hour is just before the dawn. The darkest hour is just before the dawn. The worst situation comes before a good one. The time spoken of. The day before. On the preceding day. The day before. This entity is a translation hub. The deer knows. God knows, nobody knows. The Deus you say. Euphemistic form of the devil you say. The devil. Alternative letter case form of the devil. The devil. Used to add emphasis to a question or statement. The devil a one. Not a single one. None of a number of people or things. The devil and the deep blue sea. Alternative form of between the devil and the deep blue sea. The devil finds work for idle hands. Synonym of idle hands are the devil's workshop. The devil finds work for idle hands. Synonym of idle hands are the devil's workshop. The devil is a liar. A general expression of distrust, particularly implying that another person is attempting to deceive the speaker or that a situation is not or cannot be as it appears. The devil is in the detail. Alternative form of the devil is in the details. The devil is in the details. The specific provisions of or particular steps for implementing a general plan, policy, or contract may be complicated, controversial, or unworkable. The devil looks after his own. Bad people often prosper unfairly because the devil helps them. The devil makes work for idle hands. Synonym of idle hands are the devil's workshop. The devil makes work for idle hands. Synonym of idle hands are the devil's workshop. The devil take the hindmost. Alternative form of devil take the hindmost. The devil take the hindmost. Alternative form of devil take the hindmost. The devil takes care of his own. Alternative form of the devil looks after his own. The devil that you know is better than the devil that you don't know. Alternative form of better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. The devil to pay and no pitch hot or ready. Synonym of devil to pay and no pitch hot. The devil we know is better than the devil we don't. Alternative form of better: the devil you know than the devil you don't know. The devil we know is better than the devil we don't know. Alternative form of better: the devil you know than the devil you don't know. The devil you know. Alternative form of better: the devil you know than the devil you don't know. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't. Alternative form of better: the devil you know than the devil you don't know. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. Alternative form of better: the devil you know than the devil you don't know. The devil you say. An expression of surprise at something stated by another. In modern usage, usually sarcastic, implying that the statement was obvious. The dickens. Used as an intensifier. The dickens you say. Euphemistic form of the devil you say. The die is cast. A conclusive action has been taken, so events will proceed in an irreversible manner. The point of no return has been passed. The future is determined. There are no more options. The dish. The Tasman Sea, separating Australia and New Zealand. The dog ate my homework. A stereotypical unconvincing excuse for not completing school homework, or by extension not meeting one's obligations. The dogs bark, but the caravan goes on. History or progress moves ahead, no matter the criticism it may attract. The dogs bark, but the caravan moves on. Alternative form of the dogs bark, but the caravan goes on. The Donald. Nickname for Donald Trump. The dose makes the poison. The damage that a substance causes is determined more by its quantity than by its essence. The city of Toronto. The double O. A thorough look or inspection. The dress. A dress, a photograph of which became an online viral phenomenon in 2015 as debate raged over whether it was blue and black or white and gold. The dress. Alternative letter case form of the dress. The drinks are on me indicates that speaker is going to pay for the drinks consumed at a bar, restaurant, etc. A dais. Plural of the D. The dums. Synonym of the pits. The early bird catches the worm. Alternative form of the early bird gets the worm. The early bird gets the worm. Whoever arrives first has the best chance of success. Some opportunities are available only to the first competitors. The emergency. The official euphemism used by the Irish government during the 1940s to refer to its neutral position during World War Roman II. The Enchantments. A region within the Alpine Lakes Wilderness area of Washington State's Cascade Mountain Range. Ed. Alternative letter case form of the end. Ed. Used traditionally at the end of a story or film. The end justifies the means. Morally wrong actions are sometimes necessary to achieve morally right outcomes. Actions can be considered morally right or wrong only by virtue of the morality of the outcome. The end of one's row. The limit of one's patience when one is so frustrated or annoyed that one can no longer cope. The ends justify the means. Alternative form of the end justifies the means. The enemy of enemies is a fan. It is sometimes necessary to cooperate with a person one does not like or agree with in order to combat a common threat. The enemy of enemies are fan. Two parties who have an enemy in common should join forces against it. Dantons. A suburb of Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. The eyes are the window to the soul. One can tell much about a person's character or personality from their eyes. A fact that, used to present an antecedent to a claim. The family that lays together stays together. A supposed motto describing the dynamics of incest. The family that prays together stays together. Shared religious observance strengthens family stability. The family that sleeps together keeps together. A supposed motto describing the dynamics of incest. The FAR. Stanford University. The fat hit the fire. Trouble happened. The fat is in the fire. Trouble will happen soon. The feathers fly. An argument or fight is instigated. A fiat. Euphemistic form of the fuck. The foo. The British and Allied fighter pilots during the Battle of Britain in World War II. The fewer the better fare. Things are better when fewer people are involved. The fifth Beatle. Any of various men who worked closely with the Beatles, including George Martin, Pete Best, Stuart Sutcliffe, and Billy Preston. The fine city. Singapore. The finest. A city's police force or the police officers of a particular area. The finger. An obscene gesture, typically consisting of extending the middle finger at somebody. A fur. The British royal family. The first step is always the hardest. The hardest part of a process is always the beginning. Things get easier afterwards. The first turn of the screw pays all debts. One's problems on shore may be forgotten at the first turn of one's ship's propeller. The fish. Synonym of Pisces. The fish rots from the head. Bad leaders harm an organization. The fix is in a process. For example, a court case has been rigged behind the scenes and its outcome will not reflect true justice. The floor is lava. Synonym of hot lava. The forbidden fruit tastes the sweetest. Alternative form of forbidden fruit is the sweetest. The four seas. Four bodies of water that metaphorically made up the boundaries of ancient China. Qinghai Lake to the west, the East China Sea east, Lake Baikal north, and the South China Sea south. The fox may grow gray, but never good. One cannot change one's nature, no matter how much time passes. The freaks come out at night. Those who are inclined to engage in mischievous or criminal behavior prefer to commit such activity during the evening. The var, used with an interrogative pronoun as an intensifier to express anger, frustration, incredulity, or other strong emotion. The fucking you get isn't worth the fucking you get. The sexual satisfactions that one receives from a spouse or romantic partner are not sufficient to compensate for the significant periods of bad faith and unpleasant treatment which such relationships routinely involve. The fucking you get isn't worth the fucking you take. Alternative form of the fucking you get isn't worth the fucking you get. The fucking you get isn't worth the fucking you're going to get. Alternative form of the fucking you get isn't worth the fucking you get. The full quid. Synonym of the full shilling. The full shilling. In control of one's mental faculties, sane, all there. The full ticket. Synonym of the full shilling. The fur flies. There is a vicious fight or disagreement. The future is now. Advanced and cutting-edge technology is available nowadays. The game? A mind game where the objective is to avoid thinking about the game, and by thinking about it one loses, and subsequently has to announce one's loss to the world in order to make them lose. The game is not worth the candle. The process or result is not worth the effort. The game is up. Secret plans or activities have been revealed, usually leading to their failure. The genie is up at the bottle. Information has been released that will have ongoing consequences. The genie's out of the bottle. Alternative form of the genie is out of the bottle. The ghost walks. The manager comes to pay the company's salaries. The girls are fighting. Used to describe a dramatic conflict between two or more powerful individuals or groups, especially one perceived as petty or out of touch. The gods smile on someone. Someone experiences good fortune, success, or well-being. The good die young. Well-regarded people who are morally upright, kind, and beneficent tend to die at a younger age than do most people. The good doctor. An honorific for a doctor, especially for a doctor of medicine, a physician, or for Dr. Samuel Johnson. The good doctors. Plural of the good doctor. An honorific for a group of doctors, especially for a group of doctors of medicine physicians. The gorge. A civil parish in Telford and Wrekin district, Shropshire, England. The grapes are sour anyway, indicating that one despises what one cannot obtain. The grass is always greener. Alternative form of the grass is always greener on the other side. The grass is always greener on the other side. The circumstances of others seem more desirable than one's own, but in reality often are not. The grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. Alternative form of the grass is always greener on the other side. The grass is always greener on the other side of the road. Alternative form of the grass is always greener on the other side. The great and the good, worthy, distinguished, or important people, especially when gathered together. Agree. A number of places in England. The grey mare is the better horse. The wife, not the husband, is in charge of the household. The groy, synonym of a coronia. The Hague, a city, the capital of South Holland, Netherlands, the administrative capital of the Netherlands. The Hague Invasion Act, alternative form of Hague Invasion Act. The half of it, only a part of something, not the full picture. Typically, it is implied to be the most important part. The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. Alternative form of the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Women, particularly mothers, have a decisive influence on the future direction of society because they raise and nurture the next generation. The hand axe come out. A row intensifies. A dispute becomes heated. The handwriting is on the wall. Alternative form of the writing is on the wall. The Hatfields and the McCoys. Any group or pair of parties engaged in a long-lasting feud. The Heavens. A community civil parish in Pembrokeshire, Wales. The head Fred. The person in charge. Boss leader. The heart wants what it wants. Who one falls in love with is not a rational or deliberate decision. The heart wants what the heart wants. Alternative form of the heart wants what it wants. The heat is on. A situation has reached a point of great commotion, energy, or activity. The heavens open. It starts to rain heavily and suddenly. The hut, used for emphasis after an interrogative word. The hell, used to indicate emphatic rejection of an assertion or request. The hell outta, used as an intensifier. The hell with it, forget about it, a disgusted or frustrated dismissal of something. The hell you say. I vehemently disagree with you. I will not obey you. The highest branch is not the safest roost. A coveted position of power does not guarantee safety to the holder. The hit dog hollers. Alternative form of a hit dog will holler. The house. Ellipsis of the house down. The house always wins. In a casino, all gambling is designed so that the house, i.e. the casino owners, will always net a profit, regardless of the successes of individual patrons. The house down, used as an intensifier, vary, to a great degree, exceptionally. The 100, a short form of professional cricket that lasts for 100 balls. The ink was not even dry. Alternative form of ink isn't dry on. The internet never forgets. A widely held belief that everything that is posted online will remain there forever. The island, synonym of Prince Edward Island. The jag is up, an expression used to mean we have been caught out and have no defense, or have spoken to a person who has just been found out as the perpetrator of an offense, where it means you've been discovered. The job is oxo. Everything is satisfactory, things are fine. The job's a good un. Alternative form of job's a good un. The joke is on someone. Someone is the butt of a joke or is experiencing a negative outcome, especially if that person was trying to make someone else the butt of the joke or subject them to the negative outcome. The joke's on someone. Used to point out that someone tried to say something smart, but it came out foolish. The jokes write themselves. A situation where it is very easy to make jokes or the humor of a situation is self-evident. The jug goes to the well until it breaks. Even though something can be used well at the moment, it will eventually break down as everything does. The jury is still out. Alternative form of the jury is out. The king is dead, long live the king. Traditional announcement made when a new monarch becomes the ruler after the previous one passed away. The kingfish, by name of Huey Pierce Long. The Klondike, alternative form of Klondike, a region of Yukon replete with goldfields. The knives are out. People are angry. The labor is worthy of his hire. People deserve to be rewarded for their efforts. The labor is worthy of his hire. Alternative form of the laborer is worthy of his hire. The lady doth protest too much. It is suspected that, because someone is insisting too much about something, the opposite of what they are saying must be true. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. Alternative form of the lady doth protest too much. The last day, synonym of yesterday. The last favor, sexual intercourse as permitted by a woman. The last I heard, used to introduce one's most recent information on a subject, while acknowledging that things may have changed since the speaker was informed. The last of time, a time or condition of decline, indigence or exhaustion, a person or object in such a condition. The latch string is out. A person is assured of a hospitable welcome. The law is a ass. Alternative form of the law is an ass. The law is an arse. Misconstruction of the law is an ass. The law is an ass. The law, as created by legislators or as administered by the justice system, cannot be relied upon to be sensible or fair. The laws of thermodynamics, the dieting maxim that one needs a calorie deficit to lose body fat and surplus calories to gain muscle. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Two parts of an organization are unaware of each other's activities. The length of the Flemington Strait, a long way, a great distance, a large gap, a lot. Though it, a 7-note stock musical phrase in jazz, pop, and classical music. The lights are on, but no one's home. Alternative form of the lights are on, but nobody's home. The lights are on, but nobody's home. Somebody is failing to respond, react, or comprehend. The lights are on, but nobody's home. somebody is conscious or paying attention but failing to understand. The line is busy indicates that the telephone line is busy. The long and short, the gist, the essence or substance, the most important or salient features. The long way around the barn, synonym of around Robin Hood's barn, a roundabout or circuitous route. The longest pole knocks the persimmon. Whoever has the most advantages has the best chance of success. Hello, the Chicago Loop, the famous section of downtown Chicago. The Lord helps those that help themselves. Alternative form of God helps those who help themselves. The Lord helps those who help themselves. Alternative form of God helps those who help themselves. The Lord works in mysterious ways. Alternative form of God works in mysterious ways. The Lord's anointed. Christ or the Messiah. The Lord's anointed. Alternative letter case form of the Lord's anointed. The Lord's work. Synonym of God's work. The love of money is the root of all evil. Synonym of money is the root of all evil. The lower 48. Synonym of outside. The Mall, a wide avenue in London leading from Trafalgar Square and Admiralty Arch to Buckingham Palace. Used as a ceremonial route. Alternative letter case form of the man when construed as a proper noun, naming the one and only. The oppressive powers that be, including the government and corporations, the system, as coordinated outside of one's control. The man, the myth, the legend, used to introduce a notorious person. The map is not the territory. Our models of the world and our sensations of the world are not the true world. The Massachusetts of Australia. The state of Victoria. The math ain't mathing. Something is incorrect or unreasonable. Something doesn't add up or makes no sense. The math is mathing. Something is correct or reasonable. Something adds up or makes sense. The meals. Alternative form of measles. The measure of a man, that which shows the value of a person's life, one's non-monetary worth. The mill cannot grind with water that is past. Do not cry over spilt milk. What has already happened cannot be changed or repaired. The mills of the gods grind slowly. Justice may arise slowly, but it cannot be avoided. The mind boggles. One is astonished or unable to comprehend. The mixture as before, used to indicate the same action, situation, or thing, etc. as previously. The moon on a stick. All that one could desire, especially as an unreasonable demand, everything. The more one learns about people, the more one likes one's pet. Synonym of familiarity breeds contempt. The more familiar. Something is more fun with more people. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Turbulent changes do not affect reality on a deeper level other than to cement the status quo. The more you know, used to imply that a piece of information that otherwise seems trivial or uninteresting might represent valuable knowledge. The more you know, the higher you go. Expertise leads to career promotion. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Those who are too different or conspicuous get criticized or sanctioned by others. The natives are getting restless. Alternative form of the natives are restless. The natives are restless. A group of agitated people such as a set of residents, customers, or citizens is expressing annoyance, distress, or other discomposure. The nervo, followed by a pronoun or personal name s, expresses disapproval or anger about something done or said by the referred person s. The Netherlands. See Netherlands. A new black. Something that is trendy, popular, the latest fashion. The next best thing. A suitable replacement when the ideal thing is not available. The next day. The day that follows the one just spoken about. This entry is a translation hub. The night before last. During the night before last night. 2 nights ago. The night is young. It's not very late at night and there's plenty of time. The north of Ireland. Alternative form of Northern Ireland. The nose knows. Despite the addressee's belief that the speaker was unaware of something, the speaker, in fact, was already aware. The nut does not fall far from the tree. Synonym of the apple does not fall far from the tree. The odds are good, but the goods are out. There are plenty of potential romantic/sexual partners available, but many of them are strange or eccentric people. The old woman is plucking her goose. It is snowing. The oldest trick in the book. A method of deception or trickery that has been overused so many times before that it should therefore be well known or remain as common knowledge to everyone. The Albus. Former name of Kata T. Judah. No one. A particularly special or compatible person or thing. The one that got away. A former romantic partner who retains a special place in one's memory and whose loss one regrets. The one, plural of the one. The organ grinder, not the monkey. Synonym of organ grinder, the person who is in charge rather than a lackey or representative, the person truly responsible for another's actions. The organ grinders, not the monkeys. Plural of the organ grinder, not the monkey. The organ grinder, not the monkey. Alternative form of the organ grinder, not the monkey. Theohedi. Either the Senate or the House of Representatives from the point of view of the other. Day. Recently, lately, a few days ago. The other place. Oh, the other way. To the opposite side of the plate relative to the batter. The other way around. The same but with the things or people mentioned in reverse order. The other way around. The same but with the mentioned things or people in reverse order or position. The other way. Me. Hook. The wiki. Wikipedia. The oval. Alternative lettercase form of the oval, a cricket ground in South London. The pants-off. An intensifier used with some transitive action verbs to indicate that the action is performed with thoroughness, vigor, or complete success. The party is over. An irresponsible or carefree period has ended. It is time to be serious or take responsibility. The Bass. A town next to the rural municipality of Kelsey, western Manitoba, Canada. The pen is mightier than the sword. More influence and power can be usurped by writing than by fighting. The penny drops. Understanding is reached. One comprehends. The perfect is the enemy of the good. Alternative form of perfect is the enemy of good. The pubs. The Greenwich time signal. The pitcher goes so often to the well that it is broken at last. When something is used enough times, it will eventually break down. The pits. Something miserable or unpleasant. The play. Synonym of the hell expletive. The pleasure is all mine. Used to politely accept someone's gratitude, words of appreciation, or an indication that one has been helpful and to express that one is happy to have done whatever inspired that gratitude or appreciation. The plot thickens. Used to describe an increasingly complex or mysterious situation. The plural of anecdote is not data. Anecdotal evidence is not sufficient to prove something. The but, synonym of smallpox. The poor we will always have with us. Poverty for some is inevitable. The proof is in the eating. Alternative. The form of the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The proof is in the pudding. Alternative form of the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. One can only claim that something is a success after it has been tried out or used. The proverbial dog that caught the car. Synonym of dog that caught the car. The quality. Alternative letter case form of the quality, the upper class. The quality. The upper class, the high society, the gentry, the people of quality. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. A phrase containing every letter of the English alphabet epangram, used to demonstrate typographical fonts, etc. The rabbit died, indicates one's own pregnancy, or that someone has found out they are pregnant. The race that stops a nation. The annual Melbourne Cup horse race. The rest is gravy. After that, it is easy. The rest is history. One does not need to continue narrating a story as the subsequent events are assumed to be well known. The revolution will not be televised. A societal revolution will happen genuinely and in real life and will not be caught on film. The rich get richer. Synonym of those that have get. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Alternative letter case form of the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Well-intended acts can potentially lead to disasters. The rock. Alternative letter case form of the rock. The rough side of one's tongue. Angry words, harsh criticism. The rubber hits the road. Alternative form of the rubber meets the road. The rubber meets the road. A place or circumstance at which the implementation of a plan or intent is to be achieved. The **n. Censored spelling of the Sun, a British tabloid newspaper. The same. In the same manner, to the same extent, equally. The same mixture as before. Alternative form of the mixture as before. The Sands. A village in Seal and Sands Parish, Guildford Borough, Surrey, England. Westgrid Ref SU 8846. The schoolmaster is abroad. Education and intelligence are now widespread among the people. The screwing you get isn't worth the screwing you get. Alternative form of the fucking you get isn't worth the fucking you get. The screwing you get isn't worth the screwing you take. Alternative form of the fucking you get isn't worth the fucking you get. The screwing you get isn't worth the screwing you're going to get. Alternative form of the fucking you get isn't worth the fucking you get. The Secom. The Sun newspaper. Does it? Synonym of Mediterranean Sea. The settlement. A village in the British Virgin Islands. The shape of things to come. That is transiting and foreshadowing, pointing the way ahead. The shirt off one's back. Everything currently in the possession of a person. The shit. Something considered to be excellent or the best of its kind. The shit out of. To an intense degree. The shits. Diarrhea. The shoe is on the other foot. The roles of people in a situation have been reversed, such that the advantage has shifted to a party which was previously disadvantaged. The shoemaker always wears the worst shoes. Synonym of the cobbler always wears the worst shoes. The shoemaker's children go barefoot. One often neglects those closest to oneself. The shoemaker's son always goes barefoot. synonym of the shoemaker's children go barefoot. The show must go on, regardless of what happens. Whatever show has been planned still has to be staged for the waiting patrons. The sigma, used for emphasis after an interrogative word or relative pronoun. The scabedi, used for emphasis after an interrogative word or relative pronoun. The sky fell in. A total disaster occurred. The sky is the limit. Nothing is impossible or out of reach. The sky will fall on your head. Something unfortunate or disastrous will happen to you. The sky's the limit. Alternative form of the sky is the limit. The snot out of, to an intense degree. The spirit is strong, but the flesh is weak. Alternative form of the spirit is strong, but the flesh is weak. The spirit is strong, but the flesh is weak. Synonym of the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Alternative form of the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. As much as one wishes to achieve something, the frailties of the human body often make it impossible, sometimes extended to jocular or organizational reference. The spirit moves someone. One desires or decides on something. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. The person who complains or speaks up most loudly receives the redress or attention which they seek. The squeaky wheel gets the oil. Alternative form of the squeaky wheel gets the grease. The sticks, a remote, rural area, a place that is removed from civilization such as the boondocks. The storm, QAnon conspiracy theory. The story goes. The story is usually depicted as follows. The straw that broke the camel's back. A small and seemingly insignificant addition to a burden that renders it too much to bear. The small thing which causes failure, or causes an ability or unwillingness to endure any more of something. The street, synonym of Wall Street. The streets are paved with gold, used to describe a place where it is easy to become wealthy or live well. The Strip, the 4-mile stretch of Las Vegas Boulevard in Las Vegas, Nevada, running from Mandalay Bay to the stratosphere, including most of Las Vegas' major hotels and attractions. The stroke that broke the camel's back, synonym of the straw that broke the camel's back. The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must. The weak cannot resist the decisions of the strong. Power, not morality, decides the outcome of any dispute. The strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. Alternative form of the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. The struggle is real, used when experiencing or sympathizing with a difficulty or hardship. The Stukellies, a civil parish in Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England, which includes the villages of Great Stukelly and Little Stukelly northwest of Huntingdon. The sun is over the yardarm, used to indicate the time of day when it is permissible to begin drinking alcohol. The sun sets on something. Something comes to an end. The taggies hit the tar. Synonym of the rubber meets the road. The terrorists will have won. Phrase used to indicate that if a specified activity is not continued or carried out, those who seek to disrupt normal activities through terror will have succeeded, which is an unacceptable result. The thick plottins, spoonerism of the plot thickens. The thing, the needful thing, something suitable for the purpose. The thing is, used to introduce the main point or issue. The thing of it, the important point to consider. The 3 weeks, a period from the 17th of Tammuz to the Tisha B'Av. The time has come. Now is the appropriate moment. The tets, excellent, wonderful. The toilet is clogged. Indicates that the toilet is clogged. The tongue wounds more than a lance. Insults and offensive speech hurt more than physical injuries. The tutor, the sweeter. The sooner, the better. It is better if something happens or is done soon. The trash takes itself out. An undesirable person leaves. The truth is in the wine. Alternative form of in wine, there is truth. The turns have table. Synonym of the tables have turned. Cliff, land areas where landslips of cliffs have occurred in the past on the south coast of the Isle of Wight, England. The valley, a locale in Angola. The victor gets the spoils. Alternative form of to the victor go the spoils. The villages, a retirement community in Sumter, Lake Marion counties of Florida, United States, the largest retirement community in the world. The Ville, Somerville College, Oxford. The vine that ate the South, kudzu Asian vine. The voice of the people, the voice of God. The voice of the people should be heard. The Warren, a suburb of Martin's Heron, Winkfield Parish, Bracknell Forest District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 8868. The Wash, the square-shaped bay and estuary on the northwest margin of East Anglia between Norfolk and Lincolnshire in England. Away, as like in the way that, as in the way that, the way things are going, if the current situation does not change, if it continues like this. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Cooking food for a man is a good way to win his affections. The wheel has come full circle, referring to something that has changed greatly and has now reverted to its original state or position, the emblem of mutability. The wheel turns. Time moves forward, circumstances change, life continues. The wheels came off. Alternative form of the wheels fell off. The wheels came off the bus. Alternative form of the wheels fell off. The wheels came off the wagon. Alternative form of the wheels fell off. The wheels fall off. Alternative form of the wheels fell off. The wheels fell off. Something failed, often after or amidst a laborious, tiring process. The wheels fell off the bus. Alternative form of the wheels fell off. The wheels fell off the wagon. Alternative form of the wheels fell off. The while, at the same time, during that period, meanwhile, the whistle does not pull the train. Alternative form of it's not the whistle that pulls the train. The whistle doesn't pull the train. Alternative form of it's not the whistle that pulls the train. The whole bang shoot. The whole lot, everything involved, everyone, the entire process. The whole caboodle, everything else, the whole 9 yards, all the way, with everything done completely or thoroughly. The whole shop, the whole lot, everything, the works. The whole while, always, constantly, all the time, for the complete duration. The whole world, everybody, all the world. The whole world and his dog. Everybody, too many people, a huge crowd. The winner takes it all. Synonym of to the victor go the spoils. The wolf is at the door. Poverty or financial trouble is threatening someone. The wolf may lose his teeth, but never his nature. One cannot change one's nature, no matter how much time passes. The word is go, indicates that given plans or actions can proceed. The world and his wife, everyone, a great crowd, a jumbled assortment of people. The world is one's lobster. Intentional misrendering of the proverb, the world is one's oyster. The world is someone's oyster. All opportunities are open to someone. The world is theirs. The world is too much with someone. Someone is excessively materialistic and distanced from nature. The world over, all over the world, globally, throughout the world. The world owes one a living. One deserves a comfortable life without having to work hard for it. The writing is on the wall. Disaster is imminent. The wrong side of, older than the stated age, typically a decade. The yellow peril, alternative form of yellow peril, alleged threat to Western nations by East Asians. The pronunciation spelling of their dead or da. The rapist, a therapist. A female given name from ancient Greek, rather rare in English. Theseus, belonging to the Thesi. Theodor, a male given name. Theodotus, a classical Greek mathematician credited with proving that there are precisely 5 regular convex polyhedra. Theaflavin, an antioxidant polyphenol found in tea, any derivative of this compound. Theaflavins, plural of theaflavin. Thegenes, a male given name. The pronunciation spelling of their, representing African American vernacular English. Theodam, theism, morbid condition resulting from excessive consumption of tea. Thayer, an English surname. Theyston, a village and civil parish in Hambleton District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 450,959. Theystons, plural of Theakston. Thilby, a hamlet in Burton upon Stather Parish, North Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 8918. Thale, a village and civil parish in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 6471. Thale, a surname from Old English. Thales, plural of Theal. Theologian, one who studies the Ore goddess or the feminine divine, for example from a feminist viewpoint. Theologians, plural of theologian. Theological, of or pertaining to theology. Theologies, plural of theology. Theology, the study of or reflection upon the or a goddess or the feminine divine, for example from a feminist viewpoint. Theo, obsolete spelling of theme. Theos, plural of theme. Then, a surname. Theendric, relating to or existing by the union of divine and human operation in Christ, or the joint agency of the divine and human nature. Theindry, the condition of being theindric. Theanine, amino acid commonly found in tea. Theanines, plural of theanine. Theanthropic, partaking of or combining both divinity and humanity. Theanthropical, alternative form of theanthropic. Theanthropism, a state of being God and man. Theanthropist, a proponent of theanthropism. Theanthropists, plural of theanthropists. Theanthropoi, plural of theanthropos. Theanthropos, Christ regarded as having both a divine and human nature. Theanthroposophy, beliefs of or pertaining to theanthropism. Theanthropy, theanthropism. Virsh, the ruler of a theurgy, a monarch of gods. There, divinely sovereign or supreme. Theurges, plural of theurgy. Theurges, plural of theurge. Theurgy, a government ruled by God or a god, a theocracy. Thar, a surname from French. Thirds, plural of third. Theurbigen, any of a class of polymeric polyphenols formed during the enzymatic oxidation and condensation of gallocatechins during the fermentation reactions in black tea. Theurbigens, plural of theurbigen. Thiazoponin, any of a group of triterpenoid glycoside saponins related to soy saponin present in tea. Thiazoponins, plural of thiazoponin. Abbreviation of theater. Abbreviation of theatrical. Theater, a place or building consisting of a stage and seating in which an audience gathers to watch plays, musical performances, public ceremonies, and so on. Theater in the round, alternative form of theater in the round. Theater kid, a school student who has a great affinity for theater drama. Theater kids, plural of theater kid. Theater of war, the area in which armed conflict takes place. Theater goer, alternative form of theater goer. Theater goers, plural of theater goer. Theater in the round, a theater in the form of an arena with seating on at least 3 of the 4 sides. Theaterette, U.S. spelling of theatrette. Theaterettes, plural of theaterette. Theatergoer, one who attends a performance at a theater. Theatergoers, plural of theatergoer. Theatergoing, alternative spelling of theatre. Going. Theatergoings, plural of theater-going. Theatrical, misspelling of theatrical. Theanoant, part of the Manhattan borough in New York City, USA, where many theaters can be found. Theateros, alternative spelling of theaterless. Theater-like, resembling or characteristic of a theater, or the medium of theater. Theater maker, alternative form of theatre maker. Theater makers, plural of theater maker. Theaters, plural of theater. Theaters of war, plural of theater of war. Theaters in the round, plural of theater in the round. Theater wide, throughout a theater of war. The alternative form of theatine. Theatine, a member of a Catholic order established in 1524 in Italy, which consisted of monks and later nuns under the direction of the monks. Theatines, plural of theatine. Theatins, plural of theatin. Theato, theatical. Theater, alternative spelling of theater. Theater blues, Scrubs clothing. Theater in the round. Alternative form of theater in the round. Theater kid. Alternative spelling of theater kid. Theater kids. Plural of theater kid. Theater of the absurd. A primarily European style of absurdist theater of the late 1950s, focusing on existentialism and the breakdowns arising from a lack of meaning or purpose. Theater of war. Alternative spelling of theater of war. Theater organ. A large pipe organ, usually also containing percussion and sound effect elements of the style found in silent film theaters. Theater organs. Plural of theater organ. Theater goer. Alternative form of theater goer. Theater goers. Plural of theater goer. Theater going. Alternative form of theatre going. Theater goings. Plural of theater going. Theater in the round. Alternative form of theater in the round. Theatre goer. Alternative spelling of theater goer. Theatre goers. Plural of theatre goer. Theatre going. Who regularly visits the theater to see performances. Theatre goings. Plural of theatre going. Theatreland. Part of the West End district of London, England, where many theatres can be found. Theatros. Without a theater. Theaterlessness. Absence of theater. Theater-like. Alternative form of theater-like. Theatre maker. A theatrical producer, director, writer, or impresario. Theatre makers. Plural of theatre maker. Theatre making. The creation of theatrical productions. Theatre people. Plural of theatre person. Theatre person. A person involved in the theater. Theatre persons. Plural of theatre person. Theaters. Plural of theater. Theaters of war. Plural of theater of war. Theaters in the round. Plural of theater in the round. Theaterscape. The physical or figurative landscape of a theater. Theaterscapes. Plural of theaterscape. Theatre. A small theater. Theatrettes. Plural of theatrette. Theatroi. Alternative spelling of theater-wide. Theatre. Relating to acting or the theater. Theatrical. Theatrical. Of or relating to the theater. Theatrical film. A motion picture specifically made to be shown in a theater, as opposed to a made-for-television film, or a film released directly to video. Theatrical films. Plural of theatrical film. Theatrical prop. Items used in stage plays and similar entertainments to further the action. Theatrical props. Plural of theatrical prop. Theatricalization. Alternative spelling of theatricalization. Theatricalize. Alternative spelling of theatricalize. Theatricalize. Simple past and past participle of theatricalize. Theatricalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of theatricalize. Theatricalizing. Present participle and gerund of theatricalize. Theatricalism. Theatrical style or behavior. Theatricalisms. Plural of theatricalism. Theatricalities. Plural of theatricality. Theatricality. theatrical behavior and mannerisms. Theatricalization, the act or the result of theatricalizing. Theatricalizations, plural of theatricalization. Theatricalize, to render suitable for the theater. Theatricalize, simple past and past participle of theatricalize. Theatricalizer, one who theatricalizes. Theatricalizers, plural of theatricalizer. Theatricalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theatricalize. Theatricalizing, present participle and gerund of theatricalize. Theatrically, in a theatrical or dramatic manner. Theatricalness, the state or condition of being theatrical. Theatricals, plural of theatrical. Theatrician, any person involved with theaters or theatrical productions. Theatricians, plural of theatrician. Theatricize, alternative form of theatricize. Theatricize, simple past and past participle of theatricize. Theatricizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theatricize. Theatricizing, present participle and gerund of theatricize. Theatricism, theatricality, affectation, staginess. Theatricisms, plural of theatricism. There is a equality of being theatric. Theatricize, to make theatrical. Theatricize, simple past and past participle of theatricize. Theatricizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theatricize. Theatricizing, present participle and gerund of theatricize. Theatric, obsolete form of theatric. Theatres, theatrical appearance or character. Theatrize, to make theatrical. Theatrize, simple past and past participle of theatrize. Theatrizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theatrize. Theatrizing, present participle and gerund of theatrize. Theatrocracy, government by an assembly of citizens in ancient Greece. Theatrocratic, relating to theatrocracy. Theatrograph, a kind of early film projector. Theatrographs, plural of theatrograph. Theatromania, an excessive love of the theater. Theatromaniac, a person with a great love of theater. Theatromaniacs, plural of theatromaniac. Theatrophile, one who is fond of plays and the theater. Theatrophiles, plural of theatrophile. Theatrophilia, a fondness for plays and the theater. Theatrophobe, a person with an aversion to theater. Theatrophobes, plural of theatrophobe. Theatrophobia, fear of theaters. Theatrophone, alternative spelling of theatrophone. Theatrophone, an early telephone technology allowing subscribers to listen to live opera and theater performances. Theatrophonic, relating to the theatrophone. a ewe lamb of a specific age, in some areas, applied to lambs in their first or second year before they have had lambs themselves, in others to lambs in their third year before their second shearing. There's plural of thieve. Bacon. Dihydrocodone enol acetate, a semisynthetic opioid that is similar to hydrocodone and manufactured from the bane. Thebe, archaic form of the bane. Thebake, Theban, of or pertaining to Thebes, especially in the context of the Coptic scriptures. Thebakes, plural of Thebake. Thetid, a region of ancient Egypt, comprising the 13 southernmost nomes of Upper Egypt, from Abydos to Aswan. Thebe, alternative form of the bane. Thebe, a poisonous alkaloid, paramorphine, obtained from opium, not used in medicine. Thebais, alternative form of Thebe. Thebe, of or pertaining to Thebes. Theban alphabet, a substitution cipher of the Latin alphabet, used by early modern occultists. Theban year, the ancient Egyptian year of 365 days and 6 hours. Theban years, plural of Theban year. Thebanes, the state or quality of being Theban. Thebans, plural of Theban. One of daughters of Zeus. Thebe, or relating to the city of Thebes in Egypt. Thebo, a surname. Thebos, plural of Thebo. The Burg, a surname from French. The Burges, plural of the Burg. This, a city in central Greece, the capital city of Boeotia and an important political center in antiquity. There's alternative spelling of Thebes. Of or relating to German anatomist Adam Christian the Desaeus 1686-1732, known for his studies of coronary circulation. The Bijan valve, a semicircular fold of the lining membrane of the right atrium, situated at the ostium of the coronary sinus. The Bijan valves, plural of the Bijan valve. Theban, obsolete spelling of Theban. Thebans, plural of Theban. Theca, any of several external cases or sheaths. Thecacordes, synonym of pericardium. Theci, plural of theca. Thecal, of or pertaining to a theca. Thecamidin, any cardium. Theci, plural of theca. Thecal, of or pertaining to a theca. Thecamidin, any amoebozoan of the genus Thecamoeba. Thecamelians, plural of the Camebian. Thecamoeba, any amoebozoan in the family Thecamoebidae. Thecamoebids, plural of the Camoebid. The Caphor, a surface or organ bearing a theca or covered with theci. The Caphors, plural of the Caphor. Thecas, plural of theca. The Caspor, a spore produced in a theca. The Caspors, plural of the Caspor. The Casperus, having the spores in theci or cases. The Thate, having a theca or outer sheath. The Cative, alternative form of the Cate. Thea, plural of Thesium. Theal, relating to the Thesium. The Cyphorus, bearing theci. The Siphorn, thecal. The Sidgerus, bearing a theca. The Sidus, inflammation of the sheath of a tendon. Thesium, the Hymenium. Theca, a female given name from ancient Greek, variant of Thecla. Theka, a female given name from ancient Greek. Thecodont, having the teeth enclosed in sockets in the alveoli of the jaws. The Codontosaur, any member of the family the Codontosauridae, but specifically of the genus the Codontosaurus. The Codontosaurids, plural of the Codontosaurid. The Codonts, plural of the Codont. The Codonti, the condition of being the Codont. The Coma, a benign ovarian neoplasm composed only of Theca cells. The Comas, plural of the Coma. The Comata, plural of the Coma. The Coperitonal, relating to the theca and the peritoneum. The Cosmatus, belonging to the Cosmata. Thecosom, any of the suborder the Cosmata of sea butterflies. The Cosums, plural of Thecosome. The Cosrecon, any barnacle, etc. of the class the Costraca, formerly is subclass. The Costrecons, plural of the Costrecon. Theta, a female given name. Fettingworth, a village and civil parish in Harborough District, Leicestershire, England. OS grid Ref SB 6685. Thettlethorpe All Saints, a village and civil parish served by Thettlethorpe All Saints and St Helens Parish Council in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS grid ref TF 4688. Thettlethorpe St Helen, a village and civil parish served by Thettlethorpe All Saints and St Helens Parish Council in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS grid ref TF 4788. The, a surname. Thade, plural of Thede. Thedford, a village in Lambton Shores, Lambton County, Ontario, Canada. A honorific alternative letter case form of the, sometimes used when referring to God or another important figure who is understood from context. AME 23. It or self. T. Acronym of tetrahydroxyethylmethionine. The. Simple past and past participle of the. Did a surname from Middle English. Edamus, plural of the Edom. The. Obsolete spelling of thief. This. Plural of thief. The. Present participle and gerund of the. The. To that. The. Simple past and past participle of theek. Theeking, present participle and gerund of theek. The. Third person singular simple present indicative of theek. Tail, a surname. Theolin, the steroid hormone estrone. Theolo, synonym of estriol. Theos, plural of Theo. Theum, the star Upsilon 2 Eridani. Themin. Alternative form of themum. There, that, third person singular simple present indicative of the. Facey, alternative form of thitsi. The self, or self. Theti, alternative form of thitsi. Theus, plural of thief. Thewer, towards thee, towards you. Thesan tea, a tea prepared from the plant Sageretia thesans. that the act of stealing property. Theft by finding, the crime of failing to take reasonable steps to find the owner of property that has been found. The ftable, able to be stolen. Thefted, the crime of protecting a thief from the law in exchange for stolen goods. Theftbo, the receiving of a person's goods back from a thief or a compensation for them with the intent that the thief shall escape punishment. Thestem, the fact or practice of thieving, theft. Theftious, alternative form of theftuous. Theftful, furtive, stealthy, suspiciously discreet. Theftless, without theft. Theftproof, resistant to being stolen. Thefts, plural of theft. Theftuous, of the nature of theft, thievish. Theftuously, by theft, thievishly. The alternative spelling of thane. Thendom, alternative form of thanedom. Thendoms, plural of thendom. Thanod, obsolete form of thanehood. Thanods, plural of thanhood. Thegland, alternative spelling of Thaneland. Theglands, plural of Thegmund. Thanway, of or befitting a then or thane. Thens, plural of than. Thenship, alternative spelling of thaneship. Thenships, plural of thenship. Let, obsolete spelling of they. Let, a Titan, the sister wife of Hyperion. Let, one who drinks excessive amounts of tea. Vegas, plural of fake. They, obsolete spelling of thief. Thayform, similar to tea. Thel, a surname. Thaler, a surname from German. Thaleriasis, plural of Thaleriases. Thaleriases. Infection with Thaleria parasites. Thalia, any parasitic microorganism in the family Thaleriidae. Thaliids, plural of Thaleria. Thaleriasis, plural of Thaleriosis. Thaleriosis, any disease caused by Thaleria parasites transmitted by species of ticks. Thalers, plural of thaler. Thalavirus, cardiovirus. Thio, obsolete spelling of them. They, a surname. They, caffeine when present in tea. Thanes, plural of thane. Thanism, there is Thanes, plural of thane. Thane, the divine, especially a divine fire. Belonging to, from, of, or relating to them plural. Their Britannic Majesties, plural of Her Britannic Majesty. Their Excellencies, plural of Her Excellency and His Excellency. Their Highnesses, plural of Her Highness and His Highness. Their Imperial Highnesses, plural of Her Imperial Highness and His Imperial Highness. Their Imperial Majesties, plural of His Imperial Majesty and Her Imperial Majesty. Their Majesties, plural of Her Majesty and His Majesty. Their nibs, His nibs in the third person plural. Their Royal Highnesses, plural of Her Royal Highness and His Royal Highness. Their Royal Majesties, plural of His Imperial Majesty and Her Imperial Majesty. Their alternative form of Thern. That obsolete form of theirs. Their obsolete spelling of their. Their, that or those belonging to them, the possessive case of they, used without a following noun. Their self, alternative form of themselves. Their selves, alternative form of themselves. Therson, themselves. Thersons, alternative form of Therson themselves. Thysen, a surname from German. Thysens, plural of Thysen. Thesei, an orthorhombic mineral containing antimony, arsenic, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and zinc. Theisa, belief in the existence of at least one deity. Theisms, plural of theism. The, a surname from German. Theisen, a surname from German. Theis, plural of theis. Theis, one who believes in the existence of a god or gods. Theise, of or relating to theism. Theistic evolution. Evolution guided by God. Theistic evolutionism, synonym of evolutionary creationism. Theistic evolutionist, a proponent of theistic evolution. Theistic evolutionists, plural of theistic evolutionist. Theistic Satanism, a form of Satanism, a religious path that reveres or worships Satan, whom it recognizes as an objectively real being, deity, supernatural entity, or spiritual being, particularly as distinguished from atheistic Satanism, in which Satan represents a symbolic figure. Theistic Satanist, an adherent of theistic Satanism. Theistic Satanists, plural of theistic Satanist. Theisico, of or relating to theism. Theisically, in a theistic manner. Theist, plural of theist. Thaki, a surname from Gujarati. Thakis, plural of Thakti. Sekumkur, a South Indian kingdom that ruled from 1103 CE 1750 CE. The Larchal, of or pertaining to the larch. The larch, the first stage of postnatal breast development, usually occurring at the beginning of puberty in girls, in which a firm, tender lump develops under the center of the nipple. The larchial, of or pertaining to the larch. The lastmatid, any member of the family, the lastomatidae of nematodes. The lastomatids, plural of the lastomatid. The Lasiaceae, infection with parasitic nematodes of the genus the Lasia. The Lede, any nematode in the family, the Lasiidae. The Lasid, plural of the Lasiae. The Lasiaces, alternative form of the Lasiaces. The Ridge, a civil parish in Mid-Devon district, Devon, England. The Lebelaceous, of or relating to the Lebelaceae. The Lemma, a spiritual and social philosophy developed in the early 1900s, calling each person to act in alignment with his or her true will, which may or may not be the same as personal wishes, as a basis for spiritual growth. The Lemme, of or pertaining to the Lemma. The Lemmically, in a thelemic manner. Thelemite, a follower of Thelema. Thelemites, plural of Thelemite. Thelen, a surname. Thelens, plural of Thelen. Thelephoratius, belonging to the Thelephoracea. The lephoric acid, a terphenyl-quinone pigment found in several fungi. The lephori, similar to those of species of the genus Thelephora. Pleue, plural of thelium. Thelian, the tip or peak of a nipple. Thelians, plural of thelian. Thelitis, inflammation of the nipple or teat. Theliao, a nipple or papilla. Thelva, a female given name originating as a coinage. Thelmophagus, alternative form of Telmophagus. Thelodont, any extinct fish of the class Thelodonti, having small, spiny scales. Thelodonts, plural of Thelodont. Theloni, a toll or custom required from traveling merchants as a tax on doing business. Thelatrometaceous, of or relating to the Thelatrometaceae. Thelatromoid, similar to those of species in the genus Thelatroma. Thelethema, a surname from French. Thelesemus, plural of Thelesma. Thelwall, a suburban village in Grappenhall and Thelwall Parish, Warrington Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6487. Thelwalls, plural of Thelwall. Thelxino, one of the moons of Jupiter. Thelyblast, the nucleus of the impregnated ovum as distinguished from that of the spermatozoon called the masculine nucleus or arsenoblast. Thelyblast, plural of thelyblast. Thylicum, the female genital structure of some shrimp. Thylagenous, relating to the lygeny. Lygeny, the production of only female offspring. Thelyphinid, any member of the arachnid order Thelyphinida. Thelyphinids, plural of Thelyphinid. Thelypides, plural of Thelypidi. Thelypidi, any of the cruciferous flowering plants in the genus Thelypodium. Thelipteridaceous, belonging to the family Thelipteridaceae of ferns. Thelytokis, that produces female offspring only. Thelytokisly, in a thelytokous manner. Thelytoki, a form of parthenogenesis in which females are produced from unfertilized eggs. Those ones. Them thor, them there, meaning those. Them that has gets, alternative form of those that have get. Them that has gets, alternative form of those that have get. Them that has gets more, alternative form of those that have get. Them there, Moas. Them what has gets, alternative form of those that have get. Them what has gets, alternative form of those that have get. Them what has gets more, alternative form of those that have get. The contraction of them is those are. Them's the breaks. That is the way things happen. That's life. Them's the facts. Those are the facts. That's the truth. That's how it is. Then and us, synonym of us and them. Thema, a subject or theme. Themable, alternative form of themable. Themas, plural of thema. Themata, plural of thema. Thematic, relating to or having a theme subject or a topic. Thematic map, a geographic map that displays the spatial pattern of a theme or series of attributes. Thematic maps, plural of thematic map. Thematic relation, any of various possible semantic relations between a verb and its argument. Thematic relations, plural of thematic relation. Thematic role, a function of the arguments of a verb which maps them bijectively to a set which depends lexically on the verb called the theta grid. Thematic roles, plural of thematic role. Thematic vowel, a vowel appended to the end of a root with which it constitutes a stem before the ending. Thematic vowels, plural of thematic vowel. Thematical, thematic, thematically, in a thematic manner. Thematicize, alternative form of thematicize. Thematicized, simple past and past participle of thematicize. Thematicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thematicize. Thematicizing, present participle and gerund of thematicize. Thematicization, insertion of a thematic vowel on the root or stem of the word to make it undergo one of the productive vocalic inflections. Thematicizations, plural of thematization. Thematicize, to make into or explore as a theme. Thematicize, simple past and past participle of thematicize. Thematicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thematicize. Thematicizing, present participle and gerund of thematicize. Thematics, plural of thematic. Thematization, the act of making experience or emotion the topic of interaction. Thematizations, plural of thematization. Thematize, to convert a sentence or a part of it into a theme. Thematize, simple past and past participle of thematize. Thematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thematize. Thematizing, present participle and gerund of thematize. Thematis, a writer of themes. Thematists, plural of thematists. Thematizable, capable of being thematized. Thematization, alternative spelling of thematization. Thematization, plural of thematization. Thematize, alternative spelling of thematize. Thematize, simple past and past participle of thematize. Thematizer, one who, or that which, thematizes. Thematizers, plural of thematizer. Thematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thematize. Thematizing, present participle and gerund of thematize. Thematizings, plural of thematizing. Thematological, of or pertaining to thematology. Thematologies, plural of thematology. Thematology, the study of themes in literature, especially that of a geographically distributed culture. Both, a physically attractive non-binary person who lacks intelligence, the non-binary equivalent of a bimbo. Mbos, plural of Mbo. Mbo, a member of a certain South African tribe that speak Xhosa and live in Thembialand. Thembialand, a region of the Eastern Cape, South Africa, the traditional home of the Thembu people. Thembus, plural of Thembu. They are a subject, now especially of a talk or an artistic piece, a topic. Theme park, an amusement park that bases its structures and attractions around a central theme. Theme parking, the transformation into something resembling a theme park. Theme parks, plural of theme park. Theme song, a song which accompanies a television or radio program, usually as an intro or outro. Theme songs, plural of theme song. Theme tune, synonym of theme song. Theme tunes, plural of theme tune. Theme parking, alternative form of theme parking. Themeable, capable of having a visual theme applied. Themed, having a particular theme or topic. Themeless, without a theme. Themelessness, absence of a theme. Themelet, a little theme. Themelets, plural of themelet. Themelthorpe, a hamlet and civil parish without a council in Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 0524. Theme park, alternative form of theme park. Theme parse, plural of theme park. There, one who themes something. Themers, plural of themer. Themes, plural of theme. Theming, present participle and gerund of theme. Themings, plural of theming. Themis, a Titan, the embodiment of divine order, law, and custom. She was the daughter of Gaia and Uranus. Themistron, of or relating to the Greek Titan Themis. Themistid, any Cypinkilan worm of the family Themistidae. Themistids, plural of themistid. Dionysius, a male given name from ancient Greek, famously held by Themisto, the third and last wife of Athamas. Themistoclean, of or relating to Themistocles Greek, theta epsilon mu iota sigma tau omicron kappa lambda letter 1 FC6 sigma, circa 524-459 BC, Athenian politician and general. Themistocleus, a surname. Themistocles, a male given name of Greek usage. Themistocles, alternative form of Themistocles. Themistocles, alternative form of Themistocles. Emet, alternative form of Temi. Emnes, plural of Themet. Themes, other. Themispermin, misspelling of thermispermin. Themataxis, misspelling of thermataxis. The variant of those. Themself, the reflexive form of they, the third person singular personal pronoun, the single person previously mentioned as the object of a verb or following a preposition also used for emphasis. Themselves, misspelling of themselves. Themselves, obsolete typography of themselves. Themselves, the reflexive case of they, the third person plural personal pronoun, the group of people, animals, or objects previously mentioned as the object of a verb or following a preposition also used for emphasis. A surname. Then again, From another point of view, on the other hand, on second thought, again, then and in that event, if the relevant situation arises, then and now, alternative form of then and now, then and there, right at that moment in time and on the spot, immediately, then and now, before and after, then ale, an object or function that exposes a then method returning a promise. Enables, plural of enable. The nabout, alternative form of the nabouts. The nabouts, about then, toward the outer side of the palm of a hand. The nades, at that time, then, in those days. The nedge, alternative form of thanage. Thanal, of or pertaining to the thenar. The nalodine, a particular antihistamine used as an antipyretic. Thenar, the palm of the hand or sole of the foot. The nardai, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing oxygen, sodium, and sulfur. Thanardite, alternative form of the nardite. Thenars, plural of thenar. Thence, from there, from that place or from that time. Thence after that time, thereafter. Thenceforth, from that time on. Thenceforward, from then on, from that time on. Thenceforwards, from then on, from that time on. Thence from that place, therefrom. Theta, a town, the capital of Thania district, Bawards province, Algeria, former name, Maynardville. The Nesse, a commune in Côte d'Or department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. The Ness, the state or condition of being then, in the past as opposed to now. The Noyl trifluorocetanate, an enolate of the Noyl trifluorocetone. The Noyl trifluorocetone, a chemical compound used pharmacologically as a chelating agent. The Noyl trifluorocetones, plural of the Noyl trifluorocetone. That, plural of then. Then taufor, their taufor before that. Anolamine, a particular antihistamine drug. Thea, a male given name from ancient Greek and nickname. Thea, God, die. Thea, abbreviation of Theodor. Theavos, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Theavos, a surname originating as a patronymic. Theavov, a surname originating as a patronymic. Theabroma, any of the genus Theabroma of small trees found in Central and South America. Theabromas, plural of Theabroma. Theabromic acid, an acid extracted from cocoa butter, peanut oil, etc. as a white waxy crystalline substance. Theabromide, synonym of theabromine. Theabromides, plural of theabromide. Theabrome, dated form of theabromine. Theabromine, an alkaloid of similar structure to caffeine, found in chocolate/cocoa. Theabromines, plural of theabromine. Theacentic, having God as main focus, with God, a god, or gods as the focal point. Theacentically, in a theacentric manner. Theacentricity, the quality of being theacentric. Theacentrism, the quality of being theacentric. Theacentrisms, plural of theacentrism. Theaconsuitive, Thekens, plural of theakin. Theaconservatism, the political philosophy stating that religion should play a role in forming public policy. Theaconservative, a person who believes that religion should play a role in forming public policy. Theaconservatives, plural of theaconservative. Theocracies, plural of theocracy. Theocracy, government under the control of a state religion. Theocracies, plural of theocracy. Theocracy, interaction, admixture, and conflation of divine principles. Theocrat, the ruler of a theocracy, a priest king. Theocratic, pertaining to theocracy. Theocratical, a member or supporter of a theocracy, a theocrat. Theocratically, in the manner of a theocrat. Theocraticals, plural of theocratical. Theocratization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of theocratization. Theocratize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of theocratize. Theocratize, simple past and past participle of theocratize. Theocratizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theocratize. Theocratizing, present participle and gerund of theocratize. Theocratism, advocacy or partisanship in support of theocracy. Theocratist, one who supports theocracy. Theocratists, plural of theocratist. Theocratization, the introduction of theocracy to an area or estate, the process or act of making something into a theocracy or of making it theocratic. Theocratize, to bring under religious rule. Theocratized, simple past and past participle of theocratize. Theocratizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theocratize. Theocratizing, present participle and gerund of theocratize. Theocrats, plural of theocrat. Theocritin, of or relating to the ancient Greek poet Theocritus. Theocritean, alternative form of Theocritan. Theocritian, alternative form of Theocritan. Theodemocracies, plural of theodemocracy. Theodemocracy, a political system that combines elements of theocracy and republican democracy, proposed by Joseph Smith. Theodemocratic, of or relating to theodemocracy. The, a male given name from Gothic, equivalent to Koine Greek Theta epsilon upsilon delta epsilon rho, iota chi omicron sigma Theodoricos, or English Derek, variant form Theodoric. Theecal, of or pertaining to Theodicy. Theodically, in a theodical manner. Theosan, relating to Theodicy. Theodician, alternative form of Theodician. Theosis, plural of Theodicy. Theosist, one who studies Theodicy. Theosist, plural of Theodicist. Theosities, plural of Theodicity. Theodicy, alternative form of Theodicy. Theody, a justification of a deity or of particular attributes of a deity, specifically a justification of the existence of evil and suffering in the world, a work or discourse justifying the ways of God. Theism, a form of Germanic neo-paganism developed in the United States based on Anglo-Saxon practices in England before conversion to Christianity. Theodiversity, the diversity of religions within a certain region. Theale, a surveying instrument consisting of a small mounted telescope used to measure horizontal and vertical angles. Theodolites, plural of theodolite. Theolytic, of pertaining to or using a theodolite. Thea, a female given name from ancient Greek, most famously borne by two empresses of Byzantium. Thea, a male given name from Latin and ancient Greek, the name of a saint, pope, several emperors, etc. Theodars, plural of Theodore. Theodore, a male given name of historical usage, notably borne by two kings of the Visigoths. Theodoros, a transliteration of the Greek male given name Theta Epsilon Omicron Delta Omega Rho Omicron Sigma Theodoros. Theodore, a surname from Greek. Theodoros, plural of Theodoru. Theodosia, a female given name from ancient Greek. Theosion, of or relating to any of the historical figures called Theodosius. Theodosius, a male given name from ancient Greek. Theodotion, of or relating to Theodotus of Byzantium, an adaptionist theologian from ancient Byzantium. Theodosianism, Theodosian religious beliefs. Theodosians, plural of Theodotion. Theorema, an approach to theology that likens the biblical narratives to dramas. Theoramas, plural of theodrama. Theodramatic, relating to theodrama. Theodramatically, in terms of theodrama. Theadrenaline, noradrenaline, theophylline, a cardiac stimulant. Theohanes, a transliteration of the Greek male given name Theta Epsilon Omicron Phi Alpha Nu Eta Sigma Theophanes. Theofascism, theocratic fascism. Theofascist, of or pertaining to theofascism, theocratically fascist. Theofascists, plural of theofascist. Theodalin, a trihydroxybenzoic acid glycoside, a type of polyphenolic compound found in tea and some fruits. Theodamic, relating to theogamy. Theogamus, relating to theogamy. Theothet, marriage to a god. Themis, an ancient Greek name particularly borne by a 6th century ancient Greek poet from Megara. Theorane, or relating to Theogony. Theoganes, plural of Theogony. Theoganism, archaic spelling of Theogony. Theogonist, a writer on Theogony. Theogamists, plural of Theogonist. Theogony, the origination of gods or a narrative describing the origin of gods. Theographe, or pertaining to theography. Theobath, writing about a god or gods. Theole, a female given name. Theoethry, the worship of a god or gods. Theophsy, possession by a deity, divine inspiration. Theole, theophile, theolinguistic, or pertaining to theolinguistics. Theolinguistics, the study of religious language. Theola, a student of theology. Theolodo, a canon who teaches theology. Theolodos, plural of theolodal. Theolaster, a poor theologian. Someone who merely pretends to be a theologian. Theolasters, plural of theolaster. Theologet, the course of study for Roman Catholic priests. Theologets, plural of theologet. Theologer, a theologian. Theologers, plural of theologer. Theologe, plural of theologus. Theologian, one who studies theology. Theologians, plural of theologian. Theologe, of or pertaining to theology. Theological, or relating to theology. Theological virtues, virtues that are bestowed upon human beings during baptism. Theologically, in a theological manner. Theologician, theologist. Theologicians, plural of theologician. Theologic, obsolete form of theologic. Theologico-ethical, relating to theology and ethics. Theologico-historical, relating to theology and history. Theologico-metaphysical, relating to theology and metaphysics. Theologico-political, relating to theology and politics. Theologics, theology. Theologies, plural of theology. Theologize, alternative spelling of theologize. Theologize, simple past and past participle of theologize. Theologizer, alternative form of theologizer. Theologizers, plural of theologizer. Theologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theologize. Theologizing, present participle and gerund of theologize. Theologist, one who is skilled in, professes or practices that which relates or pertains to God. Theologists, plural of theologists. Theologization, the practice, an act, or a result of theologizing. Theologizations, plural of theologization. Theologize, to treat something from a theological viewpoint. Theologize, simple past and past participle of theologize. Theologizer, someone who theologizes, a theologian. Theologizers, plural of theologizer. Theologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theologize. Theologizing, present participle and gerund of theologize. Theologomena, plural of theologomenon. Theologomenon, a theological statement which is of individual opinion and not doctrine. Theologize, plural of theolo. Theolo, a student of theology. Theologize, plural of theolo. Theolo, synonym of theologian Roman Catholic lecturer. Theology, the study of God, a God or gods, and of the truthfulness of religion in general. Theonomatia, alternative form of theomachy. Theomachis, plural of theomachy. Theomachist, one who fights against God, gods, or divinity. Theomachists, plural of theomachist. Theomachy, a fight against the gods as the mythological battle of the giants against the gods. Theomancy, a kind of divination drawn from the responses of oracles. Theomania, a religious mania. Theomaniac, a person who exhibits theomania. Theomaniacs, plural of theomaniac. Theomanias, plural of theomania. Theomatic, relating to theomancy. Thematics, the numerological study of the Greek and Hebrew text of the Christian Bible, based upon gematria and isopsephy, claim to demonstrate the direct intervention of God in the writing of Scripture. Theomonism, a monism that recognizes the existence of God. Theomorphe, having the form of God or a God. Theomorphism, the bestowal of divine attributes on humanity. Theomorphisms, plural of theomorphism. Theanellamae, any of a class of cytotoxic antifungal bicyclic peptides isolated from marine sponges of the genus Theanella. Theanellamides, plural of Theanellamae. Theanellid, any sea sponge of the family Theanellidae. Theanellids, plural of Theanellid. Therine, misspelling of Thenine. Theonami, of or pertaining to Theonomy. Theonomical, of or pertaining to Theonomy. Theonomically, in a theonomic manner. Theonomis, plural of theonomy. Theonomus, of or relating to theonomy. Theonomisoi, in a theonomous manner. Theonomy, the state of being governed by God or in accordance with divine law. Theotho, the name of a deity. Theonems, plural of theonym. Theonemi, the names given to gods, collectively. Theopanism, the belief that the universe emanates from or is a projection of God. Theopatism, alternative form of theopanism. Theoparacelcite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal dark pistachio green mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, and oxygen. Theopashism, the doctrine that a God can suffer. Theopascate, one who subscribes to the doctrine of Theopashism. Theopascates, plural of Theopascate. Theopascatism, alternative form of Theopashism. Theopath, one who practices theopathy. Theopathetic, theopathic, theopathic, sensitive to divine influence, being profoundly affected by ideas of godly origin. Theopathis, plural of theopathy. Theopas, plural of theopath. Theopathy, the capacity of a person to worship or to experience a religious belief. Theopeterin, any of a group of polyketide cytotoxins related to Theopeterin. Theopeterins, plural of theopeterin. Theody, a god-eater, one who eats a god. Theotis, plural of theophage. Theophage, relating to theophagy, god-eating. Theophatus, synonym of theophagic. Theoady, the eating or consumption of a god, typically in a sacramental context. Theoranic, or relating to theophany. Theophatically, in a theophanic manner. Theophanis, plural of theophany. Theophany, any of various specific theophanies. Theophila, a female given name. Theophilanthrope, of or relating to theophilanthropism. Theophilanthropical, alternative form of theophilanthropic. Theophilanthropism, the love of both God and man, a philosophy established during the French Revolution. Theophilanthropist, an advocate of theophilanthropism. Theophilanthropists, plural of theophilanthropists. Theophilanthropy, a deistic belief system based on the worship of God and one's fellow man and the immortality of the soul. Theophile, one who loves God. Theophiles, plural of theophile. Theophilia, love for a god or God. Theophile, God-loving, God-loving. Theophilist, synonym of theophile. Theophilists, plural of theophilist. Theophilosopher, one who studies or follows theophilosophy. Theophilosophers, plural of theophilosopher. Theophilosophe, of or relating to theophilosophy. Theophilosophical, of or relating to theophilosophy. Theophilosophically, in a way that is theophilosophical. Theophilosophy is plural of theophilosophy. Theophilosophy, a combination of theism and philosophy. Theophilus, the resi of the gospel of the Acts of the Apostles. Theopho, one who is affected by theophobia. Theophos, plural of theopho. Theophobia, the fear of God or gods. Theophobias, plural of theophobia. Theophobe, of or relating to theophobia, afraid of a god or gods. Theophilus, a person who hates religion. Theophidists, plural of theophobist. Theophore, containing the name of a deity. Theophists, incorporating the name of a deity. Theophore, the papifying the name of a deity. Theophostatius, of or relating to the Theophrastesi. Theophastan, alternative form of Theophrastion. Theophrastin, alternative form of Theophrastion. Theophrastion, of or relating to the ancient Greek philosopher Theophrastus. Theophaste, Theophastion. Theophaste, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral emerald green mineral containing hydrogen, nickel, and oxygen. Theophaste, an ancient Greek philosopher. Theophylline, a bitter crystalline compound present in small quantities in tea leaves, isomeric with theobromine, used as a drug in therapy for respiratory diseases. Theophylines, plural of theophyline. Theopnurst, inspired or possessed by a god. Theopnuste, divinely inspired. Theopnustic, divinely inspired. Theopnuste, divine inspiration. Theoposis, the partaking of the divine by a person, deification or union with God, theoses. Theopoetic, relating to theopoetics. Theopoetical, alternative form of theopoetic. Theopoetics, an interdisciplinary field of study that combines elements of poetic analysis, theology, and postmodern philosophy. Theopolitical, of or relating to religion and politics. Theopampan, of or relating to Theopompus Greek, Thet epsilon omicron pi omicron mu pi omicron sigma, c. 380 BC, c. 315 BC, Greek historian and rhetorician. Theos, someone who plays a theobo. Theobests, plural of theobis. Theobo, a baroque, double-necked lute having an extra set of open bass strings. Theobos, plural of theobo. Theoboist, alternative form of theobist. Theoboists, plural of theoboists. Theobos, plural of theobo. Theodoxin, misspelling of theoretic. Thera, a mathematical statement of some importance that has been proven to be true. Minor theorems are often called propositions. Theorems which are not very interesting in themselves, but are an essential part of a bigger theorem's proof are called lemmas. Theorem of Pythagoras, alternative form of Pythagorean theorem. Theorematic, of, relating to, or contained in a theorem. Theorematical. Theorematic. Theorematics, the study of all the theorems associated with a particular subject. Theorematist, someone who constructs theorems. Theorematists, plural of theorematists. Theoremed, simple past and past participle of theorem. Theorem hud, the quality of being a theorem. Theoreme, theorematic. Theoreming, present participle and gerund of theorem. Theorems, plural of theorem. Theoretic, concerned with theories or hypotheses rather than with practical matters. Theoretical, of or relating to theory. Abstract, not empirical. Theoretical key, a key signature which has 8 or more sharps or 7 flats. In music using 12-tone equal temperament, its pitch coincides with its enharmonic, while in most other equal temperament tunings, most enharmonic equivalences between key signatures regularly go beyond simple sharps and flats. Theoretical keys, plural of theoretical key. Theoretical oxygen demand, the calculated amount of oxygen which would be required to fully oxidize an organic compound. Theoretical oxygen demands, plural of theoretical oxygen demand. Theoretical physicist, a scientist who studies theoretical physics using math and other abstract analysis rather than practical experimentation. Theoretical physicists, plural of theoretical physicists. Theoretical physics, the description of natural phenomena in mathematical form, especially in order to derive the fundamental laws of nature and to derive conclusions from these laws. Theoretical plate, a plate or tray in a distillation column that produces the best possible difference between the liquid and vapor phases in equilibrium with it. The equivalent concept in a fractionating column packed with beads or rings. Theoretical plates, plural of theoretical plate. Theoretical probabilities, plural of theoretical probability. Theoretical probability, the probability that a certain outcome will occur as determined through reasoning or calculation. Theoreticalism, an approach based on theory, paying little or no attention to real-world concerns. Theoreticalities, plural of theoreticality. Theoreticality, the quality of being theoretical. Theoretically, in theory, on paper. Theoreticalness, the quality of being theoretical. Theoretician, someone Someone who is expert in the theory of a particular science or art. Theoreticians, plural of theoretician. Theoreticism, an approach based on theory rather than practice or pragmatism. Theoreticity, the quality of being theoretic. Theoreticize, synonym of theoretize, form a theoretical model of. Theoreticize, simple past and past participle of theoreticize. Theoreticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theoreticize. Theoreticizing, present participle and gerund of theoreticize. Theoretic, obsolete form of theoretic. Theoretico-practical, involving both theory and practice. Theoretics, the theoretical part of a science. Theoretize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of theoretize. Theoretize, simple past and past participle of theoretize. Theoretizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theoretize. Theoretizing, present participle and gerund of theoretize. Theoretization, the process or result of theoretizing. Theoretizations, plural of theoretization. Theoretize, to form a theory or theoretical model which explains something explained by a theory. Theoretize, simple past and past participle of theoretize. Theoretizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theoretize. Theoretizing, present participle and gerund of theoretize. Theory, as opposed to practice. Theorica, in Athens in ancient Greece, a fund of money expended on festivals, sacrifices, public entertainments, and largesse given to the people. Theorico, theoretical. Theoretically, theoretician. Alternative form of theoretician. Theoreticians, plural of theoretician. Theoric, obsolete spelling of theoric. Theoric, obsolete spelling of theoric. Theorics, plural of theoric. Theories, plural of theory. Theories of mind, plural of theory of mind. Theories of relativity, plural of theory of relativity. Theories of value, plural of theory of value. Theorization, something theorized, a theory. Theorizations, plural of theorization. Theorize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of theorize. Theorize, simple past and past participle of theorize. Theorizer, alternative form of theorizer. Theorizers, plural of theorizer. Theorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theorize. Theorizing, present participle and gerund of theorize. Theorizings, plural of theorizing. Theorism, synonym of theory. Theorist, someone who constructs theories, especially in the arts or sciences. Theorists, plural of theorists. Theorizability, the quality of being theorizable. Theorizable, susceptible to theory, capable of being described with or formed into a theory. Theorization, alternative form of theorization. Theorizations, plural of theorization. Theorize, to formulate a theory, especially about some specific subject. Theorized, simple past and past participle of theorize. Theorizer, one who forms a theory. Theorizers, plural of theorizer. Theorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of theorize. Theorizing, present participle and gerund of theorize. Theorizings, plural of theorizing. There, misspelling of theorem. Very, a description of an event or system that is considered to be accurate. Theory of abrupt appearance, alternative form of abrupt appearance theory. Theory of everything, a supposed theory uniting all fundamental physical phenomena into a single framework. Theory of games, game theory. Theory of mind, alternative letter case form of theory of mind. Theory of mind, the ability to form opinion about what other people are thinking. Theory of music, synonym of music theory. Theory of musical equilibration, theory that music does not directly convey emotions but rather abstract volitional content that is emotionally perceived. Theory of relativity, the theories of special relativity and general relativity, two theories in physics developed mainly by Albert Einstein at the beginning of the 20th century, from which several important results such as the equivalence of matter and energy and the Einstein field equations are derived. Theory of value, an economic theory that attempts to explain the exchange value or price of goods and services. X, the theory that employees are inherently lazy and irresponsible and will tend to avoid work unless closely supervised and given incentives. Theory Y, the theory that employees are capable of being ambitious and self-motivated under suitable conditions. Theory is E, any of various theories of human motivation built on Douglas-McGregor's theory X and theory Y. Theory Leiden, whose meaning depends upon a set of theoretical principles. Theorisol, someone not necessarily an incel interested in extremely academic and abstract ideas, but having little to no practical skills. Theorisols, plural of theorisol. Theoricraft, to analyze especially mathematically the underlying mechanics of a video game in order to optimize or minimax one's gameplay. Theoricrafted, simple past and past participle of theoricraft. Theoricrafter, one who theoricrafts. Theoricrafters, plural of theoricrafter. Theoricrafting, present participle and gerund of theoricraft. Theoricrafts, third person singular simple present indicative of theoricraft. Theory ad, someone who is very invested in the theory underlying principles or methods of a given topic. Theory ads, plural of theory had. Theoriza, synonym of theoreticism. Verias, that does not involve theory or has no theoretical basis. Theoriasness, absence of theory. Those, plural of theo, that is, the likeness to or union with God. Deification. Thesaph, a theosophist. Thesaph, a theosophist. Thesapher, a theosophist. Theosophers, plural of theosopher. Theosas, plural of theosoph. Theosophy, of or relating to theosophy. Theosophical, or pertaining to theosophy. Theosophically, in a theosophic or theosophical way. Theosophy, Archaic spelling of theosophy. Theosophis, plural of theosophy. Theosophies, alternative form of theosophies. Theosophies, simple past and past participle of theosophies. Theosophies is third person singular simple present indicative of theosophies. Theosophizing, present participle and gerund of theosophies. Theosophism, belief in theosophy. Theosophist, an advocate of or believer in theosophy. Theosophiste, theosophical. Theosophistical, of or pertaining to theosophy, theosophical. Theosophists, plural of theosophists. Theosophies, to practice theosophy. Theosophies, simple past and past participle of theosophies. Theosophies is third person singular simple present indicative of theosophies. Theosophizing, present participle and gerund of theosophies. Theosophies, plural of theosoph. Theosophus, a male given name from Latin. Theosophy, alternative form of theosophy. Theospiritual, relating to God and spirituality. Theotechnic, relating to theotechny. Theotechny, the scheme of divine intervention, the art of introducing deities into poetry. Theorism, terrorism from religious motives. Theorist, one who commits theoterrorism. Theorists, plural of theoterrorist. Theathanatological, relating to theathanatology. Theathanatologies, plural of theathanatology. Theathanatology, a range of philosophical and theological explorations of the idea that God may be dead. Theotherapy, the use of religion as therapy. Theotokos, alternative form of Theotokos Mary, mother of Jesus. Theotokia, plural of Theotokian. Theotokian, a hymn to Mary, the Theotokos, read or chanted during the divine services of the Eastern Orthodox and Eastern Catholic churches. Theotokos, synonym of Mary, mother of Jesus, in particular reference to her role giving birth to God. Theodove, a bondman or bondwoman, a slave. Theoem, the role or status of a theo. Theoman, synonym of theo. Theoman, plural of theomad. Those, plural of theo. Theoxenia, hospitality towards a god who visits as a guest. Theoxeny, alternative form of theoxenia. There's a theoretical enzyme constructed mathematically. Theozymes, plural of theozyme. Thepla, a soft Indian flatbread typical of Gujarati cuisine. Theplas, plural of thepla. Thera, alternative spelling of thera. The diagnosis, the combination of diagnostic tests and therapy. The diagnostic, relating to the diagnosis. The rhyolite, calcic foidal gabbro, a kind of plutonic hyalocrystalline rock. The rhyolites, plural of the rhyolite. The rhyolitic, composed of or relating to the rhyolite. The rhenostic, relating to the rhenostics. The rhenostics, a form of diagnostic testing employed for selecting targeted therapy. Therap, to administer therapy. Therapy, one who undergoes therapy, the patient of a therapist. Therapies, plural of therapy. Therapies, the jargon used by therapists. Therapuses, plural of therapuses. Therapuses, therapeutics, therapy. Therapy. A member of an ancient monastic sect of Egyptian Jews. Therapeuti, a Jewish sect which flourished in Alexandria and other parts of the diaspora of Hellenistic Judaism in the final years of the Second Temple period. Therapeutian, or relating to the ancient therapeuti. Therapeutant, a therapeutic agent. Therapeutants, plural of therapeutant. Therapeutic, of, or relating to therapy. Therapeutic abortion, an abortion indicated by need for the health of the mother or due to the inviable nature of the fetus. Therapeutic abortions, plural of therapeutic abortion. Therapeutic boarding school, a residential school which provides therapy and education. Therapeutic boarding schools. Plural of therapeutic boarding school. Therapeutic index. The ratio of the median dose of a dose median effective dose used to gauge the safety of a particular medication. A low therapeutic index indicates that the drug is easily overdosed. Therapeutic indexes. Plural of therapeutic index. Therapeutic indices. Plural of therapeutic index. Therapeutic touch. A form of alternative medicine whose practitioners claim to manipulate patients' energy fields and promote healing by placing their hands on or near the patient. Therapeutic use exemption. An exemption which allows the use of a banned substance for therapeutic purposes so that a ban from competition will not result when testing yields positive results. Therapeutic use exemptions. Plural of therapeutic use exemption. Therapeutic vaccine. A vaccine which prevents or eases the severity of the problems from an infection that has already occurred. Therapeutic vaccines. Plural of therapeutic vaccine. Therapeutic window. The range of doses of a drug which are effective without being harmful. Therapeutic windows. Plural of therapeutic window. Therapeutical, therapeutic. Therapeutically, in a therapeutic manner. Therapeuticals, plural of therapeutical. Therapeuticize. To make therapeutic, to bring into the realm of therapy. Therapeuticize. Simple past and past participle of therapeuticize. Therapeuticizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of therapeuticize. Therapeuticizing. Present participle and gerund of therapeuticize. Therapeutic. Obsolete form of therapeutic. Therapeutics. The treatment of disease. The science of healing. Any therapeutic material or treatment. Therapeutism. A therapy-based philosophy or approach. Therapeutis. Someone who studies, works with, or uses therapeutics, a therapist. Therapeutists. Plural of therapeutists. Therapeutize. To bring into a therapy-based philosophy or approach, to make therapeutic. Therapeutize. Simple past and past participle of therapeutize. Therapeutizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of therapeutize. Therapeutizing. present participle and gerund of therapeutize. Therapeutes, plural of therapeute. Therapeuti, alternative form of therapeuti. Therapocid, any member of the family Therapocidae of tarantulas. Therapocids, plural of therapocid. Therapocine, any of the subfamily Therapocinae tarantulas. Therapocines, plural of therapocine. Therapatoxin, any of a group of polypeptide toxins in the venom of therapocid tarantulas. Therapatoxins, plural of therapatoxin. Therapy, simple past and past participle of therapy. Therapies, plural of therapy. Therapize, alternative form of therapize. Therapize, simple past and past participle of therapize. Therapizes, third person singular simple present indicative of therapize. Therapizing, present participle and gerund of therapize. Therapism, therapy culture. Therapists, someone who provides therapy, usually professionally. Therapists, plural of therapists. Therapization, the act or process of therapizing. Therapize, to subject someone to therapy, especially to psychotherapy. Therapize, simple past and past participle of therapize. Therapizes, third person singular simple present indicative of therapize. Therapizing, present participle and gerund of therapize. Therapod, misspelling of the rapod. Theraponin, alternative form of therapontid. Theraponins, plural of theraponin. Therapt, simple past and past participle of therap. Theraping, present participle and gerund of therap. Theraps, third person singular simple present indicative of therap. Therapsid, any member of the order Therapsida. Therapsids, plural of therapsid. Therapeutical, misspelling of therapeutical. Therapy, attempted remediation of a health problem following a diagnosis, usually synonymous with treatment. Therapy animal, a domesticated animal used in pet therapy. Therapy animals, plural of therapy animal. Therapy speak, alternative spelling of therapy speak. Therapy speak, the employment of psychologic jargon to converse with other people. Therapigenetic, relating to therapigenetics. Therapigenetics, the study of the interaction between evasion and psychiatry. Therapy, present participle and gerund of therapy. Therapolike, resembling or characteristic of therapy. Therapy speak, alternative form of therapy speak. Veraceae, a monoclinic sulfate chloride mineral with the chemical formula NH2Fe2Fe3SoCl5. Teratoma, misspelling of teratoma. The Ratomas, plural of the Ratoma. Theravada, a sect of Buddhism whose teachings are based on the Buddhist scriptures in the Pali Canon, widely practiced in Southeast Asia, mainly in Sri Lanka, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar. It tends to be conservative in contrast to the more liberal Mahayana, rejects reliance on celestial beings, and teaches non-universal salvation. The Ravadan, of or relating to the Theravada Buddhism. The Ravadans, plural of the Ravadan. The Ravadas, plural of the Ravada. The Ravadan, an exponent of the Ravada Buddhism. The Ravadans, plural of the Ravadan. The Ravadism, the Ravada Buddhism. Thereby, any of a set of fundamental motions required for a worker to perform a manual operation. Therblades, plural of therble. There, in or at a place or location stated, implied, or otherwise indicated that is perceived to be away from, or at a relative distance from, the speaker. Compare here. There again, used to introduce something opposed to or different from what preceded. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Alternative form of there's no such thing as a free lunch. There and back, on or for a round-trip journey, literal or figurative. There and then, alternative form of then and there. There are, third person plural present indicative of there be. See also there is. There are bad apples in every orchard. Every community and demographic has troublesome members. There are many ways to skin a cat. Alternative form of there's more than one way to skin a cat. There are more horses asses than horses. There are plenty of obnoxious people in the world, or in a specified place or situation. Apparently, it can also refer to political situations. There are no atheists in foxholes. In times of extreme stress or fear, even those who do not believe in a benevolent higher power will hope that one exists. There are no stupid questions. Alternative form of there's no such thing as a stupid question. There are none so blind as those who will not see. Understanding cannot be forced on someone who chooses to be ignorant. There are none so deaf as those who will not hear. Synonym of there are none so blind as those who will not see. There are plenty more fish in the sea. Alternative form of there are plenty of fish in the sea. There are plenty of fish in the sea. There are many more potential opportunities available. There are two sides to every question. One should not make a judgment until one hears the other side. There are two sides to every story. Synonym of there are two sides to every question. There a way. Alternative form of their way. There we. Of the specified thing to exist, physically or abstractly. There present participle and gerund of there be. There but for the grace of God go I. A recognition that others' misfortune could be one's own. If it weren't for the blessing of the divine, or for fortune or fate. There exists. Synonym of there be. There exists. Third person singular simple present indicative of there exist. There for everyone to see. Very obvious, easily discerned. There goes the neighborhood. Something undesirable has been introduced into one's community. There goes the neighborhood. British standard spelling of there goes the neighborhood. There had been. Past perfect of there be. There has been. Singular present perfect of there be. There have been. Plural present perfect of there be. There having been. Past participle of there be. There is. Third person singular simple present indicative of there be. Used to indicate the existence of something physical or abstract. See also there are. There is a lid for every pot. Alternative form of there's a lid for every pot. There is a new sheriff in town. A new individual has come to power and will be making changes. There is a place and time for everything. Alternative form of there is a time and place for everything. There is a time and a place for everything. Alternative form of there is a time and place for everything. There is a time and place for everything. Certain things are appropriate at a certain time and place. There is an exception to every rule, usually said in a situation when the rule is incorrect and unusable. There is no there. Alternative form of there is no there. There is no free lunch. Alternative form of there's no such thing as a free lunch. There is no honor among thieves. Most thieves lack a sense of honor and are not to be trusted. There is no planet B. There is only one Earth, so humans must try to conserve Earth's environment by taking steps to mitigate climate change, etc. There is no replacement for displacement. A bigger engine is better. There is no spoon. A certain problem or obstacle only exists if one believes in it. Therefore, it is possible to overcome it by denying its existence. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Alternative form of there's no such thing as a free lunch. There is no such thing as bad press. Synonym of any press is good press. There is no such thing as bad publicity. Synonym of any press is good press. There's no such thing as bad weather, only bad clothing. Any type of weather can be endured if adequate clothing is worn. There is no there. The indicated thing, person, or other matter has no distinctive identity, or no significant characteristics, or no functional center point. Nothing significant exists in that place. Nothing significant is occurring in that situation. There is no war in Ba Sing Sea. Nothing is going on. Everything is under control. It is business as usual, suggesting that important information is being covered up. There is nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. Short-term provisions tend to gain traction and become difficult to remove. There is nothing new under the sun. There is nothing truly novel in existence. Every new idea has some sort of precedent or echo from the past. There is reason in the roasting of eggs. There is a reason behind even the most odd and seemingly unnecessary actions. There is safety in numbers. There is a purported decrease in the likelihood of being the victim of an attack, accident, or other unfortunate event as a result of being in a team or group. There is something in the water. Alternative form of there must be something in the water. There is something rotten in the state of Denmark. Alternative form of something is rotten in the state of Denmark. There is something to be said for. Used to indicate that an idea, argument, etc. has some value or merit. There is strength in numbers. There is more strength in groups than individuals. There is the rub. Alternative form of therein lies the rub. There isn't any easy way to say this. There isn't any easy way to say this. Used to introduce bad news. There lies the rub. Alternative form of therein lies the rub. There may be snow on the mountain top, but there's fire in the valley. Synonym of there may be snow on the rooftop, but there is fire in the furnace. There may be snow on the rooftop, but there is fire in the furnace. Even a person in his or her senior years with gray hair can still have ambition and energy, especially sexual energy. There must be something in the water. There are so many instances of something unusual, such as in people's behavior, that there must be a common cause. There now, expressing comfort or sympathy. There one has it. Alternative form of there you have it. That ought to be a law. Indicates disapproval of a situation. There ought to be a law. Pronunciation spelling of there ought to be a law. There ought to be a law. Pronunciation spelling of there ought to be a law. There she blows. The traditional hail of the lookout in a whaler whaling ship when sighting the spouting water thrown up by a whale surfacing. There what? Simple past singular of there be. There we go. Said after an action has been performed successfully. There were. Simple past plural of there be. There you go. Alternative form of there you go. There you are. Used while giving someone something. Here you are. There you go. There you go. You have done it or doing it correctly. There you have it. That is it. That is the situation or state of things. The contraction of their would. Derden, past perfect of their be. The contraction of their will. There, contraction of there are. The contraction of there is. There's a first time for everything. Something could happen even if it has not happened before. There's a good time coming. Used to indicate or signify a point in time in the future of good fortune, especially one that has been anticipated or foretold. There's a grain of truth in every joke. Whenever a person is joking, they are actually disguising thoughts and emotions, either subconsciously or deliberately. There's a lid for every pause. Somewhere in the world there is a compatible romantic partner for everybody. There's a place and time for everything. Alternative form of there is a time and place for everything. There's a rotten apple in every barrel. There's a bad person in any group. There's a sucker born every minute. There will always be a great number of fools in the world who can be easily swindled. There's a thought, used to indicate that something is a novel idea worth considering. There's a time and a place for everything. Alternative form of there is a time and place for everything. There's a time and place for everything. Alternative form of there is a time and place for everything. There's always a bigger fish. No matter how large or intimidating a person or thing is, there is likely to be an even larger or more intimidating person or thing somewhere. There will be singular present perfect of there be. There's been an accident. Indicates that an accident has occurred. There's life in the old dog yet. A person's faculties or an organization's usefulness should not be written off simply because of age. There's many a good tune played on an old fiddle. Just because something or someone is old does not mean that it or they are no longer useful or worthwhile. There's many a slip between the cup and the lip. Alternative form of there's many a slip twixt cup and lip. There's many a slip twixt cup and lip. In any situation, however well planned, something can always go wrong. There's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip. Alternative form of there's many a slip twixt cup and lip. There's more than one way to cook an egg. Synonym of there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to crack an egg. Synonym of there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to feed a cat. Synonym of there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to fuck a cat. Synonym of there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to peel an orange. Synonym of there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to skin a cat. A problem generally has more than one solution. There is more than one way to achieve a goal. There's more where that came from. A greater number of similar things can be provided in the future. There's no there there. Alternative form of there's no there there. There's no accounting for tastes. In subjective matters of taste, people have wildly different opinions. Disagreements about matters of taste cannot be objectively resolved. There's no business like show business. The domain of the entertainment industry is more dazzling and exciting than any other business. There's no fool like an old fool. If a person does not develop wisdom with age, then their foolishness is all the more obvious and shameful. There's no I in team. Teamwork should focus on the needs of the team, not on the individual. There's no place like home. One feels most comfortable at home. There's no point crying over spilt milk. You should not be upset over something that cannot be undone. There's no shame in my game. Alternative form of no shame in my game. There's no smoke without fire. Alternative form of no smoke without fire. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Nothing is free. Even things that appear free often have to be paid for in the end. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Used to encourage people to seek knowledge by asking questions, no matter how silly the questions may appear to be. There's no there. Alternative form of there is no there. There's no time like the present. Now is an appropriate time to take a particular action. There's no use. Used to indicate that the specified action cannot succeed or offers no advantage if successful. There's no use crying over spilt milk. Alternative form of there's no point crying over spilt milk. There's none so blind as those who will not see. Alternative form of there are none so blind as those who will not see. There's nothing to it. It is easy. It is simple. There's nought so queer as folk. Nothing is as strange as people can be. People can behave very oddly sometimes. There's one born every minute. Synonym of there's a sucker born every minute. There, shortened form of there have. Yerove. Plural present perfect of there be. There conveys comfort, used to calm somebody or urge somebody to relax, especially when the person is crying. Thereinin. Alternative form of thereain't. Thereabout, about or near that place. Thereabouts, synonym of thereabout. Thereabove, above that. Thereacross, across that. Thereafter. After that, from then on, thenceforth. Thereafters, alternative form of thereafter, after that, from then on. Thereagin. In opposition to it, against one's course. Thereagainst. In opposition to or against it, contrary to it, against that. Therealong. Alongside, against. Thereamong. Among that or those. Thereamongst. Alternative form of thereamong. Thereinin. Concerning that, relating to that. Thereabout. Thereainants. Alternative form of thereainant. Therearound. Around that or them. Thereath. There. At that place. Thereatop. On top of that. Thereaway. In that direction, thereabout. Thereaways. Alternative form of their way. Therebefore. Before that time. Beforehand. Therebefore. Therebefore. Therebehind. Behind that or those. Therebeneath. Beneath that. Therebeside. Beside that or those. Therebesides. Alternative form of therebeside. Therebetween. Between those. Therein. Beyond that. Thereby. By it. By that. By that means, or as a consequence of that. Thereby hangs a tale. Used to indicate that something requires a long story or explanation to fully understand. There down. Down there. Therefore. For that. In return for that. Therefore. Consequently. By or in consequence of that or this cause, referring to something previously stated. Thereom. From that. Thereends. Away from that place. Therein. In that place, in him slash her slash it. Therein lies the rub. That is where the problem is found or located. Therein above, in that document. therein after, in the following part of a document or speech, therein before, in a preceding part of that speech, book, etc., before that, therein below, synonym of therein under, thereinto, into that place, state, etc., therein under, in and under that of a clause to follow later in a document, etc. Therein, with or by means of that, therewith. Therein, an electronic musical instrument that generates sound of varying pitch and volume depending on the proximity of the musician's hands to two antennae mounted on the instrument. Thereminist, someone who plays the theremin. Thereminists, plural of thereminists. Theremins, plural of theremin. Thereminvox, theremin musical instrument. Thereminboxes, plural of thereminvox. There'nsa, alternative form of their hence. There'ness, the quality of being there or in some place, presence, existence. Theirnesses, plural of theirness. Their nigh, near that person, place, thing, etc. Neareth. Thereof, of this, that, or it. Thereology, therapeutics. Thereon, on that. Thereout, out of it, out from it. Thereover, over that. Thereright, at once, straight away. The plural of there. Teresa, a female given name from ancient Greek, variant of Teresa. Ferrous magnanite, a trigonal sulfate chloride mineral with the chemical formula NaCO-SO-OH-Cl6H2O. Therefore, through that. There throughout that. That too, left. There for, until that time. There toward the destination under discussion. There towards that. There under that, under it. There until, there to or toward that. There unto, there to, there up there upon that. There upon that. Thereon. There were, emphatic form of there. Therewith, any fly in the family therevidi. Therevids, plural of therevid. There while, at that time, at the same time. There whilst, there while. The wise, in that way. Therewith, with this, that, or those. Therewithal, in addition, besides, with all this / that. Therewithal, archaic form of therewithal. Therewithin, within that. Therewithout, outside of that. Therefore, obsolete spelling of therefore. Ferry. Privacalic form of thurio. Furiae, a universal antidote against all poisons, particularly medicines considered to derive from a recipe of the Roman physician Andromachus and representing an improvement on Mithridate. Theriaca, alternative spelling of thuriac. Theriaci, plural of theriaca. Neuriacal, of or relating to thuriac, medicinal. Theriacas, plural of theriaca. Therias, alternative spelling of thuriac. Thuriac, Alternative spelling of thuriac. Thuriacs, plural of thuriac. Thuriel, thuriacal, medicinal. Thuria, of or pertaining to the taxonomic subclass Thuria. Thurianism, knowledge about or the condition of being a therianthrope. Thurians, plural of thurian. Therianthrope, any mythical being which is part human, part animal. Therianthropes, plural of therianthrope. Therianthropic, having both human and animal forms. Therianthropism, the representation of deities in combined human and animal form. Therianthropy, shapeshifting between human and animal forms. Thuria, alternative spelling of thuriac. Theriatrix, the science of medicine involving animals such as veterinary medicine or the treatment of animal bites. Thurials, a surname. Thurials, plural of thurialt. Thuridae, any member of the family Thuridiidae, the cobweb spiders. Thuridiids, plural of Thuridiae. Thuridiosomatidae, any spider in the family Thuridiosomatidae. Thuridiosomatids, plural of Thuridiosomatidae. Thuria, a surname from French. Thurio, wild animal. Thurese, the killing of a non-human animal by a human. Thuresids, plural of Thuriaceae. Thuridont, any of the Thuriodontia, a major group of therapsids which appeared during the Middle Permian. Thuriodonts, plural of Thuriodont. Thuriogenealogical, relating to thuriogenealogy. Thuriogenealogist, one who studies thuriogenealogy. Thuriogenealogists, plural of thuriogenealogists. Thuriogenealogy, the branch of veterinary medicine concerned with reproduction. Thurioherpetid, any cynodont in the family Thurioherpetidae. Thurioherpetids, plural of Thurioherpetid. Thuriellosae, the worship of wild animals. Thuriology, relating to beasts, wild animals. Thuriology, synonym of mammalogy. Thuriomancy, divination involving animals. Thuriomantic, of or pertaining to thuriomancy. Thuriomimicry, the act of mimicking a wild animal. Thuriomorph, synonym of zoomorph. Thuriomorphe, having the form of a beast. Thuriomorphism, the shaping of something in the form of an animal. Thuriomorphisms, plural of thuriomorphism. Thuriomorphization, the process of thuriomorphizing, depiction as an animal. Thuriomorphize, to depict as or make into the form of an animal. Thuriomorphize, simple past and past participle of thuriomorphize. Thuriomorphizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thuriomorphize. Thuriomorphizing, present participle and gerund of thuriomorphize. Thuriomorphs, plural of thuriomorph. Thuriophile, one who subscribes to the idea of thuriophily or animalitarianism. Thuriophiles, plural of thuriophile. Thuriophily, synonym of animalitarianism. Furious, a surname. Furious. Plural of Thurius. Variotype, the animal that of the thurianthrope identifies as variotypes, plural of the variotype. There is an asaur, any theropod dinosaur of the clade. There is an asauria. There is an asaurian, any theropod dinosaur of the clade. There is an asauria. There is an asaurians, plural of the is an asaurian. There is an asaurid, any dinosaur in the family. There is an asauridae. There is an asaurids, plural of there is an asaurid. There is an osauroid, any dinosaur of the superfamily. There is an osauroidea. There is an osauroids, plural of there is an osauroid. There is an asaurs, plural of there is an asaur. Ther, a unit of heat equal to 100,000 British thermal units, often used in the context of natural gas. Ther, alternative form of therma before vowels. Thermi, Roman-style spring or baths with warm or hot water. Thermisthesia, alternative form of thermesthesia. Thermageddon, a proposed apocalypse caused by the rising temperatures of climate change. Thermaic Gulf, a gulf off the coast of Greece, an arm of the Aegean Sea. Thermal, a census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Thermal analysis, plural of thermal analysis. Thermal analysis, any of several analytical techniques that monitor the chemical and physical changes that occur as a material is heated. Thermal break, a thermal insulator placed between two thermal conductors to reduce the flow of heat, often used in aluminum doors and windows. Thermal brakes, plural of thermal brake. Thermal camera, a camera that is sensitive to infrared radiation heat instead of visible light as ordinary camera. Thermal cameras, plural of thermal camera. Thermal coal, the type of coal used in coal-fired electrical power plants. Thermal compound, thermal grease. Thermal compounds, plural of thermal compound. Thermal conductance, a measure of the ability of a particular body or assembly to conduct heat. Thermal conductances, plural of thermal conductance. Thermal conductivities, plural of thermal conductivity. Thermal conductivity, a measure of the ability of a material to conduct heat, often denoted K, lambda, or kappa. Thermal contact, a state in which two or more systems can exchange thermal energy. Thermal credit, a unit that offsets the thermal impact of 1 ton of carbon dioxide, accounting the net thermal impact generated by human activity on the Earth's climate. Thermal credits, plural of thermal credit. Thermal cycler, a laboratory device in which a polymerase chain reaction is carried out repeatedly in cycles, which in turn amplifies the sample DNA segments. The instrument contains a thermal block which contains the DNA samples and can precisely control the internal temperature. Thermal cyclers, plural of thermal cycler. Thermal death time, the amount of time required to kill a specific bacterium at a specific temperature. Thermal death times, plural of thermal death time. Thermal design power, the maximum amount of heat generated by a computer chip or components which the cooling system in a computer is designed to dissipate under any workload. Thermal desorption, the removal of contaminants from soil, etc. by heating. Thermal energies, plural of thermal energy. Thermal energy, The internal energy of a system in thermodynamic equilibrium due to its temperature. Thermal gel. Thermal grease. Thermal gels. Plural of thermal gel. Thermal grease. A viscous fluid substance, originally with properties akin to grease, which increases the thermal conductivity of a thermal interface by filling microscopic air gaps present due to the imperfectly flat and smooth surfaces of the components. Thermal greases. Plural of thermal grease. Thermal horsepower. The horsepower of an electric motor determined by the readings from a thermal type ammeter. Thermal horsepowers. Plural of thermal horsepower. Thermal imaging. Synonym of thermography. Thermal lance. A tool that burns iron in an oxygen-rich environment to create very high temperatures for cutting. Thermal lances. Plural of thermal lance. Thermal lithosphere. The thermal boundary layer between the surface of the Earth cooled by conduction and the asthenosphere cooled by convection. Thermal lithospheres. Plural of thermal lithosphere. Thermal mass. Synonym of heat capacity. Thermal masses. Plural of thermal mass. Thermal neutron. A relatively slow-moving neutron whose energy is governed by the temperature of its environment. Thermal neutrons. Plural of thermal neutron. Thermal noise. Synonym of Johnson-Nyquist noise. Thermal oxidizer. A device for treating air pollutants of all types, especially VOCs and odors, by burning the gases in an oven at about 800 OC for about 1 second. Thermal oxidizers. Plural of thermal oxidizer. Thermal paper. Paper treated so as to change color on exposure to heat, as used in thermal printers. Thermal papers. Plural of thermal paper. Thermal paste. Substance used to transfer heat evenly, such as is used in computers. Thermal grease. Thermal pastes. Plural of thermal pastes. Thermal printer. A printer that operates by applying heat to selected areas of specially treated paper. Thermal printers. Plural of thermal printer. Thermal radiation. The electromagnetic radiation emitted from a body as a consequence of its temperature. Increasing the temperature of the body increases the amount of radiation produced and shifts it to shorter wavelengths, higher frequencies, in a manner explained only by quantum mechanics. Thermal relaxation time. The amount of time required for a target to dissipate its incident thermal energy. Thermal relaxation times. Plural of thermal relaxation time. Thermal rocket. A rocket that is powered by a thermal source, such as a nuclear thermal rocket or a solar thermal rocket, or a rocket powered by an energy beam, such as a laser or microwave beam. Thermal rockets. Plural of thermal rocket. Thermal spring. A hot spring. Thermal springs. Plural of thermal spring. Thermal turbulence. Atmospheric turbulence due to convection currents. Thermal turbulences. Plural of thermal turbulence. Thermal underwear. Synonym of long underwear. Thermeld. Simple past and past participle of thermal. Thermalgesic. Alternative form of thermalgesic. Thermalda. Causalgia. Thermogravimetric. Thermogravimetric. Thermaling. Present participle and gerund of thermal. Thermalization. Alternative spelling of thermalization. Thermalizations. Plural of thermalization. Thermalize. Alternative spelling of thermalize. Thermalize. Simple past and past participle of thermalize. Thermalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of thermalize. Thermalizing. Present participle and gerund of thermalize. Thermalism. The therapeutic use of hot water springs. Thermalito. A census-designated place in Butte County, California, United States. Thermality. The condition of being thermal. Thermalization. The process of reaching thermal equilibrium by mutual interaction. Thermalizations. Plural of thermalization. Thermalize. To lower the speed and kinetic energy of fast newsrooms in a nuclear reactor by use of a moderator and thus increase the efficiency of fission. Thermalize. Simple past and past participle of thermalize. Thermalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of thermalize. Thermalizing. Present participle and gerund of thermalize. Thermal. Simple past and past participle of thermal. Thermaling. Present participle and gerund of thermal. Thermally. Regarding heat. Thermalin. Is pseudoparticle associated with the thermal properties of the event horizon of a black hole. Thermalins. Plural of thermalin. Thermals. Plural of thermal. Thermanesthesia. The inability to feel heat or cold, loss of sense of temperature upon contact with skin. Thermantidote. An antidote to heat, especially a rotating fan attached to a window. Thermantidotes. Plural of thermantidote. Thermanesthesia. Obsolete typography of thermanesthesia. Thermate. A variation of thermite and is an incendiary pyrotechnic composition that can generate short bursts of very high temperatures focused on a small area for a short period of time. Thermates. Plural of thermate. Thermatologic. Alternative form of thermatological. Thermatological. Relating to thermatology. Thermatology. The branch of therapeutics dealing with the application of heat. Thermotherapy. Thermal. A thermocouple. Thermals. Plural of thermal. Thermesthesia. The ability to feel heat. Thermostatic. Relating to thermesthesia. Thermit. A mixture of a metal and of a ceramic material which has been thermally treated, i.e. heat-treated cermet. Thermets. Plural of thermit. Thermet. A portable device for efficiently boiling water outdoors using small combustible materials such as twigs. Thermets. Plural of thermet. Thermic. Of, related to, or associated with heat. Thermal. Thermic lance. A thermal lance. Thermic lances. Plural of thermic lance. Thermic siphon. A heat-exchanging element in the firebox or combustion chamber of some steam boiler and steam locomotive designs, directly exposed to the radiant heat of combustion. Thermic siphons. Plural of thermic siphon. Thermic siphon. Alternative form of thermic siphon. Thermic siphons. Plural of thermic siphon. Thermical. Alternative form of thermic. Thermically. Thermally. In terms of heat. Thermidor. The 11th month of the French Republican calendar from July 19 or 20 to August 17 or 18. Thermidorian. Alternative form of Thermidorian. Thermidorians. Plural of Thermidorian. Thermidorian. Someone who took part in or supported The overthrow of Robespierre on the 9th Thermidor 27 July 1794. Thermidorians, plural of Thermidorian. Thermidors, plural of Thermidor. Thermofusion, an artificial alkaloid resembling phthalate used as an antipyretic. Therma, the hydrochloride of tetrahydronaphthalene, once used as a mydriatic. Thermia, an electrically charged particle, either an electron or an ion emitted by a conducting material at high temperatures. Thermionic, involving the emission of electrons from a heated electrode. Thermionic tube, synonym of vacuum tube. Thermionic tubes, plural of thermionic tube. Thermionic valve, an electric device incorporating electrons from a glowing cathode inside an evacuated glass tube, functioning as a switch, amplifier, etc. Thermionic valves, plural of thermionic valve. Thermionically, in a thermionic manner. Thermionics, the science dealing with thermionic emission. Thermions, plural of thermion. Thermization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of thermization. Thermise, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of thermise. Thermise, simple past and past participle of thermise. Thermizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thermise. Thermizing, present participle and gerund of thermise. Thermistor, relating to or equipped with a thermistor. Thermistor, alternative spelling of thermistor. Thermistors, plural of thermistor. Thermistor, a resistor whose resistance varies rapidly and predictably with temperature and as a result can be used to measure temperature. Thermistors, plural of thermistor. Thermit, alternative spelling of thermite. Thirdidase, a peptidase enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of proteins. Thermite, a mixture of a metal and a metal oxide capable of producing a thermite reaction, such as aluminium metal and ferric oxide, used in incendiary devices. Thermite reaction, an exothermic redox reaction between a metal and metal oxide as reactants, such as aluminium and iron oxide. Thermite reactions, plural of thermite reaction. Thermites, plural of thermite. Thermization, a method of sanitizing raw milk which uses temperatures lower than those used in pasteurization in 63-65 degrees C. Thermize, to treat a food product using thermization, a method of sanitizing raw milk which uses temperatures lower than those used in pasteurization. Thermize, simple past and past participle of thermize. Thermizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thermize. Thermizing, present participle and gerund of thermize. Thermo, thermal, heat, temperature. Thermoelectromagnetoelastic, describing the interaction between thermal, electrical, magnetic, and elastic properties in a material. Thermoelectromagnetoelasticity, the condition of being thermoelectromagnetoelastic. Thermooxidation, alternative form of thermooxidation. Thermoxidative, alternative form of thermoxidative. Thermosiphon, alternative form of thermosiphon. Thermosiphons, plural of thermosiphon. Thermosiphon, alternative form of thermosiphon. Thermosiphons, plural of siphon. Thermoablation. Thermal ablation. Thermoablations. Plural of thermoablation. Thermoablato. Relating to or using thermoablation. Thermoabrasion. Thermal abrasion. Abrasion due to things like freezing and thawing. Thermoabrasional. Pertaining to thermoabrasion. Thermoacidic. Referring to a hot, acidic environment. Thermoacidophile. Ne at azazolidactium are again typically of the phylum Cutigida. Thermoacidophiles. Plural of thermoacidophile. Thermoacidophilic. Characteristic of the thermoacidophile. Thermoacoustic. Of or pertaining to thermoacoustics. Thermoacoustics. The study of phenomena influenced by thermodynamics and acoustics. Thermoacoustimetry. The study of the effects of rising temperature on the acoustic properties of materials. Thermoactivated. Activated by heat. Thermoactivation. Thermal activation. Thermoactivities. Plural of thermoactivity. Thermoactivity. The activity typically of an enzyme at elevated temperature. Thermoactuator. A thermal actuator. Thermoactuators. Plural of thermoactuator. Thermoadaptation. Thermal adaptation. Thermoadapted. Thermally adapted. Thermoadhesion. Thermal adhesion. Thermoadhesive. Thermally adhesive. Thermoadhesiveness. The condition of being thermoadhesive. Thermoafferent. That carries heat toward the body or an organ. Thermoaggregation. Aggregation under the influence of heat. Thermalgesic. Producing a painful sensation of heat. Thermoalkalophile. Any organism that lives in a hot alkaline environment. Thermoalkaliphiles. Plural of thermoalkalophile. Thermoalkalophilic. Relating to and thermoalkalophile. Thermoanaerobic. Thermic and anaerobic. Thermoanesthesia. Alternative form of thermoanesthesia. Thermoanalyzer. A device that performs some form of analysis as a sample is heated. Thermoanalyzers. Plural of thermoanalyzer. Thermoanalyzes. Plural of thermoanalysis. Thermoanalysis. Thermal analysis. Thermoanalytic. Alternative form of thermoanalytical. Thermoanalytical. Of, pertaining to, or obtained by thermal analysis. Thermoanalytically. In terms of or by means of thermal analysis. Thermoanalyzer. Alternative form of thermoanalyzer. Thermoanalyzers. Plural of thermoanalyzer. Thermoanesthesia. Loss of the ability to distinguish heat or cold by touch. Thermoanesthesia. Obsolete typography of thermoanesthesia. Thermobalance. An instrument that measures the change in weight of a sample while it is being heated. Thermobalances. Plural of thermobalance. Thermoballing. An incident where honeybees surround a threat and cause it to die through high temperature. Thermoballistic. Subject to both thermal and ballistic influences. Thermobaric. Describing various weapons that use atmospheric oxygen to produce a blast wave of a significantly longer duration than those produced by condensed explosives. Thermobaric weapon. A weapon of a class of bombs which causes a large explosion with effects similar to a nuclear blast by having an explosion, flash of heat, shockwave, producing a vacuum, and vacuum collapse pressure wave, typically produced by aerosolizing a fuel throughout the air and setting it alight, producing a detonation that consumes all the oxygen in the region. Thermobaric weapons. Plural of thermobaric weapon. Thermobarics. Plural of thermobaric. Thermobarograph. An instrument for recording simultaneously the pressure and temperature of a gas, a combined thermograph and barograph. Thermobarographs. Plural of thermobarograph. Thermobarometer. An instrument that measured altitudes via the boiling point of water. Thermobarometers. Plural of thermobarometer. Thermobatteries. Plural of thermobattery. Thermobattery. A thermoelectric battery, a thermopile. Thermobox. A thermally insulated box. Thermoboxes. Plural of thermobox. Thermocamera. A camera that is sensitive to thermal infrared radiation. Thermocameras. Plural of thermocamera. Thermocapillarity. The condition of being thermocapillary. Thermocapillary. Describing the effect of surfaces and hence capillaries on heat transfer and on the movement of bodies by such convection. Thermocatalytic. Relating to thermocatalysis. Thermocatheter. A catheter which has a thermocouple to continuously monitor the internal temperature. Thermocatheters. Plural of thermocatheter. Thermocatary. Cauterization by means of heat. Thermoception. The sense of heat and cold. The ability of humans and many other organisms to perceive temperature. Thermoceptive. Relating to thermoception. Thermoceptor. Alternative form of thermoreceptor. Thermoceptors. Plural of thermoceptor. Thermochemic. Alternative form of thermochemical. Thermochemical. Of or pertaining to thermochemistry. Thermochemical calorie. A non-C unit of energy equivalent to 4.184 joules. Thermochemical calories. Plural of thermochemical calorie. Thermochemically. By thermochemical means. Thermochemist. A chemist who works in the field of thermochemistry. Thermochemistry. The study of the thermodynamics of chemical reactions. Thermochemists. Plural of thermochemists. Thermochemolysis. A form of chemolysis that also involves the use of heat or pyrolyses. Thermochemolytic. Relating to thermochemolysis. Thermochroic. Having undergone selective absorption and therefore analogous to colored rays of light. Thermochromatic. Alternative form of thermochromic. Thermochromatographic. Of or pertaining to thermochromatography. Thermochromatographically. By means of thermochromatography. Thermochromatography. A form of gas-liquid chromatography in which volatile materials are separated at gradually increasing temperatures. Thermochrome. Any substance that changes color as a result of a change in temperature. Thermochromes. Plural of thermochrome. Thermochrome. That changes color on exposure to heat. Thermochromic paper. Synonym of thermal paper. Thermochromism. The reversible change of color with temperature of some materials. Thermochromy. the property possessed by heat of being composed, like light, of rays of different degrees of refrangibility, which are unequal in rate or degree of transmission through diathermic substances. Thermochron, a device that records temperature in thermochronology and thermochronometry. Thermochronological, of or pertaining to thermochronology. Thermochronologically, in a thermochronological way, by thermochronology. Thermochronologists, an expert in thermochronology. Thermochronology, a form of radiometric dating used to estimate the time since a rock solidified. Thermochronometry, synonym of thermochronology. Thermochrons, plural of thermochron. Thermocirculator, a device that heats and circulates a fluid. Thermocirculators, plural of thermocirculator. Thermocirc, a large cirque hollow formed by novation, especially if formed by the coalescence of several smaller novation hollows. Thermocircs, plural of thermocirc. Thermoclastic, of or relating to thermoclasty. Thermoclasty, weathering caused by thermal processes. Thermoclimate, the thermal part of a climate large-scale weather system. Thermoclimates, plural of thermoclimate. Thermoclinal, relating to a thermocline. Thermocline, a layer within a body of water or air where the temperature changes rapidly with depth. Thermoclines, plural of thermocline. Thermoclinic, describing an atmosphere in which the density of the air depends primarily upon the temperature. Thermocoagulate, to cause or to undergo thermocoagulation. Thermocoagulated, simple past and past participle of thermocoagulate. Thermocoagulates, third person singular simple present indicative of thermocoagulate. Thermocoagulating, present participle and gerund of thermocoagulate. Thermocoagulation, coagulation by means of heat. Thermococcal, any microbe of the order Thermococcales. Thermococcals, plural of thermococcal. Thermocol, synonym of polystyrene. Thermocompetent, competent permeable to DNA when heated. Thermocompositional, describing systems such as buoyancy that results from both thermal and compositional such as salinity factors. Thermocompression, heating and compression combined. Thermocompressor, a device that uses a stream of high-pressure steam to induce flow in a lower-pressure system. Thermocompressors, plural of thermocompressor. Thermoconductance, thermal conductance. Thermoconductances, plural of thermoconductance. Thermoconductive, thermally conductive. Thermoconductivity, thermal conductivity. Thermoconform, to adopt the surrounding temperature. Thermoconformation, a conformation caused by the application of heat. Thermoconformational, relating to a thermoconformation. Thermoconformations, plural of thermoconformation. Thermoconformed, simple past and past participle. Of thermoconform. Thermoconformer, any organism whose body temperature changes according to the external temperature rather than carrying out thermoregulation. Thermoconformers, plural of thermoconformer. Thermoconforming, present participle and gerund of thermoconform. Thermoconformity, the adoption of the surrounding temperature. Thermoconforms. Third person singular simple present indicative of thermoconform. Thermoconstant. Having a constant temperature. Thermocontainer. Any of various types of thermally insulated container. Thermocontainers. Plural of thermocontainer. Thermocontrol. Thermally controlled, especially by means of a thermostat. Thermocontroller. Any device that controls temperature or heat output. Thermocontrollers. Plural of thermocontroller. Thermoconvection. Thermal convection. Thermoconvections. Plural of thermoconvection. Thermoconversion. Conversion by means of heat. Thermoconversions. Plural of thermoconversion. Thermocouple. A transducer consisting of two different metals welded together at each end. A voltage is produced that is proportional to the difference in temperature between the two junctions, one of which is normally held at a known temperature. Thermocoupler. Synonym of thermocouple. Thermocouplers. Plural of thermocoupler. Thermocouples. Plural of thermocouple. Thermocoupling. The use of a thermocouple. Thermocouplings. Plural of thermocoupling. Thermocracking. Chemical cracking by heating. Thermocryostat. A low-temperature thermostat. Thermocryostats. Plural of thermocryostat. Thermocurrent. A current as of electricity developed or set in motion by the action of heat. A thermoelectric current. Thermocurrents. Plural of thermocurrent. Thermocycle. Thermodynamic cycle. Thermocycled. Thermally cycled in a thermocycler. Thermocycler. A thermal cycler. Thermocyclers. Plural of thermocycler. Thermocycles. Plural of thermocycle. Thermocyclic. Relating to a thermocycle. Thermocycling. The use of a thermocycler to amplify DNA segments. Thermot. A type of soldering equipment. Thermodecomposition. Chemical decomposition caused by heat or the transfer of thermal energy. Thermodecompositions. Plural of thermodecomposition. Thermodegradation. Thermodegradation. Thermodegradations. Plural of thermodegradation. Thermodenaturation. Thermal denaturation. Thermodenudation. Denudation due to thermal factors. Thermodenudational. Pertaining to thermodenudation. Thermodenuder. A device used to separate or remove and sometimes also measure the volatile components of an aerosol. Thermodenuders. Plural of thermodenuder. Thermodependency. Thermal dependency. Thermids. Plural of thermid. Thermodadsorbable. Quality of a carrier matrix used for the chemical analysis of volatile compounds, which can be used in the process known as thermodadsorption. Thermodadsorber. The equipment used to achieve thermodadsorption. Thermodadsorbers. Plural of thermodadsorber. Thermodadsorption. Part of a technique used for the chemical analysis of volatile compounds. Compounds previously adsorbed are later subject to a heating process known as thermodadsorption. Thermodadsorptions. Plural of thermodadsorption. Thermodestabilize. To destabilize by heating. Thermodestabilizing. Present participle and gerund of thermodestabilize. Thermodestruction. Thermal destruction. Thermodestructive. Thermally destructive, pertaining to thermodestruction. Thermodetection. The detection of heat. Thermodifferential, pertaining to differences in temperature. Thermodiffractogram. A diffractogram produced using thermal neutrons rather than X-rays. Thermodiffractograms. Plural of thermodiffractogram. Thermodiffusion. Thermal diffusion. Thermodiffusions. Plural of thermodiffusion. Thermodilatometric. Relating to thermodilatometry. Thermodilatometry. The measurement of the dimension of a sample when heated in a controlled manner. Thermodilution. Determination of cardiac output by measurement of the change in temperature in the bloodstream after injection of a known amount of cooled saline fluid. Thermodilutional. Relating to thermodilution. Thermodilutions. Plural of thermodilution. Thermodomorphic. Thermally dimorphic. Thermodin. A white crystalline substance derived from urethane, used in medicine as an antipyretic, etc. Thermodispersion. The loss of heat from the surface of a body typically by radiation. Thermoduric. Capable of surviving high temperatures such as the pasteurization process. Thermodurics. Plural of thermoduric. Thermodynamic. Of or relating to the conversion of heat into other forms of energy. Thermodynamic equilibria. Plural of thermodynamic equilibrium. Thermodynamic equilibrium. The state of a system in which its energy distribution is such that all parts of the system have the same temperature and no heat flows. Thermodynamic state. A set of values, state variables that together constitute a complete specification of the thermodynamic properties of a system. Thermodynamic states. Plural of thermodynamic state. Thermodynamic system. A localized physical system consisting of interacting components called degrees of freedom. Thermodynamic systems. Plural of thermodynamic system. Thermodynamic temperature. Temperature defined in terms of the laws of thermodynamics rather than the properties of a real material, expressed in kelvins. Thermodynamic temperatures. Plural of thermodynamic temperature. Thermodynamical. Thermodynamic. Thermodynamically. With regard to thermodynamics. Thermodynamician. A person who studies thermodynamics. Thermodynamicians. Plural of thermodynamician. Thermodynamicists. A person who studies thermodynamics. Thermodynamicists. Plural of thermodynamicists. Thermodynamics. The science of the conversions between heat and other forms of energy. Thermodynamist. A person who studies thermodynamics. Thermodynamists. Plural of thermodynamists. Thermoecological. Of or related to thermoecology. Thermoecology. The branch of ecology that focuses on the effects of the temperature change. Thermoeconomic. Relating to thermoeconomics. Thermoeconomics. A branch of economics that incorporates theories from thermodynamics. Thermoeconomist. One who studies thermoeconomics. Thermoeconomists. Plural of thermoeconomists. Thermeffect. A thermal effect. Thermeffector. An effector that regulates temperature. Thermeffectors. Plural of thermeffector. Thermeffects. Plural of thermeffect. Thermoelastic. Of, pertaining to, or exhibiting Thermoelasticity. Thermoelastically. In a thermoelastic manner. Thermoelasticities. Plural of thermoelasticity. Thermoelasticity. The study of the relationship between the elastic properties of a material and its temperature, or between its thermal conductivity and its stresses. Thermoelectric. Of, pertaining to, or exhibiting thermoelectricity. Thermoelectrical. Thermoelectric. Thermoelectrically. By thermoelectric means. Thermoelectricity. The direct conversion of heat into electricity. Thermoelectrics. The study of thermoelectricity. Thermoelectrometer. An instrument for measuring the strength of an electric current by the heat that it produces, or for determining the heat produced by such a current. Thermoelectrometers. Plural of thermoelectrometer. Thermoelectrometry. The measurement of the electrical characteristics of a substance as it is heated in a controlled manner. Thermoelectromotive. That produces an electric current by the application of heat. Thermoelectron. A thermionic electron. Thermoelectronic. Of or relating to thermoelectronics. Thermoelectronics. The study and use of electrical devices that operate by the thermionic emission of electrons. Thermoelectrons. Plural of thermoelectron. Thermoelement. A thermoelectric couple used to convert heat into electricity. A thermocouple. Thermoements. Plural of thermoelement. Thermoembole. Relating to thermoembolization. Thermoembolization. Thermal embolization. Thermoenergetic. Possessing thermal energy. Thermoenzyme. Any enzyme that is not inhibited by elevated temperatures, typically used as laundry aids. Thermoenzymes. Plural of thermoenzyme. Thermoerosion. Thermal erosion. Erosion due to things like novation, freezing and thawing. Thermoerosional. Pertaining to thermoerosion. Thermoesthesia. Alternative form of thermesthesia. Thermoexpandability. The capacity to be expanded by exposure to heat. Thermoexpandable. Having the capacity to be expanded by exposure to heat. Thermofield. The quantum mechanical field associated with thermal quantum field theory. Thermofields. Plural of thermofield. Thermofiltration. A process that combines heat thermal treatment and filtration to remove or deactivate microorganisms, particles, or contaminants from liquids, particularly in industries such as food processing, pharmaceuticals, and water purification. Thermofiltrations. Plural of thermofiltration. Thermoflask. Synonym of thermos, container to maintain temperature of contents. Thermoflasks. Plural of thermoflask. Thermofluctuational. Relating to thermofluctuation. Thermofluid. Alternative form of thermofluidic. Thermofluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics affected by the application of heat. Thermofluidic. Relating to the flow of heated fluids. Thermofluorescence. Thermofluorescence. Thermoform. To use a method of shaping, especially for thermoplastics, while hot. Thermoformabilities. Plural of thermoformability. Thermoformability. Quality are degradable, thermoformable. Thermoformable, capable of being thermoformed. Thermoformed, simple past and past participle of thermoform. Thermoformer, a device that shapes a thermoplastic by means of thermoforming. Thermoformers, plural of thermoformer. Thermoforming, manufacturing process where a plastic sheet is heated to a pliable forming temperature, formed to a specific shape in a mold and trimmed to create a usable product. Thermoforms, third person singular simple present indicative of thermoform. Thermofractal, a system in thermodynamic equilibrium that has total energy equal to the kinetic energy of the system plus the sum of the internal energy for each of its subsystems, each of which is, in turn, a thermofractal. Thermofractals, plural of thermofractal. Thermofunctional, having heat-related functionality. Thermogalvanometer, an instrument for measuring small electric currents. Thermodough, a gel formed by heating or that can absorb applied heat. Thermogel, that gels when heated. Thermogels, plural of thermogel. Thermogen, heat regarded as a material but imponderable substance. Thermogene, a form of medicated wadding pinned inside the clothes to treat rheumatism, lumbago, etc. Thermogenesis, the generation of heat in an organism, especially by biochemical means. Thermogenetic, relating to thermogenesis. Thermogenetical, alternative form of thermogenetic. Thermogenetically, in a thermogenetic manner. Thermogenetics, a form of neurostimulation using thermosensitive transient receptor potential ion channels. Thermogenic, relating to thermogenesis. Thermogenically, in a thermogenic manner. Thermogenicity, the quality or condition of being thermogenic. Thermogenics, the science of heat production. Thermogenin, an uncoupling protein found in the mitochondria of brown adipose tissue, used to generate heat by non-shivering thermogenesis. Thermogenins, plural of thermogenin. Thermogenous, producing heat. Thermogeological, relating to thermogeology. Thermogradient, a temperature gradient. Thermogradients, plural of thermogradient. Thermogram, the graphical record produced during thermography, a temperature map of the surface of a body. Thermograms, plural of thermogram. Thermograph, a thermometer which record the temperature. Thermograph, simple past and past participle of thermograph. Thermographer, one who carries out thermography. Thermographers, plural of thermographer. Thermographic, of, pertaining to, or generated using thermography. Thermographic camera, a camera capable of recording infrared light emitted by an object, used in thermography. Thermographic cameras, plural of thermographic camera. Thermographically, by means of, or in terms of, thermography. Thermographies, plural of thermography. Thermographs, plural of thermograph. Thermography, any of several techniques for the remote measurement of the temperature variations of a body, especially by creating images produced by infrared radiation. Thermogravimeter, a gravimeter used in thermogravimetry. Thermogravimeters, plural of thermogravimeter. Thermogravimetric, describing an analytical technique in which the change in mass of a sample is plotted as it is heated and volatile materials are formed and removed. Thermogravimetrically, in terms of or by means of thermogravimetry. Thermogravimetry, the measurement of the mass of a material as it is heated in a controlled manner. Thermogravitational, describing flow or other interaction under the influence of both a thermal and a gravitational gradient. Thermal, line of or relating to a combination of temperature and salinity. Thermohaline circulation, any of the global circulatory currents, such as the Gulf Stream, that are driven by differences in temperature and salinity. Thermohaline circulations, plural of thermohaline circulation. Thermohalines, plural of thermohaline. Thermohaliculi, a layer within a body of water or air where the temperature and salinity change rapidly with depth, a layer that is a combination of a thermocline and halicline. Thermohaliclines, plural of thermohalicline. Thermohalophile, any thermophilic halophile. Thermohalophiles, plural of thermohalophile. Thermohalophilic, thermophilic and halophilic. Thermohardening, hardening by means of heat. Thermohemolysis, thermohemolysis. Thermohydraulic, relating to thermohydraulics. Thermohydraulics, the study of hydraulic flow in thermal systems. Thermohydrodynamic, relating to differences in temperature and differences in pressure. Thermohydrolysis, combined thermolysis and hydrolysis. Thermohydrometer, a hydrometer that has a thermometer enclosed in its float section. Thermohydrometers, plural of thermohydrometer. Thermohygrometer, a combined thermometer and hygrometer. Thermohygrometers, plural of thermohygrometer. Thermohygrometric, measured using a thermohygrometer. Thermohygroceptor, a structure in certain insects which acts as both a thermoreceptor and a hygroceptor. Thermohygrosensitive, both thermosensitive and hygrosensitive. Thermi, plural of thermos, unit of measure. Thermoinactivate, to inactivate by means of heat. Thermoinactivated, simple past and past participle of thermoinactivate. Thermoinactivation, thermal inactivation of an enzyme or virus. Thermoinactivations, plural of thermoinactivation. Thermoinducibility, the state of being thermoinducible. Thermoinducible, inducible by heat. Thermoindusibly, in a thermoinducible manner. Thermoinduction, thermal induction. Thermoinductions, plural of thermoinduction. Thermoinhibition, thermal inhibition, typically of a biological process such as germination. Thermoinitiator, a thermal initiator. Thermoinitiators, plural of thermoinitiator. Thermoinsulation, thermal insulation. Thermoreversible, not thermoreversible. Thermosipoleth, an isolerm. Thermojet, a motor jet. Thermojets, plural of thermojet. Thermojunction, an electrical junction of two dissimilar conductors used to produce a thermoelectric current, as in one form of pyrometer, a thermocouple. Thermojunctions, plural of thermojunction. Thermokarst, a region similar in appearance to karst topography, characterized by an irregular land surface with bogs, pits, and other depressions formed in areas of permafrost due to ice melting. Thermokarstic, relating to a thermokarst. Thermokarsts, plural of thermokarsts. Thermic ratoplasties, plural of thermic ratoplasty. Thermic ratoplasty, transplantation of the cornea using heat. Thermokinematic, relating to thermokinematics. Thermokinematics, the scientific study of the motion of heat. Thermokinesis, plural of thermokinesis. Thermokinesis, the ability to manipulate the motion of molecules, slowing them down or speeding them up, thus changing temperature in the immediate vicinity with the power of one's mind. This is a wide spectrum ability than simply pyrokinesis or cryokinesis. Thermokinetic, pertaining to two related subjects which are often taught simultaneously in most undergraduate physical chemistry courses, typically before the students learn quantum mechanics. Thermokinetics, a branch of science dealing with the kinetics of thermal decomposition. Thermolabile, subject to destruction/decomposition or change in response to heat. Thermal abilities, plural of thermal ability. Thermal ability, the condition of being thermolabile. Thermolatent, revealed or released when heated. Thermological, relating to thermology. Thermologist, one who practices thermology. Thermologists, plural of thermologists. Thermology, the scientific study of heat. Thermoluminescence, the release of previously absorbed radiation upon being heated. Thermoluminescences, plural of thermoluminescence. Thermoluminescent, of, relating to, or showing thermoluminescence. Thermolysate, the product of thermolysis. Thermolysates, plural of thermolysate. Thermalize, alternative form of thermalize. Thermalize, broken up by thermolysis. Thermolyzes, plural of thermolysis. Thermolysin, a thermostable neutral metal oprotenase enzyme produced by the gram-positive bacterium Bacillus thermoproteolyticus. Thermalizing, present participle and gerund of thermalize. Thermolysins, plural of thermolysin. Thermolysis, the dissociation or decomposition of a material as a result of being heated. Thermolytic, of, pertaining to, or produced by thermolysis. Thermalize, to cause or to undergo thermolysis. Thermalize, simple past and past participle of thermalize. Thermalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thermalize. Thermalizing, present participle and gerund of thermalize. Thermomagnetic, of or pertaining to any of several phenomena occurring when an electrical conductor or semiconductor is placed in a temperature gradient and a magnetic field. Thermomagnetism, magnetism affected or caused by the action of heat. Thermomagnetoelastic, involving the combined effects of heat, magnetism, and elasticity. Thermomagnetoelasticity, the condition of being thermomagnetoelastic. Thermomagnetometry, the measurement of the magnetic properties of a material as it is heated in a controlled manner. Thermomagnetic, relating to thermal magnons. Thermomanometer, a device that measures temperature and pressure. Thermomanometers, plural of thermomanometer. Thermomass, thermal mass. Thermomasses, plural of thermomass. Thermomechanical, both thermal and mechanical. Thermomechanically, by thermomechanical means. Thermomechanics, the study of the effects of heat upon the mechanical properties of materials. Thermomechanometry, the measurement of the mechanical properties of a material as it is heated in a controlled manner. Thermomediterranean, describing a lowland Mediterranean climate characterized by hot summers and short, mild winters. Thermomemories, plural of thermomemory. Thermomemory, thermal hysteresis. Thermometabolic, relating to thermometabolism. Thermometabolism, the metabolism of calorific food. Thermometallurgy, the heat treatment of metals. Thermometer, an apparatus used to measure temperature. Thermometerless, without a thermometer. Thermometers, plural of thermometer. Thermometer, alternative form of thermometer. Thermometers, plural of thermometer. Thermometric, of or pertaining to the measurement of temperature. Thermometrical, thermometric. Thermometrically, in terms of or by means of thermometry. Thermometrician, a person who specializes in thermometry, someone who measures temperature. Thermometricians, plural of thermometrician. Thermometrograph, a device that plots on a graph the measurement of a temperature over time. Thermometrographs, plural of thermometrograph. Thermometry, the science and technology related to the measurement of temperature and the design and construction of thermometers. Thermomicrofluid, a microfluid whose properties are affected by heat or which is designed to conduct heat. Thermomicrofluids, plural of thermomicrofluid. Thermomicropolar, thermal and micropolar. Thermomicroscopy, a method for observing the phases of solid drug substances. Thermomixer, a piece of laboratory equipment that both heats and mixes samples. Thermomixers, plural of thermomixer. Thermomobility, mobility typically of atoms in a solid as a result of heat. Thermomodulation, modulation of temperature. Thermomoldable, synonym of thermoplastic. Thermomolding, alternative form of thermomolding. Thermomolecular, describing any of several effects of heat upon collections of molecules or of the movement of molecules on the distribution of heat. Thermomorphogenesis, morphogenesis controlled by heat. Thermomorphogenic, relating to thermomorphogenesis. Thermomold, to mold by means of thermomolding. Thermomolded, simple past and past participle of thermomold. Thermomolding, present participle and gerund of thermomold. Thermomolds, third person singular simple present indicative of thermomold. Thermomultiplier, a thermopile. Thermomultipliers, plural of thermomultiplier. Thermonastic, exhibiting or relating to thermonasty. Thermonasty, a nastic response to a change in temperature. such as the opening and closing of tulips. Thermoelectrite, an evaporite consisting of sodium carbonate with the chemical formula Na2COH2O. Thermoneutral, synonym of isothermal. Thermoneutrality, the state of being neutral with regard to heat effects, the state of being thermoneutral. Thermoneutrally, synonym of isothermally. Thermonocisption, thermal nocisption. Thermonocisptive, relating to thermonocisption. Thermonocisptor, a thermal nocisptor responsible for thermonocisption. Thermonocisptors, plural of thermonocisptor. Thermonuclear, of or relating to the fusion of atomic nuclei at high temperatures. Thermonuclear bomb, synonym of thermonuclear weapon. Thermonuclear bombs, plural of thermonuclear bomb. Thermonuclear war, a nuclear war where at least some of the bombs are thermonuclear. Thermonuclear wars, plural of thermonuclear war. Thermonuclear weapon, a weapon whose power is derived from nuclear fusion at high temperature. Thermonuclear weapons, plural of thermonuclear weapon. Thermonuclearly, in a thermonuclear manner. Thermonuclears, plural of thermonuclear. Thermonuclease, any thermostable nuclease. Thermonucleases, plural of thermonuclease. Thermosmosis, osmosis by means of a temperature gradient. Thermoosmotic, relating to thermosmosis. Thermooxidation, the degradation of a material due to the combined effects of heat and oxygen. Thermoxidative, relating to thermooxidation. Thermopane, an insulated glazing unit. Thermopanes, plural of thermopane. Thermoparticulate, describing the release of particulate matter on heating. Thermopathological, of or related to thermopathology. Thermopathology, the branch of pathology that focuses on the effects of the temperature change. Thermopause, the boundary between the thermosphere and the exosphere in a planetary atmosphere. Thermopauses, plural of thermopause. Thermoperiod, the daily period during which a plant is subjected to warmth. Thermoperiodic, relating to a thermoperiod. Thermoperiodicity, the property of being periodic. Thermoperiodism, the property of being periodic. Thermoperiods, plural of thermoperiod. Thermofacer, synonym of thermoformer. Thermofacers, plural of thermofacer. Thermophile, an organism that lives and thrives at relatively high temperatures, a form of extremophile. Many are members of the archaea. Thermophiles, plural of thermophile. Thermophilia, the ability to thrive at relatively high temperatures. Thermophile, of or relating to a thermophile, living and thriving at relatively high temperatures. Thermophilically, in a thermophilic way. Thermophilicity, the quality or state of being thermophilic. Thermophilin, a bacteriocin present in Streptococcus thermophilus. Thermophilins, plural of thermophilin. Thermophilization, adaptation to a warmer climate. Thermophilize, to adapt to a warmer climate. Thermophili, misspelling of thermophilic. Thermophilus, of or pertaining to a thermophile. Thermophily, the condition of being a thermophile. Thermophobe, any organism that is intolerant of heat. Thermophobes, plural of thermophobe. Thermophobia, intolerance of high temperatures. Thermophobe, exhibiting or relating to thermophobia. Thermophobus, thermophobe. Thermophone, a form of transducer that generates sound waves of precise power. Thermophones, plural of thermophone. Thermophonic, caused by thermal fluctuations. Thermophore, an apparatus for conveying heat, such as a case containing material which retains its heat for a considerable period. Thermophores, plural of thermophore. Thermophoresis, the movement of molecules in a temperature gradient. Thermophoretic, relating to thermophoresis. Thermophoretically, with regard to or by using thermophoresis. Thermophosphate, synonym of pyrophosphate when used as a fertilizer. Thermophotometry, the measurement of the optical properties of a material as it is heated in a controlled manner. Thermophotovoltaic, relating to the production of electricity by heat and ash or light. Thermophotovoltaics, the study of thermophotovoltaic materials. Thermophylactic, that protects against damage by heat. Thermophile, resistant to the destructive effects of heat. Thermophysical, describing any physical property that is affected by temperature. Thermophysics, the overall study of the physics as it relates to heat and temperature, encompassing thermodynamics, statistical mechanics, and the kinetic theory of gases. Thermal physics. Thermophysiological, relating to thermophysiology. Thermophysiologies, plural of thermophysiology. Thermophysiology, a physiology that is subject to thermoregulation. Thermophytes, any plant that tolerates high temperatures. Thermophytes, plural of thermophytes. Thermophytic, relating to thermophytes. Thermopile, an electronic device that converts thermal energy into electrical energy, usually constructed using a series combination of thermocouples. Thermopiles, plural of thermopile. Thermoplanet, a habitable planet with a surface temperature of 5100 degrees C, warmer than is optimal for most terrestrial life. Thermoplanets, plural of thermoplanet. Thermoplastic, softening when heated and hardening when cooled, and thus able to be molded. Thermoplastic resin, any synthetic material such as polyethylene that can be molded when hot but becomes hard on cooling. Thermoplastic resins, plural of thermoplastic resin. Thermoplastically, in a thermoplastic way. Thermoplasticities, plural of thermoplasticity. Thermoplasticity, the state or degree of being thermoplastic. Thermoplasticization, the process or the result of thermoplasticizing. Thermoplasticize, to plasticize by means of heat. Thermoplasticize, simple past and past participle of thermoplasticize. Thermoplasticizing, present participle and gerund of thermoplasticize. Thermoplastics, plural of thermoplastic. Thermoplasty, a treatment for asthma that involves the softening of the walls of the airways, especially the bronchus, by the application of heat. Thermoplane, a thermal plane, one relating to temperature. Thermoplanes, plural of thermoplane. Thermopneumatic, relating to or operated by the expansion or contraction of a fluid at varying temperatures. Thermopolis, a town, the county seat of Hot Springs County, Wyoming, United States. Thermopolium, a place where food and hot drinks were sold. Thermopolymer, a thermosetting polymer. Thermopolymerize, to polymerize by means of heat. Thermopolymerized. Simple past and past participle of thermopolymerize. Thermopolymers, plural of thermopolymer. Thermoporometry, a calorimetric method for measuring porosity. Thermopower, a measure of the voltage induced in a material by the thermoelectric effect. Thermopowers, plural of thermopower. Thermoprecipitation, precipitation upon heating. Thermopreference, an organism's preference for a particular temperature range. Thermopreferences, plural of thermopreference. Thermopriming, the warming of seed prior to sowing. Thermoprinter, a thermal printer. Thermoprinters, plural of thermoprinter. Thermoprinting, printing by applying heat to a treated surface, as by a thermal printer. Thermopro, a thermometer in the form of a probe. Thermoprobes, plural of thermoprobe. Thermoprofile, a thermal profile. Thermoprofiles, plural of thermoprofile. Thermoprogrammer, a thermal programmer device that programs the temperature over time. Thermoprogrammers, plural of thermoprogrammer. Thermoprotectant, synonym of thermoprotective. Thermoprotectants, plural of thermoprotectant. Thermoprotection, protection from damage by heat. Thermoprotective, that provides thermoprotection. Thermoprotector, a device that provides protection from excessive heat. Thermoprotectors, plural of thermoprotectors. Thermopterin, the methanopterin derivative 2,2,5,5,4,1,2-amino 4-oxo-3-H-pteridine 7-il-ethylamino 2,5-dihydroxyphene il-2,3,4-trihydroxypentoxy 3,4-dihydroxyoxylene 2-il-methoxyhydroxyphosphoryl oxy 4-carboxybutanoyl-amino butaneoic acid. Thermoptometry, the measurement of the optical properties of a material as it is heated in a controlled manner. Thermopylae, a narrow pass on the east-central coast of Greece adjacent to the Maliakos Gulf, northwest of Athens. Its name is derived from its hot sulfur springs. It was the site of the Battle of Thermopylae, at which the Spartan king Leonidas stood off, for a time, the Persian armies of Xerxes. Thermoradiosensitization, thermal radiosensitization. Thermoradiotherapy, radiotherapy combined with therapeutic hyperthermia. Thermoratchet, a device or system that changes temperature in one direction only. Thermoratchets, plural of thermoratchet. Thermoreactive, thermally reactive that reacts to changes in temperature. Thermoreception, synonym of thermoception. Thermoreceptive, relating to or functioning as a thermoreceptor. Thermoreceptor, a nerve cell that is sensitive to changes in temperature. Thermoreceptors, plural of thermoreceptor. Thermoreflectance, a measure of thermal reflectance. Thermoreflectances, plural of thermoreflectance. Thermoreflective, that reflects radiant heat. Thermoreflectivity, the condition of being or the extent to which something is thermoreflective. Thermoregulate, to regulate the body temperature by thermoregulation. Thermoregulated, simple past and past participle of thermoregulate. Thermoregulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of thermoregulate. Thermoregulating, present participle and gerund of thermoregulate. Thermoregulation, the maintenance of a constant internal temperature of an organism independent of the temperature of the environment. Thermoregulative, synonym of thermoregulatory. Thermoregulator, any organism that carries out thermoregulation. Thermoregulators, plural of thermoregulator. Thermoregulatory, of or pertaining to thermoregulation. Thermoremanence, thermoremanent magnetization. Thermoremanences, plural of thermoremanence. Thermoremanent, of or pertaining to the magnetic field that remains when molten rock solidifies. Thermoremanent magnetism, synonym of archaeomagnetism. Thermoremanent magnetization, the magnetization of an igneous rock that was acquired at the time it cooled from the molten state. It provides information on the Earth's magnetic field at that time. Thermoremanent magnetizations, plural of thermoremanent magnetization. Thermoregulation, regulation of internal temperature. Thermoresistance, resistance to heat. Thermoresistances, plural of thermoresistance. Thermoresistant, resistant. Thermoresistive, relating to thermoresistance. Thermoresistor, alternative form of thermistor. Thermoresistors, plural of thermoresistor. Thermoresponsive, that undergoes changes in response to external temperature. Thermoresponsiveness, the condition of being thermoresponsive. Thermoresponsivity, the condition of being thermoresponsive. Thermoretractable, that contracts when heated. Thermoreversibility, the property of being thermoreversible. Thermoreversible, whose properties or action can be reversed by heating. Thermoheological, relating to thermoheology. Thermoheologically, in a thermoheological manner. Thermoheology, the study of the deformation and flow of matter as influenced by temperature. Thermorubin, de antibiotic van den diagenesis thermoractinemesis antibioticus. Thermes, the ancient capital and sanctuary in Aetolia, Greece. Thermosalient, relating to or exhibiting a phenomenon whereby some crystals undergo a phase transition causing them to jump upon being heated or cooled down. Thermosalinograph, an instrument that records and graphically displays temperature and salinity of seawater. Thermosalinographs, plural of thermosalinograph. Thermosalinometer, a device that measures the temperature and salinity of water. Thermosalinometers, plural of thermosalinometer. Thermospination, any member of the Thermospinaceae, a group of crustaceans found in thermal springs. Thermospinations, plural of thermospination. Thermospination, alternative form of thermospination. Thermospinations, plural of thermospination. Thermoscope, a scientific instrument that measures changes in temperature. Thermoscopes, plural of thermoscope. Thermoscopic, of or pertaining to the thermoscope. Thermoscopically, by means of, or in terms of, thermoscopy. Thermoscopy, the use of the thermoscope. Thermosensation, the sensory perception of thermal stimuli. Thermosensillum, a thermosensitive sensillum. Thermosensing, the sensing of heat or temperature differences. Thermosensitive, that shows a reaction to heat. Thermosensitively, in a thermosensitive way. Thermosensitivities, plural of thermosensitivity. Thermosensitivity, the state or condition of being thermosensitive. Thermosensor, thermoreceptor. Thermosensoric, relating to or composed of thermosensors. Thermosensors, plural of thermosensor. Thermosensory, pertaining to thermosensation. Thermoses, plural of thermos. Thermostat, a thermosetting plastic. Thermostats, plural of thermostat. Thermosetable, able to be thermoset. Thermosetting, becoming permanently hard or solidifying when heated, used especially of synthetic plastics such as Bakelite. Thermosful, the amount necessary to fill a thermos flask. Thermosfuls, plural of thermosful. Thermoshaker, a piece of laboratory equipment that heats and shakes. Thermoshakers, plural of thermoshaker. Thermosiphon, an arrangement of siphon tubes for assisting circulation in a liquid. Thermosiphons, plural of thermosiphon. Thermosol, describing convection in a liquid caused by a combination of heat and varying concentration of solute. Thermosome, a chaperonin protein complex found in archaea. Thermosomes, plural of thermosome. Thermosonic, describes processes or actions that involve both heat and ultrasonic energy. Thermosonically, involving both heat and ultrasonic energy. Thermosonication, sonication using heat. Thermosonimetry, the measurement of the sound emitted by a material as it is heated in a controlled manner. Thermospecific, specific to a certain range of temperature S. Thermospermin, an isomer of spermin that is present in many plants. Thermosphere, the layer of the Earth's atmosphere directly above the mesosphere and directly below the exosphere. Thermospheres, plural of thermosphere. Thermospheric, of or pertaining to the thermosphere. Thermospray, a form of atmospheric pressure ionization in mass spectrometry. It transfers ions from the liquid phase to the gas phase for analysis. Thermosprays, plural of thermospray. Thermostable, dated form of thermostable. Thermostabilization, alternative form of thermostabilization. Thermostabilizations, plural of thermostabilization. Thermostabilize, alternative form of thermostabilize. Thermostabilize, simple past and past participle of thermostabilize. Thermostabilizer, something that provides thermostabilization, especially an insulated container. Thermostabilizers, plural of thermostabilizer. Thermostabilizing, present participle and gerund of thermostabilize. Thermostabilities, plural of thermostability. Thermostability, the condition of being thermostable. Thermostabilization, the conversion of something to a thermostable form. Thermostabilizations, Plural of thermostabilization. Thermostabilize. To stabilize thermally. Thermostabilize. Stabilized by thermostabilization. Thermostabilizer. A device or substance that thermostabilizes. Thermostabilizers. Plural of thermostabilizer. Thermostabilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of thermostabilize. Thermostabilizing. That makes something thermostable. Thermostable. Physically or chemically affected by high temperatures. Thermostasis. The maintenance of a constant bodily temperature. Thermostat. A device that automatically responds to changes in temperature by activating a heating or cooling system to maintain the temperature at a desired setting. Thermostated. Alternative form of thermostated. Thermostatic. Having or maintaining a consistent temperature. Thermostatically, by means of a thermostat. Thermostatics. The part of thermodynamics that deals with reversible or infinitesimally small changes. Thermostatistic. Of or pertaining to thermostatistics. Thermostatistical. Of or pertaining to thermostatistics. Thermostatistics. The application of statistical mechanics to the study of thermodynamics. Thermostats. Plural of thermostat. Thermostated. Equipped with a thermostat. Thermosteric. Pertaining to changes in climatic temperature. Thermosterilize. To sterilize by means of heat. Thermosterilize. Simple past and past participle of thermosterilize. Thermostimulation. Stimulation by heat. Thermistora. An item of laboratory equipment that combines a heater and a stirrer. Thermistoras. Plural of thermistora. Thermistress. Thermal stress. Thermistresses. Plural of thermistress. Thermoswitch. A form of riboswitch incorporating a thermosensor and thus responsive to temperature changes. Thermoswitches. Plural of thermoswitch. Thermosynthesis. The synthesis of a material at high temperature. Thermosynthetic. Relating to thermosynthesis. Thermosiphon. Alternative form of thermosiphon. Thermosiphons. Plural of thermosiphon. Thermosystaltic. Influenced in its contraction by heat or cold, set of a muscle. Thermotactic. Relating to thermotaxis. Thermotactically. With regard to thermotaxis. Thermotactile. Sensitive to heat and to touch. Thermotank. A tank containing pipes for the circulation of steam, water, air, etc. for heating or cooling or as part of a ventilation system. Thermotanks. Plural of thermotank. Thermotargetron. A targetron used to target thermophiles. Thermotargetrons. Plural of thermotargetron. Thermotaxis. Plural of thermotaxis. Thermotaxic. Relating to the regulation of temperature in the animal body. Thermotaxis. Movement in response to temperature. Thermotectonic. Thermal and tectonic. Thermotelephone. Synonym of thermophone. Thermotelephones. Plural of thermotelephone. Thermotensile. pertaining to the variation of tensile strength with temperature. Thermotension, a process of increasing the strength of wrought iron by heating it to a determinate temperature and giving to it, while in that state, a mechanical strain or tension in the direction in which the strength is afterward to be exerted. Thermatus, a thermographic test. Thermatists, plural of thermatus. Thermotherapeutic, relating to thermotherapy. Thermotherapeutical, alternative form of thermotherapeutic. Thermotherapeutics, synonym of thermotherapy. Thermotherapies, plural of thermotherapy. Thermotherapists, a practitioner of thermotherapy. Thermotherapists, plural of thermotherapists. Thermotherapy, the use of heat to treat disease. Thermotic, of or relating to heat, produced by heat. Thermotical, thermotic. Thermotically, in a thermotic manner. Thermotics, the branch of physics that deals with the science of heat. Thermotolerance, the ability to withstand relatively hot or cold conditions. Thermotolerances, plural of thermotolerance. Thermotolerant, possessing thermotolerance, able to withstand heat. Thermotonus, a condition of tonicity with respect to temperature. Thermotransduction, transduction of heat. Thermotransport, the transport of heat. Thermotrope, tending to move towards or away from a source of heat. Thermotropical, alternative form of thermotropic. Thermotropism, thermotropic movement of a plant or plant part in response to changes in temperature. Thermotropisms, plural of thermotropism. Thermotropy, the condition of being thermotropic. Thermotube, a tubular heater. Thermotubes, plural of thermotube. Thermotype, an image as for example of a slice of wood obtained by first wetting the object slightly with an acid, then taking an impression with a press, and next strongly heating this impression. Thermotypes, plural of thermotype. Thermotypic, relating to a thermotype. Thermotypy, the art or process of obtaining thermotypes images. Thermonstable, thermally unstable. Thermoant, a thermal vent. Thermolence, plural of thermovent. Thermovinification, the application of heat at some stage in winemaking. Thermoviscoelastic, whose viscoelastic properties are dependent on temperature. Thermoviscoelasticity, the property of being thermoviscoelastic. Thermoviscosity, the condition of being thermoviscous. Thermoviscous, both thermal and viscous. Thermovoltage, thermoelectric voltage.